Welcome to another edition of the Hawks Nest live stream show, coming at you on a Sunday where it is scathing hot here, hotter than the surface of Mars, but that's not going to stop me from streaming to you right now. Thank you to everyone who's already hopped on into the chat and jumped on in to see what's going on. We've got a lot to discuss today. We're going to kind of bounce around to different items, but we will jump right from the top here before we get to a little melancholy news in regards to Russell Wilson's recent press conference. But the thumbnail that you saw is indeed not clickbait from my standpoint. I think what we're going to get in a lot of this live stream show today and the feedback as we go back and forth, and for those who may be new, because we've gotten a lot of new subscribers recently, I do address the chat completely here as I move on to the chat, move on to the rest of the show here, just kind of start out with the few of my thoughts off the top of my head about some ongoing Seahawks matters that are going to be asked about here in the chat. So I just get out a little bit ahead of things for folks a bit. I put this thumbnail together because when I go through and look at the options that people are going to raise to us, you're going to hear names like Akeem Hicks. You're going to hear names like Jarrell Casey. You're going to hear names like maybe even kind of a Geno Atkins. And in all of these situations and guys I look at as possibilities, I don't like a lot of them, to be honest with you. In the case of Casey and Akeem Hicks, these are guys who have predominantly played for the majority of their career within a 3-4 scheme. I don't think that they're going to be as good just transitioning into a 4-3. So I've got my skepticism in regards to that. And Geno Atkins certainly would give you a purified 3-tech, which we don't really have on the roster right now. No doubt about it. You'd be able to control his rotational snaps behind Poona Ford. That'd be nice. But again, just doesn't give me that level of excitement I'm kind of looking for in this final creme de la creme tour de force type stroke to come across the plane here. This final little just to cap off the offseason just right, to put you up into that point where there is no doubt you are a Super Bowl contending team. Not a fringe Super Bowl contending team, but a front-running type Super Bowl contending team. And it doesn't matter preseason to have that type of label put onto you, but it matters from the standpoint of we see that this is a war of attrition throughout the year. There's an extra game that's going to be added on this season. Thinking you have enough coming into this year as a team, regardless of kind of any position at all, is probably a fool's errand. And when I look again at where you can upgrade players, where you can find those trades to make, where you can do things that will help the team, don't get me wrong, I'd love to address the offensive line. I know that's where a lot of Seahawks fans have huge concerns and worries as we move into the season, and I echo your worries. I echo your concerns. But there's a difference between having a concern about a situation and being able to tangibly do something about it to really, truly rectify it. I've got the majority of people who come to me and bring up options over the last month or so. The name that's on everybody's tongue, the name that's on the edge of everybody's lips, Austin Leiter. A guy whose team, the Kansas City Chiefs, didn't even want to re-sign him. They went on and got 2 other centers, rather than even bringing him back in the fold at a bare minimum deal as a backup. Now, he'd be an okay addition, certainly better than what you have in Fuller. But again, does that move my needle? Does that get me excited? Does that lead me a twither? No, it doesn't. But I think about the possibility of putting Stephon Gilmore on one side of the field and Richard Sherman over on the other side of the field. And I think about what you've done from the interior of your defense on that defensive line, specifically on the edges with the pass rush and the rotational depth you have at play, along with the frontline talent that has been missing now in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, going back to the Averill Bennett days. And I get excited by this possibility. I think that a quarterback has no refuge, no safe harbor. It's only a storm everywhere that ship turns. Stephon to one side, Richard to the other. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Matt Stafford? What you gonna do, Kyler? Oh, you gonna go to AJ Green in the slot with his slow ass? You gonna try that? See how that works? This would have, to me, the most monumental impact. I will again preface this by saying I don't think that this type of deal is imminent. I don't even know if it's a real feasible possibility here. But again, we've looked at this for about a month now. And we've gone down the line and list of options of what could be a good possibility. Who's an availability out there? People mention names like Fletcher Cox. Well, Fletcher Cox carries a $22 million dead money hit from the Eagles. So henceforth, really, the Eagles have no reason to release him or to trade him. Unless they were in a total rebuild mode, which the Eagles are not in. We all probably think they should be in that mode, but they're not in that mode. So they will hold on to and keep Fletcher Cox. There's just not that great frontline guy at other positions that we may all want. Otherwise, it's just not happening. And then I know that there'll be those people in Seahawks land and say, what about the corners we already got? You signed Witherspoon and you got DJ Reed. He balled out for you last year. You still got Trey Flowers. You went out and picked Trey Brown. Yeah, that's good. That's nice. Let me tell you a story. And we'll go way back. Back to 2013. You've got a guy by the name of Antoine Winfield, whose son is bursting onto the scene now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he came to our Seahawks. He was ring chasing. He wanted that Lombardi. He'd played for Minnesota, and, who could blame him at that point for wanting to go try to play for a winner. And so he came to our Seahawks, this vaunted squad with this vaunted cornerback crew, and you had Jeremy Lane and Byron Maxwell and Brandon Browner and Richard Sherman, and boy, you were stacked. And guess what? Antoine Winfield, perhaps the best tackling cornerback in the history of the NFL, a guy who will probably touch into the fringe of a Hall of Fame talk when it's all said and done, couldn't even make the roster. Were you saying you were just good enough at that time at the cornerback position? Or did you keep trying to push? Because even though they knew that they had that cornerback room where it was, they still went out and said, yeah, come on, Antoine. Come on aboard. Let's see what you got. Let's roll. I don't think that either of these two guys are going to give you the same impact of what they gave you in their prime, by no means. But I don't think that either of them are as cooked as some fans out there would lead you to believe. It's a dangerous proposition trading with Bill Belichick and an aging superstar player, no doubt about that. But we are in go for it now mode, and the reason for that is the next thing I'm going to bend over to here, and that's the Russell Wilson press conference. And again, thank you for the $20 donation from Randall. You are awesome. He says, AMC to the moon. Go Hawks, Randall. Thank you for the $20 donation, and I will get over you guys in the chat here in just a sec. I got a couple other thoughts here I want to get through. Devin Martzall, you are equally awesome. Thank you for a $5 donation. You guys are starting out hot and heavy, and I love it. He says, wish I could donate more, but wanted to at least pitch in. Thanks, buddy. Go Hawks. Devin, whatever you can contribute is great, and I by no means expect anybody to ever give you anything, especially if the budget's tight, which many of our budgets are tight right now. So I'm here to entertain you guys, whether money is there or not. That's not a reliance on this one. But thank you for the donation, both of you guys. I appreciate it. When we look at this press conference, the Russell Wilson press conference again confirmed what we've been talking about for months now. And I don't think that it got anybody out there shocked by this. I don't think I'm bringing something to play here that is some, oh my God, that's good. No one's been thinking about this angle of it. But it confirms where we've kind of been staying in this lane on, which is that things are not resolved. That the situation still has a level of tension there. And I know that you're getting the political talk from both Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson. And my next few thoughts on this have nothing to do at all with whether I'm pro. It's like you got to be pro Carroll or pro Wilson here. I'm trying to stand outside of that in my approach here and looking at it. But what you can see in the way that they both talk and tiptoe around their words, and Russell Wilson in his press conference staying very hard on his messaging. But I think that we can stand back from this and firmly say at this point that a whole lot's riding on this next year. This is going to be the most important year for our Seattle Seahawks in recent history of our Seahawks for the future that it is going to bear out. Because if they do not attain a status that gets higher than where they've been recently, the last 5-6 seasons, if they top out in the same manner or go, God forbid, worse, Russell Wilson will be moving on to a new team next year. You can try to deny it. You can say, no, Russell's saying all this and he's saying all that. There's things that are true indicators here, true levers that when they snap into place are true indicators that, yes, he is going to be here long term. There's been a base amount of money from Russell Wilson. His base money this year in his contract can be converted at any time to bonus. He doesn't have to give his permission to do so. He talked about this in his press conference. The Seahawks front office has been unwilling to convert that money to bonus, despite it being a little bit tight this offseason with the salary cap that lowered down from $200 million to about $182 million. Why haven't they converted that? They could have, say, converted it to pull a Julio trade off, which we're hearing now that no other teams were even willing to offer a second-round pick for his services, but they didn't do it. Do they have a deal in their back pocket that they're sitting on and thinking is going to come into bloom around training camp that they can tap into at that time magically? Maybe. But is it also just as likely here that they're holding the line and that at the end of the deal, the reason that we didn't see a Russ deal, the reason that he's not a Chicago Bear, the reason the Seahawks didn't move on from him, was not because necessarily even that they didn't hate the offer from Chicago, that they very well may have been willing to take that offer from Chicago, but that $39 million was just too hard a pill to swallow. They just didn't want it to. They didn't want it. No amount of water was going to make that thing go down the gullet. I hope this is not the case. Again, let me preface this. I hope this is not the case, but these are the indicators we're seeing. Why not convert the money to bonus at this point if you were not going to hold them long term? Because by converting to bonus, you then take that $39 million dead money hit from this year, and I think it goes only just down to like $36 million next year or something. So you're essentially right back in those same waters, those same bridge under troubled waters that you were last year, which they're trying to get up out of foreseeably. We still don't have a multi-year deal on the table with Russ. And I think he was choosing his words very carefully in his press conference the other day. It is great that we are at least here because it could be the Aaron Rodgers situation, which is turning into a FUBAR state by the day, it seems like. And there's no resolution and there's animosity, and that tension is out in the open. This tension is just kind of a bubbling kind of tension that's there. That's a tension where that's a roiling boil of tension that's going on right there. So I'm glad that they've at least gotten down to the road where we could get to resolution here, but we've not arrived there yet. Not based off of that press conference, in my opinion, not listening to Coach Carroll, and again, just looking at the bottom line actions and kind of how they're moving along with things. Being that, look, they went out and got Gabe Jackson this offseason, but did they fully really address the offensive line post Wilson saying, I'm getting hit a little bit too much? Not really. You brought in Gabe Jackson. You're going to move over Lewis. It's a good upgrade. It's solid. I like it, but it wasn't a huge pronouncement to Russell Wilson of, come back to us. Come back, bae. We love you. Come on back. Come on. No. Come on. No. Come on. There was a solid approach this offseason to doubling back down to the offense. I like their approach with that, but none of it was on a multi-year approach. Gerald Everett's on a 1-year deal. You could Gabe Jackson, you can probably get out of it any time moving on past this year as far as his deal goes. Carson's really a 1-year deal. They can get out of that with a small dead money by year 2. Same goes kind of down the line. So we'll see how it goes. Let's get over here to you guys here in the chat. We're also going to discuss a little bit of Waldron's offense because I know that's going to come up with some of the press conferences and the players talking about him as well. I'm now dubbing it the Waldron Cauldron, by the way. Nobody out, you better not out there trademark that because that one's going to be mine. But essentially, I was diving a little bit more deeper into the offense recently. Brett Collerman's got a great video of some of the transition that they made recently, even to last year, and it did a great breakdown on them. And the thing we've talked a lot about is the reach blocks, right? We've talked about the disguising pre-snap, the being hard to judge what you're doing and how you're doing it, the running out sometimes the same formation over and over again, but running every different type of play out of it. I think the newest wrinkle that I'm kind of getting into a little bit more and understanding here is a little bit of now post-snap motion. We've heard of pre-snap motion, right? Everyone knows what that is. Play your wide receiver goes in motion from left to right to left. Everyone's seen that. But what the Rams really have tapped into is more of the motion post-snap. So you have your quarterback in shotgun under center, and that guy's still moving post-snap. And what this essentially does, and you can watch this on Coleman's breakdown, is it challenges those linebackers and moves them out of their gap, and then you attack the vacant gap. And what's beautiful about the running scheme with how this works is it's a chess, not checkers running scheme. So you attack that gap, then that defense, if it's a good defense, adjusts, cover those linebackers, cover back up into this other gap, and essentially then you just, by a simple turn of the key here, you twist the running game out to the other side. And those linebackers are now completely trapped on the other side of the formation because they're trying to stay disciplined. And that's really at the heart of, as you study this offense more and more, what it really attacks and why it's had so much success against our Seahawks scheme, because it attacks the disciplined defense. It attacks those defenders who are doing the right thing, doing what they're supposed to do. There's another play in Coleman's breakdown where Tre'Davious White's coming down the Rams offense, and he's got to come down. His guy he's covering suddenly goes to block, being Cooper Kupp, which means now he has to come in the run fit. He's got to fill the lane where the running back's coming right down in that lane. But instead, it's all a play action. Coop leaks out the backside, wide open, 15 yards into the end zone. And this is Tre'Davious White, one of the best corners in the sport, not with him at that point because he's just doing what he was supposed to do from a discipline standpoint in the game. It's kind of wondrous to watch because, again, I think so much of what we were doing before was just kind of, it was sloppy and could be effective and it could be explosive and it was wild and it was crazy. But there was also a lot left on the table because things weren't sometimes as buttoned up and tightened down as they kind of need to be in an NFL to run an offense really properly and have that offense be consistent throughout a whole season rather than be somewhat of a one-trick pony, which is what we were a little bit last year. So very excited by what I was seeing in the running game. We could talk some more about that. I've been going at it here for a while here, so let's jump on into the chat. Thank you to everyone who's hopped on in here. If you do like what you're listening to, please do slam on that like button. I do appreciate it. Terrence Lynn, you are the first, and you might be just the best there, sir. Thank you much. Appreciate you. Nietzsche Burger, how you doing, Nietzsche? I guess that would be, I recognize that emoji. Your Russian does not, you do not confuse me, mister. I know you like Sean Alexander. I know you are very big on him. You love your Sean. I know who that is. TJ, how you doing? James, what up? Terrence, should we get anyone else to improve our team? Well, with my thumbnail, Terrence, you can see where I'm hitching my horses to, right? This is my car right here. I'm going with the two super strong corners. We haven't seen it since back in the days of Richard and Brandon Browner, Richard and Byron Maxwell, when he had that kind of magical run over a 16-game period where he was playing almost every bit as well as Richard Sherman was at that time. You haven't had that kind of tandem. Even when you had Richard still at the heights of his kind of powers here just before he left, we always kind of had just a guy who was trying to come along on their side, be it a Shaquille Griffin or a Deshaun Shedd. You haven't had a real good guy over on the other side. I know, again, folks are going to say those other guys we got out there, but DJ Reed, Achilleo Witherspoon, Trey Flowers, all those guys are on one-year deals. None of those guys are necessarily inserted right now as long-term answers, or at least we don't have a commitment of long-term to them. Really, Trey Brown's just about it. Trey and Ugo are about it right now. So another reason to maybe be open to bringing on a couple other corners. But that would be the direction I'd go, Terrence. I've looked at a lot of these other options, and unless somebody magically comes into play that we're not thinking of, who nobody has considered, be it, let's say, an Odell Beckham Jr., who I don't think is going to be available. I think Cleveland's going to hold on to him, but I don't really see anybody else. I don't. Tight end remains kind of an option. Does Cleveland offer a guy like David Njoku out there on the market? They had a guy that they drafted last year, one of my favorite tight ends in last year's draft, Hunter Bryant, who's not spectacular, but you pair him in there with Austin Hooper, and they could maybe make some of their two tight end sets work. Could you maybe go in there and take a look at that? Does Tampa Bay have maybe a willingness with O.J. Howard to listen, considering that they brought Gronkowski back? I don't think so on any of the other things. That's why I'm not really entertaining these options that much, because I just don't think that there's really a high likelihood that we're going to see these guys available. It's kind of like what you have is a real small market right now, and you've got to take advantage. This is one of the reasons I was so far behind the Julio trade and saying go for Julio, because there isn't a lot of options when you reach this point of the offseason to upgrading your roster, outside of something magically bursting like a dam with a player at a team who just becomes completely upset and wants out, a la like we saw with Jamal Adams last season, or Jadeveon Clowney the year before that. Go Hawks says, let's go. I turned on my notice for this reason. I'm glad you turned it on, Go Hawks. He said, did you see Jay Keep's tweet about Gilmore? I think I might have seen that. I've seen a lot of Gilmore talk, so I've been thinking more and more about him. I had some trepidations about going after him. I certainly am not going to give them the first-round pick that the Patriots were looking for last year at the trade deadline. They're going to have to accept way lower than that. But they are in a situation right now where, he's probably not going to be there long-term. They've got some other younger cornerbacks there, so they've got some other options they could, very well be happy with. I don't know what the trade would look like exactly at that point. I'd like to say a third-round pick-ish. But if you could bring both him and Sherm, that would be the tandem that I'd like to see on this, if you get both of those two guys. Because, again, I think you're going to get a lot of interceptions of quarterbacks being forced to throw a ball at a guy they don't want to throw at. And all things being equal, if it was any other year, they'd be throwing away from that guy throughout the course of the game. Fire Sloan, how you doing, Fire Sloan? I'm doing awesome. Devin, right on. Pumped you're doing a show tonight. Time to make some coffee. Go Hawks. You rock, Brandon. Thank you, Devin. I appreciate it. Get that coffee. I'm getting mine, man. We're going to get this rolling. Kyle, hey, Brando, what do you think about Russ's conference and Dixon's extension? And also, how do you feel about everyone putting Seahawks finishing fourth in the division? I get it's the number one division, but come on. I'm unlike many fans, I don't really get too caught up in the national media hate for Seattle. Or not a hate, just I think I would call it indifference. The national media has always been this way, going back to my childhood. We're more in the limelight now than we ever were in the 80s or 90s. And there were times you would have, ESPN would run their post-football Sunday show, and you get all the games that would have highlights, right? And it was a joke because Seattle would always come late. Whoever Seattle was playing, they'd come late, and then they'd show like 2 plays from the game. You'd get one Berman little zinger, and then it'd be done, where other teams would have 20-play breakdowns if you were the Cowboys or if you were some big franchise. So we're always going to be a little undersold. That's never surprising for me. It takes us having a Legion of Boom-like pantheon in order to generate the type of buzz to make them say we're a preeminent favorite in the division. People are riding Shanahan and McVay's jock pretty hard right now as these next coaches who are going to take over. They say this is the generation, so you guys better get used to it. I'm not completely as convinced, though I have a lot of respect for both of those two coaches. But no, we're not finishing fourth in the division next year. We'll be finishing first in the division next year. And there's a lot of reasons for this, and it's still a very strong division. And I tip my hat to the rest of the teams within this division and what they've done this offseason. But it hasn't been as good as what the Seattle Seahawks did this offseason. And guess what? We won it last year. So if we had the best offseason of any team in this division, and our schedule's not significantly tougher than the rest of the division, and we got better this offseason, how do we finish worse? But it's laughable. And Kyle, I just talked about Russ's conference, Kyle, so we kind of covered in that a little bit. Dixon's extension, great deal, just what I thought it was going to be, which is that you get Dixon signed to an extension so you can lower down his cap hit by $1 million. That was the point of getting this deal done rather than writing it out another year and then potentially even franchise tagging him, because you could take it down by about $1 million to this year's cap hit because it was at 3.1. It's down somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2.1, 2.2. So Seattle actually saved $1 million on Dixon's cap hit. And this is also a question I get with Jamal Adams, especially on the heels of my most recent video, is how are we going to find the money to sign Jamal Adams? Because he right now obviously is going to cost probably, in my estimation, somewhere in the neighborhood of $16.5, $17 million per year. Seattle only is sitting at right now approximately about $8 million or so in salary cap space. So those numbers don't add up for folks. And the reference that I keep pointing back to is look at the Frank Clark trade. The Chiefs traded for Frank Clark. He was signed to a massive new deal, a record-breaking new deal, a $23.5 million average per year deal. But the Chiefs magically somehow, because they're magicians over there with the salary cap, they took his first year's hit down to $6.5 million. So if you're signing Jamal Adams on a contract that's not at $23.5 million, but down at like $17 million, you're actually going to be able to lower his cap hit down pretty much as far as just about you want to go. I would expect it would actually do a lot what the Dixon deal has done, which is that when you actually end up signing Jamal Adams to a new deal this offseason, it's going to shock a lot of people to hear this, but you're actually going to save money on the first year hit because currently he costs $10 million. So if you replicated what the Frank Clark deal was done, if you take it down to $6.5, $7 million as the first year cap hit, you've saved collectively $3 million on the first year hit by signing Jamal to an extension. Just another reason why I think that deal does get done before training camp. Boom. Go Hawks 05. We have an open roster spot and we haven't filled it in a couple days, so I think we might be making a big move. Also, the Dixon extension cleared an extra mil. It did indeed. Very salient points. Why do I says could not agree with you more about Adams. Kid has been one hell of an all-time greats his first 3 years, and people just act like he was not injured last year and is somehow not washed up. Adams is a defensive player of the year in 2021. Well, I love the confidence. Why? And I'm with you, man. I think he is certainly one of those guys that would be an early contender candidate, in my opinion, for hitting that mark as a defensive player of the year. Because if he stacks up a 10-sack season and puts another four or five, interceptions on the board, and then also is great in the run game, that's going to get pretty eye-opening at that point. That's why I did this video. I get to hear a lot from Seahawks fans doing this show, sometimes once, twice a week here throughout the off season. I've obviously got my ear to the ground and listening to fellow Seahawks fans out there and just kind of what's heard. This is why I kind of was thinking more and more about the Stephon Gilmore thing as an option. But that's the part that's kind of driven me a little bit, nuts this off season is the narrative that surrounds Jamal Adams and Seahawks fans complete. We're bailing on this guy after 1 year because he didn't prove himself right out the gate. Right out the gate, he wasn't amazing. And I think they get really caught up on the draft capital given up, and that gets stuck in people's craw, and they can't dislodge it. It's like they're putting the floss between the teeth, but the sucker's still staying deep down in the gums. And it's like you got to get beyond the draft capital. It has nothing to do or any relevance with him as a player. And to your point again, you've got a guy on a Hall of Fame trajectory here. Find a way to use him. You hand 31 NFL defensive coordinators in this sport, regardless of what scheme they're running, a Hall of Fame player at a position. I think they're going to find a way to make it work. I think they're going to find a way to get a lot out of that football player, and I think Coach Carroll is going to do the same. Randall McDaniel says, pulverize that like button. Yes, obliterate it. Turn it into tiny little shards of glass. Go Hawks 05. Gilmore actually had a pretty good-looking season if you take out the play where DK sunned him. Yeah. I mean, when DK fathered him, that's never a good look on national TV, I mean, he's looking up at him at this big monster and just awe. And it's tough for us. It was probably hard for the Patriot fans, and it's never a good look. But with that said, he's still an effective player. It's a little bit of the Sherm thing. Actually, he's probably a better player right now than Sherman is. But at the end of the day, they're giving you kind of an equal thing. They're not giving you what they were in their prime. Maybe they can give you 85 to 90% of what they were in their prime. The scheme's going to protect a little bit of their diminishing skill set, the diminishing speed, the diminishing quickness is aided by a zone-heavy scheme, in my opinion. So I think that there's things that are going to potentially make that okay with it. But I think you also, you got a quarterback who's got Sherman to one side, Gilmore to the other. Where are you going with it? You're just going to sit there and try to attack the middle of the field all day long? Is that sustainable? I don't think so. I think you could really amp up the potential of turning this defense into an elite unit by making this kind of move. And the cost would come down to somewhere in the neighborhood of, you could trade for him right now on this contract at $7 million, which is what Gilmore's cap hit. And Sherman's not going to cost more than probably a 1-year, $4 million deal, or a 2-year, $12 million deal with a $4 million first-year cap hit, something like that. So you definitely could get both of those two guys squeezed, pulled into the cap. Say nothing of if you just wanted to convert Russ's base to bonus finally. Micah YT says, can Roquan Smith be an option? I'm not sure if he's available. RN. Micah, I don't believe that he is available at this point. Certainly would be an option as far as a guy they would look at the outside linebacker role, but then where are you going to put, where would you put Jordan Brooks at that point? Because Brooks is not going to be a Sam linebacker, in my opinion. I don't think he would hold up over there very well. So you would be taking Brooks off the field, which I think that alone would eliminate it, on top of the fact I don't think that he's available. Your boy Michael says Gilmore would be amazing. He would be amazing. And imagine him if you've got him over now to the other side of the football field, because an offense, for the most part, is going to tend to play right-handed. And so what that means is that they're going to get their best wide receiver usually over to that right side, which means that Gilmore now gets to match up for the most part with the number 2, because we know Sherman doesn't really travel. So now Sherman stays over to his side of the field. You've got the number 2 wide receiver now matched up against Gilmore all day. What about that as a proposition? Michael YT says, wait, not Roquan, I meant Akeem Hicks. Yeah, Akeem Hicks is an interesting player. Last year actually had a reasonably good year last year for a guy kind of that people are selling on a little bit. I think he had 15 pressures from the defensive tackle position, which is pretty doggone good. Now, he's been a guy, he runs 350. He's been I think he's been more of a 3-4 guy throughout his whole career. So how does he fit now transitioning into a completely new scheme? Is that really going to be a fit for him and what he does? I'm not so sure. You're already rocking two defensive tackles that are running 350 as we stand with Brian Monet and Al Woods. So you already got kind of 2 space eaters as it is. He is a space eater that can generate some pass rush. I got to acknowledge some of that, but I don't know if Akeem to me just doesn't quite, like I say, doesn't quite move the needle for me. It makes the needle goes like this. It goes, does a little like one of those things when you see the needle on a thing go like that. That's all it does. It's like a slight raise that slowly, goes down. Just, I don't know I don't know it'll be a good fit for us. Jarl, pass on Gilmore. Understandable. Cut Flowers and sign Sherm. Have him start on the left side and Reed on the right. Spoon can come in and spell Sherm, and Brown can learn right. Well, they did have last year DJ pretty much predominantly on the other side of the field, so they didn't have him on what would be the Sherm side of the field for the most part. So they did put him over there, but they could always transition and make his job a little easier, potentially. But that's where they had DJ Reed last year when they had Shaquille Griffin. Griffin would be over to the strong side of the offensive formation, and then you would have DJ to the other side. But I understand where you're coming from with it. I'm just looking to where I can to upgrade the team. And whether you want Gilmore or not, I think that there's no doubting that if you have Gilmore and Sherman, that's a better tandem than DJ Reed and Sherman, or, maybe potentially. I mean, maybe DJ Reed's just on that rise and he's going to be that guy. But I'm not as certain on that myself. I like Reed a lot, but if I've got an opportunity like this, I'm going to pounce. But I understand where you're coming from. And Devin and Randall, thank you again for that donation. I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Your boy Michael says, I've been waiting for this all day and almost done watching all the best Seahawks moments. Thank you going back to that girl. Good content, your boy Michael. I'm due for another great Seahawks moment, aren't I? I've been deep into my labor of love Largent video, and I'm working on a couple other things, but I need to get around to another great Great moment video. It's definitely about time. Jose. How you doing, Jose? Good to see you. Bash M, it's NFC Championship or bust. It's going to have to be that. I think with Russell's press conference, with the situation where it stands right now, we've got to look. And again, when people wonder why I want to be so aggressive, please understand it's not always going to be my nature on this channel to have the foot firmly down to the pedal, blowing through any red light, blowing through any stop sign, hitting the NOS button. I'm not always going to be in this mode, and it's not always my given state as a fan to want to be in this mode. This mode is generated by the desperation a little bit of the situation, in my opinion. I would like to not get in a situation where my franchise star quarterback has to be in this make or break season of it all rides on this. It all rides on one hand of poker, essentially. I would prefer that it didn't get here, but this seems to be the inevitable landing spot of where we're going to lie when we get to the season. And that means that next season needs to be remarkable. Because if you turn around, you make it remarkable, you get to the conference championship, you get to the Super Bowl, you God forbid, win a Super Bowl, well, now everything is mended. Russell will be here for the foreseeable future. We got no problems. But I truly do believe in the depths of my soul, and please understand those that are new to this channel, I was talking about this going back far, far, far beyond most on this, back about a year and like 3 months ago. Russell may not always be here long term if they're not going to do enough moves to make him happy. And while I applaud the moves of this offseason, Gerald Everett, Dwayne Eskridge, it's good. Gabe Jackson, it's good. You're still riding into the season with Ethan Posick at center, which, doesn't blow me away. You got Brandon Shell over right tackle, which he played pretty good for half the year, bad for the next half. Which are we going to get? Who knows? It's a question mark. It is a question mark. Enrique M says, if we got both Gilmore and Sherman, what happens with DJ Reed? Well, I think DJ Reed slides in and competes with Ugo Amadi for the slot. And again, this was the thing this is why I make the reference to 2013 and Antoine Winfield coming to the team, because at that time, you as a team could have very much said, we're good, we're set. We got our young guys here, we're all good here. Jeremy Lane's our slot guy, which is where they were thinking of moving Antoine at that time. But Seattle he didn't win out. Because you stacked up, you had to still release a guy who probably was still a pretty decent player at that time, though he did retire somewhat soon after that. But that the point still stands to me is that I think you can get trapped in this offseason into a little bit of a pitfall that hasn't normally been there in prior off seasons, because we're moving into uncharted waters here. We've never had an extra game onto the season. The players bitch and moan constantly about how long the season is as it is, how devastating it is on the body as it is. So now we're adding an extra game here to the process. Say nothing of the fact, by the way, that we've also taken off in the last year one extra bye week from each conference. So now you also have one extra team every year that also has to play one extra game in each side of the conference because they removed that bye game. Meaning that you could have an extra game where you could be a dominant team who normally would have been one of those two bye teams in your conference. Now you're the second bye team, so you don't get the bye. Now you're playing week one of that playoffs, which is an extra game. So having the depth at the position is huge. And when you talk about bringing in Gilmore and Sherman, you're bringing in some aging corners at that point. There's a good chance that one or two of them might miss some time during the season. And isn't that nice to then have Witherspoon and DJ Reed in your back pocket to insert them in when that does occur? If you've got to put them on the mend and get them right for the playoffs at that point, if you're moving things around properly. I think we've got to look more through the slot of these NFL seasons now, of less about that one guy rolling all the way through and more about, chunks and pieces, because that's how it's been historically for our Seahawks. And part of why it's been that way historically for our Seahawks is because Coach Carroll is very conservative in how he manages injury situations. There's this old gritty approach of the old school approach of a coach, right? He's got the cigar chewing between his teeth and he's looking at his player on the gurney and he's saying, are you hurt or are you injured? Are you hurt or are you injured? Right? And basically what's being intoned here is that get on the field, you can suck it up and walk it through. And so guys play with broken legs and horrible injuries because of this. Well, Coach Carroll, I think, is a lot different in his mindset. And one of the reasons why we were the most injured team in 2019 in the NFL, one of the reasons we're the fifth most injured team in the NFL last season is because Coach Carroll is conservative with his guys. He will give them that extra game or two. He will manage a situation to get a guy completely right and ready to roll. Part of it, too, is we have Ivan the Terrible as our strength and conditioning coach, and he puts everybody on the rack, it would seem, and tries to break them. But Yep. Well, that's sort of my thought process on why I'd like to go this direction. I'm not worried about what happens with DJ Reed. And again, remember with Enrique, both with Trey Flowers, Akeelia Witherspoon, and DJ Reed, none of these guys are on a multi-year deal. All of these guys are on a 1-year deal. So right now, as it stands, none of them are right now slotted to be the future for this team. None of them are in that position as far as at least how they've been put on a contract goes. So at that case, there are no sacred goats in that cornerback room as far as I'm concerned. Randall McDaniel says, could you imagine if we go 8 or 9 or 9 and 8? That would be, I would think that if you went that direction, that Coach Carroll would have to think very long and hard about retiring at that point. I would wonder if, and again, you go that point again, Coach Carroll would be looking at, it may take Coach Carroll doing it at that point to keep Russell Wilson in the fold, where Coach Carroll says, and this is a proposition I've thought about as well, is I have to wonder if there may be part of this ceasefire between the front office and Coach and Russell Wilson has been that Coach Carroll says, look, you're going to ride with me one more year. Come ride with me one more year. Like they have this like meeting in the middle of the night in some darkened, at a darkened church, it's raining outside. And Russ walks in and Coach Carroll's already there. He's got like a hood on. He's like, ride with me one more time. And Russ is like, no, you've made me have to do this too much. You made me have to carry too much of this weight. And Coach Carroll's like, I know. Ride with me one more time. And Russ is like, no, I'm not riding with you one more time, man. You burned me too many times. I've been hit too much. I'm hurting, Coach Pete. Coach Carroll looks at him and says, ride with me one more time. And if this doesn't work, if I fail you this year, I will move on and the team will be yours. But if I win this year, if I take you back to that mountaintop, then you will ride with me again, anew. That's my maybe hopeful, optimistic side in my heart. But I don't know. Maybe that's how it plays out in my dream world of things. But that would be not good, Randall. An 8 or 9, 9 and 8 season would be pretty horrendous at this point and hitting it completely the wrong time. Ethan Tech World says, yes. Thank you. Live stream. Hey, what's up, Ethan? Good to see you. It's good to see you too, Enrique. Seahawks Network. Hello, SN. There is no reason to cut Flowers. He's good depth and hasn't hit his potential. He can easily get him to take a pay cut. You could. And I've referenced this before, Seahawks Network, with the David Moore situation, because they're both carrying the same contract. David Moore came into last year right into training camp carrying $2.1 million on his contract. They went through negotiations with him, and they said, David, we're going to cut you right now, and you might get signed on with the team here in the league, but you'll probably get signed on at the veteran minimum at this point. Or just take the $1 million now, ball out on the team, go get paid this offseason. David did that, went out and got at least marginally paid, moderately paid this offseason. So maybe Trey could be talked into somewhat of a similar thing. YDY says, I still think a proven cornerback is the main need on D, but adding a top defensive end, not saying there is one out there, but if they can, makes the D exponentially better. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm always going to lean a little bit to defensive end normally. I would be completely with you on that wide. I think if you know that Aldon Smith's going to be in the fray and that you certainly are going to have him back, if you're hearing from league office that there's not going to be a massive suspension, I don't know as much as that becomes a need because you are really stacked there. I mean, already you're probably looking at having to cut, 2 of the combination of LJ Collier, Rasheem Green, and Alton Robinson. Potentially you might have to cut 2 of those guys just with the way that you've already got Mayowa, Aldon Smith, Carlos Dunlap, Darrell Taylor. Those guys are all going to make it already. So it doesn't, you only carry so many defensive ends and you're already carrying 3 defensive tackles. You got a lot of Seahawks fans wanting to get an extra defensive tackle there as well. So it's with the balance of the roster, sometimes you got to go lighter, I think, than we fans would love to see them go. But that's what drives me back to cornerback as well. Wayne Rudy, how you doing, Wayne? What is the greatest need for the Hawks? I think we need more depth at defensive tackle, followed by cornerback and depth at center. What are the potential options realistically do you think that the Hawks will target? So, Wayne, let me answer this question kind of by 2 different methods here. One answer by what I would do and one by what the front office is going to do, because those are kind of 2 different things here a little bit. The greatest need, as I think stands right now for our Seahawks, are probably center position for me probably stands out as the biggest main need for me right now. On defense, I would agree with you as far as defensive tackle. The only thing is this is where I bring what the front office has decided to already do, though, is they've chosen Al Woods. So you've got Brian Monet, Poona Ford, Al Woods. Those are your 3 defensive tackles. Historically speaking, over the last 5 to 6 years, you only carry 3 active defensive tackles on game day. So not a high likelihood that you're going to carry an extra defensive tackle at this point when you're already carrying so many defensive ends. It's like one of those positions you got to choose to eventually go lighter on. They'll go probably a little lighter at linebacker, but then that also means it's not even going light at defensive tackle. It just means we can't carry an extra defensive tackle. We can't carry that fourth on the active roster because we can only carry the 3. So I think that that's what prevents the defensive tackle. I will say, Wayne, that it bothered me that they signed so early Al Woods in this process because guys like Sheldon Richardson have been made available, Geno Atkins have been made available, and those guys are 2 pure 3-tech defensive tackles, which is the pass rushing defensive tackle, which is the main need of this team. That's why you're moving Poona Ford off of 1-tech to 3-tech, is because that's the need that is developed with Jaron Reed moving off, moving out the door. So that would be a part that I'd like to see them address, but I don't think there's a high likelihood that they will address it because they've kind of already decided Al Woods is the one. But cornerback is there for me as well, Wayne. I think the cornerbacks are good enough right now. I'd like to make it more of a strength. And I think that's the place that exists to where you can make it a strength. And at this point in the game, Wayne, that's the overarching thing I'd answer. And your question is, you can address at this standpoint of the offseason what is available there to address. Many of these teams are going for it this year. Many of these teams are happy with their roster. They're under the cap. They're sitting where they're sitting, and they're going to ride it out. They're going to see, let's see what we got. So it's harder to go through these teams and say, well, what about that guy? What about that guy? I mentioned a guy like Fletcher Cox, which is an often spoken about name, but there's just no realistic chance that he's going to be cut here. It would be the Eagles cutting a guy where they're going to lose $22 million off of their cap to save $1 million. Why not just keep that guy, especially with the mindset of wanting to still go for it? And so many teams are in that same place with players that we would look to target. So it just shrinks down. It goes beyond at that point what you need and what's really truly a hole on the team. And it comes to me more about where can you attack to really improve this team at the utmost at this point, to have the greatest effect as we approach training camp. Carmine Burkhardt made it not too late. No, Carmine. We're just getting warm. I'm just getting warmed up in here. Jonathan Cross, Dario Malario. How you doing, Jonathan? Good to see you. Ethan, a friend of mine from school needs to do the senior project. He plans to do a podcast where we talk about the Seahawks this season and whatnot. He asked me to join, and I am. It's going to be awesome. That sounds great. Sounds great, Ethan. Get it. Get it, bud. It's fun, man. It's fun talking Hawks. Jonathan says, rat ass. Why do I still think a big move is coming and it will be on the D? My Snyder sense is tingling. My Snyder sense is tingling too. I think a lot of people out there can kind of feel it. Can you feel it? It's coming. But I do think we're getting a big move still down the track here. I think that's one of the reasons that they weren't more aggressive in the Julio situation is and this is just my gut instinct, okay? My deep twingy gut, okay? And that pitchforks are ringing right now. And it's going, another trade's coming. Another trade's coming. So I think we just got to listen to the pitchfork right there in the bottom of my belly. It's never wrong. Jose says, can you shout out what I said about Russ? Yeah, well, please do. Jose's a long-time mod on this channel, one of my original people on this channel. He's got a great YouTube channel. Please, if you guys get a chance, go over there and do sub to his stuff. He's does a lot more consistent content than I do as far as getting up there and talking and live streaming. So please out there. But I think Jose's got some points as far as what he makes, as far as having some issues here as far as where Russ has been a little bit this offseason. And certainly I think Russ's press conference is going to hit some folks, as it does hit me at times, a little bit of where you just want him to be sometimes a little bit authentic with it and get out completely of the politician mode of it and just, kind of, you want to say, go keep it real. And maybe that's just not something that he's real comfortable of doing at this point because there's been so much tumultuousness caused just by barely saying kind of anything. So I can understand his standpoint on it. But I do think that it's going to still hit fans really upside their head when there's not more preparation for this and moving into next season when they're both Carroll and Russell are saying it's all good when maybe not, it's not all completely all good. I hope I kind of captured that, Jose. If I'm off on that a little bit, let me know. Avery, Russ looks like he has lost a decent amount of weight, looking dangerous. Russ does look very svelte right now. He does look, he looks like a thinner version of dangerous. He's dangerous with one less S. Wayne Rudy, KJ, if you're watching this stream and re-sign with the Hawks, you are the man on and off the field. I'd love to see KJ resigned. I don't think he would cost a lot of money. You do have to wonder a little bit, Wayne, if Seattle's trying to sort of hitch themselves a little bit to going with the youth movement. You've got 2 second-round picks. You got a first-round pick and a second-round pick that they're trying to get on the football field. KJ's presence does reduce down the snaps of both of those guys to a degree. So does Seattle want to ride with the youth movement, go young on defense, or go with a little bit of still the older guy who had a really tremendous year last year? I'd love to bring KJ back. Again, I think for what he's going to cost and what he's going to give you on the field, I think he's going to still be better in coverage. He's not as twitchy, he's not as fast as Jordan Brooks. Still think he's better in coverage than Jordan Brooks at this point in time until Jordan proves me wrong, especially in zone. Man, he's got him. He can definitely beat KJ in coverage and man. But zone, I think it's still close with those 2 guys. But we'll see, man. And KJ, come back home, KJ. Come back home, man. It's a Super Bowl run. All aboard. You know what I mean? Your boy Michael, if you need to realize how much Jamal Adams has going against him, look at his past video. If the Jets can make Jamal work, we can also. Yeah. And with the Jets and his production there, we do have to account for the fact he didn't have a lot of help around him on that team. He was kind of the one guy to get it going. It's not going to be that way with Seattle when he is fully healthy. It's part of the reason why I think he's going to really ignite this next year. I think we just about the only game we got to see with our fully kind of healthy secondary and Jamal Adams rolling, full go was that first game against Atlanta. And I thought he was dominant in that first game in Atlanta. I thought he showed you what a defensive player of the year type player can look like playing from the strong safety position. And it's not a traditional, always got 2 interceptions and then the sack and then a forced fumble here. It's not always a lightening it up on the stat sheet, but you feel him on the football field. You feel his presence. And I'll take those type of dudes on my team. I'll find a way to make those kind of good dudes work. And again, the coaching staff now having a whole offseason, having a year of playing around with them to learn how to use them in the right way, I think that they're going to make adjustments as well as smart coaching staffs do. Seahawks Network. So why don't teams use motion every play if it's that simple? Is there something I'm missing, or does knowing whether it's man or zone not matter as much as knowing the specific coverage is essential? Because that's you sort of hit on the nail on the head, Seahawks Network. Most teams, and I would point back to even Seattle recently with Schottenheimer. You take the motion, fly motion sweep of the receiver. Seattle will use a fly motion sweep, but they'll use it as just kind of like here, we'll show it to you. They're not trying to move a linebacker out of an A gap by a half foot. They're not that much into the details, in my opinion, of the scheme. They were much more of just like, to me, Seattle's running game recently, especially with Carson, has been more of a probing type running game. It's like they'll find a weakness on your defensive line, and then they'll just try to hammer that defensive line weakness over and over again. It ain't sexy, it ain't fancy, but it's just this sort of just keep punching approach, like Rocky hitting meat in a freezer. And it can work, but there's other ways of doing it. And I think with what the Rams do with their scheme and that pre-snap motion, it's trying to move that defender and get him to commit in a direction and get him moving post-snap one way. You get a defender who's doing a hop step to clear out a one gap to another gap because he's got the receiver in motion and he's got to be able to still get to that receiver if it's given on the fly sweep. And then you attack with the running lane into the left gap. Well, that's when you start getting, more smarter about it. And then the wrinkles that you can move. And that's why I point to that Brett Carman video that he did, because it shows so much of how they go into that game, not just starting out with that's how they're going to first attack linebacker. But then when the defense makes their adjustment, then they adjust this way. And then when the defense does that, then when they bring the fly sweep coming across, there's always a counter move at play. And you're actually playing from a strategic standpoint rather than this wild, hair on fire, chaos driven kind of approach at times. That's been really what's kind of, I'm sorry to say, a little bit at the foundation of where our offense has been recently. The other thing that's very key on this is the disguising part, and you cannot, this part cannot be undersold. This offensive scheme does not just come out of Sean McVay's head. He didn't just bear this out of his brain in some utter moment of brilliance. He's not the next Beethoven of NFL coaching minds. This goes all the way back to Bill Walsh, who truly was the Beethoven mind of the NFL. He truly was one of those genius Tesla-type guys of the NFL. And the offense he created, and I did a lot of research here kind of for the show this week and looking into Bill Walsh and studying him a little bit more. And I was surprised versus what I remembered with Bill Walsh, because you think of Bill Walsh with Mike Holmgren's and tones and stuff, and everything being that short passing attack, essentially using the 4-yard throw like a running game. Essentially, instead of doing the running up into the thing, we're going to do a 4-yard throw. And sometimes that 4-yard throw with Yak and Jerry Rice will be busted for a 40, 50, 60-yard throw. But it was also how the play pass was married to the passing game, and how much it wasn't just a matter of, and we're going to run, we're going to run this play action stuff first. What we run, it'll look similar to what we run with the running game, but also in the details of all the individual players, in their stance, in the quarterback carrying out the fake all the way through, in the little nuances of making sure everything looks just right and just the same every snap in a certain way so the disguise plays out perfectly. I don't think that the tiny detail approach, this is why you hear DK Metcalf use the word intricacy and Russell Wilson mention the same thing, because I don't think that those tiny little details, those little things that we're going to ask the lineman to do, the running back to do, and those to take the right step, to have your body looking in the right way so that it looks the right thing to, so it confuses the defense thusly. I don't think that that's existed as much in our offense previously. I think they've run motion. I think that they've probably run plays that look very similar to what a Rams offense would run, but without the sort of intricateness that is at play. And it's not the intricacy of the play. It isn't the receiver running a fancy route. The intricacy is in the details of the players and how they're instructed to do what they do, rather than just go block this guy. We're going to ask you to block this guy in this fashion. You're going to come down and do it in this way. So I think that's the unique part of it, kind of above all else. I hope I kind of got that right. HB, best Seahawks channel, hands down. Love the chill vibes. Don't ever change, my guy. Oh, thank you, HB. I'm always chill, even when I'm even when I'm wound up. But I appreciate you. Randall, about to be some thunderstorms here in Palm Springs, aka Yakistan. Yeah, it's kind of starting to get a little cloudy here too. Boy, it's been warm today. Welcome. I love getting a little bit. It's been cold here in the Pacific Northwest, at least in my neck of the woods here. So it's nice getting a little bit warmed up. Break off the icicles. MSR Rook, Dio's drafting Trey Brown make you think we're going to start blitzing more and playing more man? Oh, sorry, MSR Rook. He says, does drafting Trey Brown make you think we're going to start blitzing more and playing more man coverage? It's an interesting question. It's part of what I had thought would be more of the case here, MSR Rook, because really his game was not playing, anything outside of press, really. You had him out off press and what Seattle would normally have their cornerbacks do, which is play off ball, 7, 8, 9 yards, and then drop into a bail technique. He can certainly learn it, but that's not really what he was doing at Oklahoma. He was getting up in guys' faces and then just mauling them, just absolutely mauling them. So you're really not taking most advantage of his skill set to have him work off ball. The thing that I've wondered with this, to your point, MSR Rook, is if you're keeping your Jamal Adams here long term, if you are signing him, sorry about that. Had to fix something. If you are signing Jamal Adams long-term, then you're going to want to utilize his blitzing ability. The only issue with this, of course, is that historically speaking, Coach Carroll's defense, if you go back prior to Adams getting here, have been one of the least blitzing teams in the entire NFL over an 8-9 year span. They do not blitz, right? So they've got to make that transition, and I think they started to make that transition last year. Really embraced it and understood that if we're going to get the most out of Jamal Adams, you've got to do some more of this. So having a guy that can get up in a guy's face and play press really melds well with a more blitz-heavy attack and a more blitz-heavy approach. So I think that there definitely wasn't a little bit of an eye towards that, MSR Rook, in his ability to do that and ability to pair those things together. Otherwise, it doesn't make a lot of sense to bring Jamal Adams here long-term if you're not planning on tapping into that skill. I think they over-tapped into it at times last season. But with that said, still doesn't mean there isn't a reason to try to, that's what you want to do with your defense, is pair all of their skills together so it all fits. Like Earl Thomas fit to Cam Chancellor, that fit to Sherman. You want to do similar things in how you draft and put your units together, which he would be a good theoretical fit with Adams. Wayne Rudy, what is everyone's thought on the half-life of Russell? Option 1, lifer with the Hawks. Option 2, trade him after next year. I'll let the chat on the below decide on this one, Wayne. My personal opinion is that we're going to be at our best long term with Russell here. I don't think that he is tapped out as a player. I think going to an offense that modernizes the Seahawks a little bit more, gets him into more of those details I talked about, takes advantage of the things offensively that the great offenses in the league take advantage of. I think that that's going to allow him to tap into another level of play. Not that necessarily he's into a level of play where he'll be the best Russell we've ever seen, but that he will still be able to be an elite Russell even as he moves into his later 30s. So I would like personally to see him stay myself. I do think that it all rides on this season though, Wayne. I think that if you win and you get to a higher plane than you've gotten the last 5 or 6 years, he remains. I think that if you tap out at the same place that you've topped out at recently, he goes. And I really do think at the end of the day, it comes down to being as simple as that. This is a man who named his child Win. That's what he named his child. So if he's in a place where he's not winning, and by winning, getting to conference champions, getting to Super Bowls, when his peers are getting above that, the Aaron Rodgers, the Tom Brady's are getting to that spot, then I think we've gotten enough from the feel from the situation to believe, regardless of what he's saying right now off this press conference, that probably means that he's, I hope it doesn't happen that way, but I do think it's going that way. Thank you, Jose, for reminding everybody. Please do slam on that like button if you happen to like what you're hearing. Helps me show up on all those algorithm searches on YouTube. Gets me all these new Seahawks fans. It's cool. By the way, folks, the biggest growth we've had here in the last 28 days on the channel. So awesome from all you guys out there subscribing to the channel, all the new subscribers. I salute you. I would hug you if it wasn't for a pandemic, but I appreciate it. It's been awesome watching this channel blow up. Just so many new subscribers. So amazing, man. Why says for those who want KJ on the team, it seems clear that Seattle wants to see how all these young linebackers do and thinks signing KJ will stun their development. Add that KJ probably wants a starter role. Yeah, it could be that they just want to move young on this. It's a completely valid potential here, and there's many teams in the NFL. This is older than time, the NFL, of moving on from an aging veteran that maybe still has a little bit of gas left in the tank to not necessarily tap into the bottom of that tank, but go into the younger guy that you want to start to develop and move along. And when you do look at Darrell Taylor right now, there's not a clear pathway for him to get on the football field for a lot of snaps as we stand right now. Carlos Dunlap, Alden Smith would seemingly take up a lot of snaps. I would think Benson Mayo and him would be competing for a rotational role. Kerry Hyder's then in there. You've got Alton Robinson in there. You could easily find yourself, if you're Dale Taylor and you don't just burst onto the scene here, finding yourself with like 10 to 15% of the pass rushing snaps at that point. And Seattle looks at that going, hey, we gave up a 3rd round pick to move up in the 2nd round to get this guy. We want to get a lot more snaps out of him at that point. So at that point, then you want him as your starting Sam linebacker to take that 15% of the snaps up to somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 40% of the snaps. So it makes a lot of sense as to why you want to do that. And similarly with Jordan Brooks, you're not going to move him to Sam linebacker at any point in time. He is a will linebacker outside of until you eventually move him to his best position, which will be middle linebacker. But outside of having KJ in there on pass, just as in coverage in nickel and dime situations, you're going to want Jordan out there really. That's the only caveat, but then you've got to your point, slide KJ into the role of saying, hey, look, you're not the starting Sam, you're not the starting Will, you're going to come in on nickel and dime situations as a cover guy linebacker. What do you say? And KJ's probably not going to want to sign off on that. Micah, I'm hearing some Rams fans still saying that their losses in the defense is not a big deal. What do you think? I am always open to being proven wrong on anything, Micah. And the thing I will always gravitate towards saying within that is that, okay, Rams fans, I can ride with you on this one. Just explain to me how. Explain to me how. I think I read somewhere that they lost 9 coaches this offseason. They lost one of the best safeties in the league, one of the best slot corners in the league, one of the best one-tech defensive tackles in the league, their backup running back, a fairly good rotational receiver, their H-back tight end, their starting center, a starting linebacker, and they didn't really sign anybody out in free agency to replace those positions. So it all must come within, while they also have been dealing on, a minimal amount of draft capital here over the last couple of years. Something doesn't quite add up in that equation, does it? So I can be sold on the fact that it doesn't matter and they'll just not skip a beat because they're just that good. But I don't know that they've got the history of winning that the Seahawks have a history of winning to say something like that, for instance. They certainly have drafted well. They certainly have scouted well recently, considering they've had to work off of so few picks really at the end of the day. But I don't understand why the Rams fans have that level of confidence that they do. Especially, again, when they can't really explain to me how you fix it in. Jalen Johnson's gone. Who's taken over Jalen Johnson and providing that same impact? Slot cornerback has become almost more important than your third linebacker. It's become a position where on some teams is playing 60, 65% of the snaps. Who's going to be your slot corner now? Who takes over that role? What is it, Taylor Rapp they've got there? Unproven, not yet ready to, hasn't shown much. It's when you have one position of unproven that you're changing over, that's one thing. When you have 6 positions of unproven that you're changing over, that's quite another thing altogether. Maybe it works. Maybe they find a way to twist through that. But I'm going to remain skeptical because my recent history has been, regardless if it's a rival or a nemesis team, any team in the NFL loses that amount of starters over an offseason and doesn't have answers in the draft and doesn't have answers in free agency has a hard time hitting back at the same mark that they hit the previous year. That's just usually historically how it's played out. Randall says, if Russ leaves, it will be more about the broken relationship or Hawks believing he's declining. Ooh, what a great question. I think I butchered that, Randall. So he says, if Russ leaves, will it be more about the broken relationship or the Hawks, the front office, believing he's declining? I think it will be more about Russ feeling the relationship's broken because Seattle does technically have him next season under contract for more years. And if they wanted to just say, hey, play under the contract, we're perfectly happy with what we're paying and we'll let you just ride through the end of this contract and then whatever at that point. I could see that Seattle being in that standpoint and Russ being more pushing of like, let's just drive this forward then. If the long-term commitment's not here and you guys really aren't on board with this, then I'll just push this forward. But with that said, at that point, it's not Russ driving forward and really making that parting happen at that point. It's every bit as much the front office, even if it's tacitly sort of going, okay, well, I mean, we'll do it if we have to, which I think they were doing a little bit of this offseason. It's one of the reasons they were so quiet. And I would call their silence a little bit through the offseason of a little bit of a tacit approach to it and sort of, let's see what teams out there maybe enter into this fray and want a little in on Russell. Let's see what we hear. We'll listen. Jarl says, great performance. I'd buy that on Blu-ray. Thank you, Jarl. Do you think Shane was the best addition this season? I think Shane's probably going to have the most impact. Does that make him the best addition this offseason? Maybe. I think transitioning to a modernized offense, an offense more detail-centric, is going to be the biggest effect. So, yeah, I guess it is kind of that at that point, right, Maxwell? I mean, one does begat the other. But yes, he's what he's going to do as far as change this offense, as long as they fully buy into it. That's a little bit of the key here, because I do have in the back of my mind at any one point in time, just rattling around in the back of my brain is just that thought process of you bringing in Schottenheimer 3 years ago and you going, and then him coming in with his playbook and saying, here's my playbook, Pete, here you go. And Pete going, yeah, that looks great. So I want you to do me a favor, Shotty. I want you to do me a favor, Shotty. Yeah. I need you to cut that down by about 70%. Keep 30, and then come on back with us into the back. And, that's a tough thing to do with an offensive coordinator. I hope to God they're not doing that with Waldron and that they've realized that's not a good approach to just keep doing the same thing they've been doing for the last 10 years. There will be some of what we've done prior. I still expect us to see a lot of read option out of the shotgun at times, probably too much. But we also see a lot of under center stuff, a lot of the play action under center with the details driven in like I was talking about a second ago. So gives me hope on it. But yeah, he's the biggest addition. Wayne Rudy, were the Hawks really in on the Julio trade talks, or was it a PR move to help show Russ we are all for this season? We are all in it for this season. It's a great question, right? A great question. I would have to think I'm a guy that tends to go beyond words to more actions, because I think actions will always tell you a little bit more than words will. We know by words that Seattle was in on it. We know they were probably one of the top ending teams still in on it at the end of the day, but I would probably not be the least bit surprised if they didn't truly make a legitimate offer here. It sounds like Tennessee was really that only team to do so. It sounds like Seattle was kind of caught up a little bit in his cost this upcoming season and wanted the Atlanta Falcons to eat some of that salary. in order to bring him on, which Atlanta was not willing to do. So I don't think that they made a really true, strong run at him. If they would, they could have beaten that offer all day long. A second and a fourth, and then you get a 5th-round pick back. I mean, that's for Julio Jones and what he could have done with that receiving core. Again, I love Tamarian Terry. I think Dwayne Eskridge can be a guy who gives you some good production right out the gate. Say nothing of what we got in Tyler Lockett and DK. They're great. But, man, what Julio's addition could have been, in my opinion, I don't know, Matt Schleiper, how you doing, Matt? He says, we need a big splash pickup. We need to be in win now with Russ's window closing. That's what's driving it for me, Matt. That's what's driving. And you've got to be aggressive. If you are a fan that wants Russell Wilson here long-term, if you're a fan that values him as the best quarterback that's ever played for our Seahawks, and you don't want him to go play for anywhere else, then you should toss any of this safe aspect of your brain out the door. Toss any of this, well, what about in 2023? What about in 2024? That doesn't matter for us right now. Because if Russ leaves and he goes a bye-bye, guess what? Our 2022 and our 2023 ain't going to be jack anyway, is it? What are we going to be at a team at that time with Russ gone? Any of us think that Coach Carroll at that point, 71 years old now, losing our leader, is going to just go find another one in the draft? Here, we'll just go get Spencer Rattler. Come on, Spencer. We'll be right back at it now. Here we go. Probably not. So to me, it's not a risk anymore at that point. If there's two realities here. There's one reality where you go out and you win and you go all in and you do everything in your God-given power. You use every last inch. You use every last cent of that salary cap space. If you can put avoidable year, you put it. If you can convert base to bonus, you convert it. Because if it goes wrong this year, your next 5 years are in the trash heap. That's what it means. Unless you're a true believer in your heart somehow that Coach Carroll and Schneider can just on the fly return things back to like the Legion of Boom-like era with a rookie quarterback, dominant defense, and here we go. If you believe that, you can sell me on that. I can be sold on that approach. I remain a little bit skeptical. I remain a little bit like, I don't think you're going to be able to pull that off. So I don't have any worry about going for it right now. I don't have any worry about future draft capital, future salary cap space. I don't want to hear none of that. None of it. Unless you're fully embracing Russell Wilson moving on after the season. If you want to be a safe person, if you want to say we need to take more of a patient approach, nobody ever wins by going for it, which is I'd love to have we can have that conversation here in a second. Because that is BS to the core. There's been many recent teams that have gone for it recently and won it. And you cannot look no further back than last year for proof of evidence of that. Benito Quevedo, we need Geno Atkins. Geno would be a very good addition, Benito. And a guy, I can't lie, I'd love to have him as well. I get hung up a little bit on the fact that Seattle only tends to hold 3 defensive tackles. So they probably would move on, I guess, from Brian Monet at that point to bring him on. That'd be the direction you'd look. Maybe you could trade Brian Monet and bring Geno Atkins in at that point. Maybe there's somebody out there that'd throw you a 5th, 6th round pick for Brian Monet. I don't know. But they do only run with 3 defensive tackles. So that's the one thing that I would wonder with on that side of things with it. But no denying, Geno Atkins has been misplayed in a 3-4 scheme over the last couple of years. He's a purified 3-tech pass rushing defensive tackle. He'd be great in that role for us. I think he's still got just a little bit of juice left in the tank, not a ton left. You'd have to manage him. But he's got maybe just a little bit of juice. Brian Lee, how you doing, Brian? Who do you project our starting corners are going to be? Would you feel comfortable with having 2 short corners, Brown and Reed, out there? Personally, I would love it. Brown and Reed are dogs. Well, thank you for jumping on in here, Brian. And there's no doubt about it, both of those 2 guys have a dog mentality. I think that if you're like me, reverberate a little bit from that Legion of Boom era. Your cornerbacks had a little bit, it was beyond just a swagger approach. There was a tenaciousness to them. There was a physicality to them. There was a presence to them. Those 2 guys have that. Whether they don't have the size and the length of those former guys, they're not giants on the football field, but they've got that same sort of dogged nature. You know, you wouldn't want to fight either of them. You know, even if you were tougher, even if you were more bad, even if you hit harder, you wouldn't want to fight them because they're going to give you every last inch they got. Joe Mama, thank you for subscribing. So I like the thought process of both those 2 guys out there, but I think, Brian, you got to remember here with Akilio Witherspoon, the player you're getting in this guy. He's a player. He played better than Shaquille Griffin did last year. He's been a guy a little bit on his ascent here. Took him a little bit of time to kind of figure out his way. He's dealt with some injury problems, kind of getting it together a little bit. But he's a guy, everything that you look for traditionally in a cornerback from previously, at least in Seattle scheme before they went after DJ Reed and these Trey Brown types, which is he's got that 6'3" build, and he's just coming into his own. Let's not forget, Brian, he's only 25 years old here. So you got him on a 1-year prove-it deal, $4.5 million. He's going to come into camp absolutely, knowing he's got to earn, he's going to try to earn that next contract next season when the cap goes up. So he's going to try to get his Shaquille Griffin contract on the back of a season. He looked at Shaquille last year. He's going to do something like that. And I think he can do that. He had a better year than Shaquille did last year. I think he'll give you an equivalent season to what he had last season. He knows the scheme already because San Francisco has a lot of their same things they do with their corners and their secondary. Seattle does. So it'll be a very seamless transition for him. So I think it's Witherspoon and DJ Reed as your two starters out the gate. Benito says, I believe offense has to carry the defense until they can mold again. This deep line will take a while to adjust. Maybe a little bit, Benito. I think you're going to have a little more ability to hit the ground running with the defensive line because you're not going to be sort of chasing your tail a little bit with the situation. You look at recent history. You had one offseason, for instance, where you went with Ziggy Ansah and you drafted LJ Collier and you said, okay, our pass rush is fine. Well, in retrospect, that looked laughable, didn't it? And it drove you at that point to have to go make a trade for Jadeveon Clowney at the last minute. And then this last offseason, you said, all right, Darrell Taylor, he'll be good enough, and we'll let Jadeveon Clowney go, and we'll sign Benson Mayo and Bruce Irvin and Darrell Taylor, and those three guys, along with Alton Robinson, we'll combo all four of those guys together, and they'll all get like 5 sacks apiece, and that equals 25 sacks, and then with the rest of the guys, we'll get up to like 40 sacks, and it didn't work. That didn't work, and then you had to make a trade for Jamal Adams, partly at the last minute because you needed to buffer up, kind of get your pass rush a little bit better than it was. And that's one of the reasons that you had to blitz him at such a heavy rate, at a much more heavier rate than he was ever blitzed with the New York Jets when he arrived with our Seattle Seahawks. Now we go into this offseason. Did you make the same mistake as a front office? No, you did not. You got Carlos Dunlap back in the fold. You got Benson Mayo back in the fold. You signed Kerry Hyder from the 49ers, who's not a star, but he's a very competent pass rusher. You signed Aldon Smith on top of that. You have young guys in Darrell Taylor, Rasheem Green, LJ Collier, and Alton Robinson. Really only one of those guys you need to just relatively pop. Not even pop, just be a productive player in the rotation. So it's more about having finally the talent at the position to be able to excel. And while I don't disagree with you, Benito, that Atkins would be a great addition to the inside of the defensive tackle position on our team, more of the pass rush is going to be driven to me by what we're getting out of the edges, off those two edges. And if they're doing work, if they're pushing up that quarterback up in the pocket, watch the defensive tackle start to collect their own amount of sacks within that. Leroy Estevan, what's the big move? Well, I can only say what the big hopeful move is for me, Leroy. I'd love to go with Sherman and Stephon Gilmore on both sides of it. The thumbnail don't lie. That's what I would like to foreseeably see Seattle do, because I think it's the move that exists that you could pull off. It's not this like pie in the sky idea, rosterbation stuff where it's just, me dreaming. I think you could fit it in the cap, wouldn't cost you too much draft capital. You wouldn't be completely mortgaging in the future, and you would turn what's a reasonable strength into a great strength, one of the biggest strengths on your team. So I gravitate towards that direction of it from my standpoint of it, Leroy. Plus, there's not a lot of available options in trade to go out there and be made. 822 Bugs. If possible, would you rather trade for Akeem Hicks or sign Geno Atkins, or would you rather leave the defensive tackle position alone? If I've got to make a choice on that, I would go for Geno Atkins. I would make that signing, and then I would just here's where they'd have to get cold-blooded about it. This would be like Dave Chappelle cold-blooded, right? Like Rick James cold-blooded. In that I would go to Al Woods and I'd be like, Al, baby, I love you. I know we signed you to a 1-year deal, but we didn't know Geno Atkins was going to be available when we signed you to the deal. Sorry, man. And then I cut Al Woods and then I bring in Geno Atkins. Run Dove, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Run Dove. So I would go that direction with it. I don't know if that would resonate very well in the locker room, pulling a move like that. But look, Geno Atkins is the best 3-tech defensive tackle you'd have here. Going back to probably Clint McDonald. I made Michael Bennett too, but Michael Bennett, he was almost kind of a quasi-defensive end that you pushed into defensive tackle and pass rushing situations, whereas Geno Atkins, when I say he's purified. Sub 6 foot, 300 pounds, super quick first step, understands how to use his hands really fast to get himself free for quick pressure. he's just that kind of dude in that way. And in a lot of ways, he's better than even Clint McDonald was, that you had back in the NASCAR pass rushing days of 2013. So it's been a long time since you've had a guy of that kind of talent as a pass rusher alone. I don't know how he is in the run game anymore, but I know he can still give you some juice as a pass rusher from the defensive tackle position. Whereas again, with Keem Hicks, 8822, he's a 3-4 guy. He's a 3-4 guy. I don't know how he's going to, I don't want to transition a new guy into this defense this year on the fly and see if that could work. I want more certain bets at this point, less flyers. Insert colorful metaphor. I think Russ likes to manipulate the media because he knows how disrespected Seattle sports teams are by most sports media companies. I definitely think he was in a strong messaging mode in the press conference the other day. And there were certain things that leaked out here and there where you could take a little bit of like, oh, there's some truth there. Oh, there was definitely a lot of, he stays on brand. He stays on point. You got to give him credit for that. He understands how to be very savvy with the media. And built within that is that we don't get a lot of juicy nuggets of information that we get to really glean from him when he has a press conference. That's kind of the downside of it. But yeah, I think he has a way of definitely manipulating a little bit. I think the media was relatively good. Softy kind of gave it to him a little bit on questions on a follow-up. A couple of the media members were showing a little bit of grit, which was good to it was good to see on that respect. You know, they don't tend to like to enter that fray too often with them. So it was nice to see them pressing him a little bit about his timing and why you waited to now to finally say something. And I don't think they got a lot of great answers to their questions, but it is good that they at least asked because I think you have to ask as a journalist there. Insert colorful metaphor. He was trolling ESPN and the NFL Network, making them look foolish while making the Seattle Seahawks and Seattle the center of attention. I'm cool with how Russ managed this entire thing. It could all work out great with that insert colorful metaphor, and I get the impression you feel like that the connection back between Russ and Carroll has been genuine and that there is sort of like everybody is back to being in a happy state. And if it is that way, I'm completely that's great to hear. Awesome. You know, I nothing but what I would want to see happen in this situation. I'm just a little bit hesitant with that because of just between body language and just some of the words that they've used and the way they've discussed this situation, the lack of not converting that base to bonus money, insert colorful metaphor, that could have been done at any point this offseason, which would have been an indication of you long-term, you know, embracing back Russell here into the fold. That's the part that gives me a little bit of hesitance with it, just to a tiny degree. Not that he can't be here long-term, and not that I don't want him here long-term, which I do. But just that, man, I sure would like to see a little more of a certainty between the front office and the player on this matter, if that is the case. Jose says, you got it. Thanks to the shadow. I hope I kind of encapsulated well, Jose, a little bit. I get your frustration with the situation. It's kind of like I'm just talking about here with Russ. It's just, we're all trying to find the truth of what's going on here. Is Russ pissed at Carroll? Is he done with Carroll? Is Carroll in the front office somewhat done with Russ, but they just couldn't get out from under him because of the contract and the $39 million dead money hit? And we've got a lot of kind of, you know, PR leanings and twisting and turning and everybody trying to manipulate the scenes in the way that they want it manipulated without a lot of necessarily truth being really put down upon us. So we're all in a guessing game. And that's where I think, as I said, I think we come down to the one certainty we can take from all of this back and forth, and what is this and what is that, and is he going to be here long-term or is he not? Everything's riding on this next season. I come back again and again and again. Everything rides on this next season. Coach Carroll's future, Russell Wilson's future, the future of potential greatness for this team, if it can capture greatness, runs out on this next year's success or failure. Jake Mason, Darrell Reese Sr., thank you for subscribing. Jake Mason, who could we look at for depth at running back? Remember that season when all of our running backs just went down and we brought in Lynch? I just don't trust Homer or Dallas to fill in. Indeed, Jake, to your point, running back tends to be one of those snake bit positions of the football team for us. Not even going back to the year you were mentioning, being 2019. We could go back to a playoff game back in the Minnesota game. It was 2015 when you're on the road in the Ice Bowl game, where I think you had Jawan Harris. I am probably mispronouncing. That's how little he mattered running back to me. You had him having substantial carries in a playoff game at that time because Marshawn couldn't get to rolling, coming off, I think, the abdomen injury that he had at that time. You had nobody else really behind him. So it's been a position that's gotten decimated a couple different times, which has been tough to watch. Unfortunately, right now in the open market, there's not a lot of guys out there in the open market. Our guy Wayne Gallman, that I know Randall was big on, went off. I think that would have been a big one for Randall. He would have been hyped on that one. But no, there just isn't a guy out there right now really on the market that's going to get you very much excited, I don't think. you're going to have to take a look at maybe making a trade. Unfortunately, again, this is kind of a little bit to my point on there not being a lot of other players at other positions that are substantial, that those trades are there to be made, that the teams are holding on to those said players. Who is the backup guy that you could go out there and pluck from? Like, for instance, the Ravens, just another one of Randall's favorite guys, Gus Edwards, a guy that would have been a scheme fit with the Seahawks, a very Seahawk moldy running back who's playing on the Ravens, who are stacked up at running back right now, and foreseeably maybe could have looked to maybe move him. You could have plucked a guy like that. But then they signed him to a 2-year, $10 million deal here about a week ago. So a guy even like that doesn't really exist out there in the market as a guy that you could pick up. Doesn't mean that guy doesn't exist down the line, Jake, to around the trade deadline. What has to happen in this situation, I think, is we just need a couple of these teams to get out of the race, those teams that think they're competing right now, think they're actually in it, and maybe then you can go find that running back from a team that's no longer in it. That you can find running backs like that. You've historically been able to find running backs like that on given teams. I think you could do it once again. So you've got enough out the gate to be fine, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if they look long term at somebody else, at the running back position. And who knows, Jake? Maybe they got beast mode up on the line too. Maybe they're telling beast mode be ready by about week 9 this year. Beast mode. We've just built it within our planning now. It's just built within the planning. Just be here by about week 9. Does the beast got anything left, Jake? Benito Quevedo. I trust DJ Dallas. He looks legit. I'm not as high on DJ Dallas myself, Benito. I think he's potentially could be a third down running back. But, man, going back to his tape in college and watching him last year running between the tackles, he's not a guy that's really going to be able to break very many tackles. You get a hand on him, you're pulling him down to the ground. He can't fight through even arm tackles. Arm tackles bring him to the ground. He's not terribly sudden necessarily. I think he could be a decent player for you. Again, third down back, special teams guy, but he's not a guy that gives me a solid amount of confidence necessarily. Randall says Walsh era Niners would pass to set up the run instead of run to set up the pass. That is true, Randall. They would do that. I do think, though, that they married a lot of the way that the passing game would look very much the same, so that when the running game came in, you had defenses playing to that passing attack. And it's the marrying of those two concepts, I think. And it's the lack of marriage of those two concepts and how our offense, I think, has been run prior, where our running game's been kind of doing its own thing, and in the passing game's been it's doing its own thing. And really the modern offense should put those things together and have them interlaced, where it's like, okay, we'll hammer. Okay, let's take a deep shot now. Hammer. Okay, let's take a deep shot now. It's this wash, rinse, repeat methodology to the way our offenses run a little bit prior. One of the reasons you hear like what they say at the press conference, both with Carroll, what you hear with DK Metcalf this offseason, Tyler Lockett, we just couldn't make a lack of adjustments. Because everything's so simplified before. Everything was maintained at this real simple state. And I think that's where Coach Carroll sometimes drives both offense and defensive side of the ball at times, because he trusts in keeping things simple, because the players think less, so then they can just go out and play. That's the methodology behind that. But there's a place where you can go a little bit too far in that approach, where you dive onto the margins of getting sloppy at the cost of having a little bit of that refinement, a little bit of that accuracy, a little bit more of a pinpoint nature to your attitude of things, which I think they needed to kind of now course correct back over a little bit. And Randall says, I don't think Carroll is a detail-oriented coach. No, I think that's one of the weaknesses of his coaching. He's got a lot of strengths: motivator, recruiter. There's a lot of things I think Coach Carroll does really good on. I think sometimes, though, he doesn't want to get bogged down in the details of things, because he's just going to look big picture on stuff, and that can be to his benefit. That can be a helpful approach, but it also can burn your butt a little bit at times, right? Wayne Rudy, when will we see our Sonics back? I recently moved to the Valley of the Sun, and it's killing me watching the Suns. Daniel Stern, you suck. Wayne, it sounds like it's getting closer and closer. Now we've been tantalized with this before, right? They've definitely made us. They've dropped this little thing out recently. Like, oh, maybe we're gonna do expansion. Maybe we'll do an expansion this offseason. Maybe it's time for Seattle should be one of those teams to get an expansion. So, I don't know if they're going to do it this offseason or not. You've heard Alex Rodriguez. I find it hilarious, but Alex Rodriguez, of course, bought a stake in the Timberwolves, and now there is some sort of background battle going on between Alex Rodriguez and Kevin Garnett, where Alex Rodriguez wants to bring the Timberwolves back to Seattle and try to mend the fences that he burned down to ash on his way out of town back in the day. So it'll be interesting to see if we get the team out of Minnesota. I'm sure many of you say, well, you don't want to take a team from Minnesota. I can get all that. I, like you, just want my Seattle team back. I don't think that we should have had them stolen in the first place. We supported that team for years. They won a championship here. I have a hard time with, we were the number one team that needed to be moved on. It was more about Clay Bennett had found the team that was available for sale and then moved him, and he was going to move whatever team he bought outside of some New York, LA franchise. He was going to move him regardless. So I think it is coming down the park soon, though, man. I think it's this offseason. Wouldn't be surprised if we get news that it's happening, especially if it's just to resolve the situation with the Timberwolves moving. If the league just creates the expansion team to keep Alex from moving the Timberwolves at that point, if Alex is getting some motion in that direction. YDY says the main thing that Waldron will add is better move, more motion, and more play calling, or more play action. Sorry. YDY. Being able to disguise, run, or pass gives the O-line a huge advantage. Knowing what was coming was Seattle's biggest flaw. It's a very good point. I do want to bring up as well this, if I've got it here. I got a couple of notes here you guys are going to see here on the screen. I wanted to bring up as I was doing some research on this stuff that just kind of jumped out to me. And these are just some basic points about this Rams offense and things that I think are a little bit different from what we've run into. And this is a little bit to your point a little bit, why. But yes, the pre-snap motion, the post-snap motion, and the play action, especially the play action coming up under center, where everything looks as you're coming under center. The quarterback looks the same as a running game. The linemen look the same in the running game. And part of this is going to be towards this next comment, which is said by Dan Orlovsky, who's not the greatest commentator out there in the NFL, but he's a former NFL quarterback, and he does know what he's talking about in regards to this particular point. He said the terminology, and this is in regards to an article written by the Gridiron Online in regards to the Rams offense as they were coming into the Super Bowl against the Patriots at that time. So it was kind of doing a little bit of a deep dive into the Rams offense. This is the same offense we'll be bringing aboard here. He says the terminology may be different than what this season's Rams use, but the overreaching goal is identical. You're moving so much of the offensive line, your passing windows are much bigger because of all that movement. This is former NFL quarterback and current ESPN analyst Dan Orlovsky, who played for the Rams in training camp last season. I'm not sitting back there behind basically stationary guys. I've now created more passing lanes. It's easier for me to find passing lanes because instead of sitting in a tackle box set about 5 yards wide, it's now something that's about 8 to 9 yards wide. Oh my gosh, this is huge. This is huge in consideration because what he's meaning by this stationary wise is you have linemen off the snap. And I'll take this off for just a second here. You have linemen off the snap, and what do they do off the snap? All of them, right? They take a step backwards and they get up into they hunker down, right? But like he says, they become almost stationary. They're not really moving at that point. So where does your passing lanes come into at that point? Well, they've got to be created. You've got to get your linemen to work in coordination to create a given passing lane. For instance, you'd say, Russ, your first read is going to be the right side of the formation. So Brandon Shell, you've got to get the defensive end moved out of that way, edge that way. And the guard, or my right guard, I need you to pin this guy back into the offensive line, back towards the interior of the offensive line to create that hole. Well, now if you're doing a running play, you have the lineman already in movement, already in motion to a direction, already to create some kind of open hole. And the hole will sometimes open itself naturally just by the decision the defensive linemen make in the direction that they're going. If they bite into the run play, let's say, right? They're off their pass rush game now. They're just trying to hold their lanes and they're all about stopping the run completely. But now you, as your quarterback, you round out of that formation. All those linemen are mobile. And sometimes now you have these natural open passing lanes that you can take advantage of. Again, things that weren't really as much built within our system before. It was more just built towards all run. For instance, a guy like Tom Cable didn't care about really pass protection at all. Everything was just about showing run on every play. We'll show a run look, and his pass protection, the onus of it was built upon, we'll fool the defensive lineman by just making everything look run-centric. But again, it was very stationary in its base. It was very much, not as much the zone stuff, not as much the just trying to always challenge the discipline of the defense to the edges, essentially, and then taking advantage of that thusly. So I'm really excited. The more I research onto this offense and trying to understand the differences of what we've seen recently to what we're going to see going forward, this is what, again, I'd point to as far as detail-centric or, the very detailed drivenness of the offense in general. Kevin Johnson says, wow. What's up, Kevin? How you doing? Ethan says, I definitely agree with how our running has been. All we had was using our running backs as battering rams. Carson's nice, like him, but we don't have actual guys like that anymore. It's time to change. Yeah, it's great to hammer up in the middle, but it's great to use the outside as well. And that's another thing that you're going to get with this Rams offensive scheme, is more of a prevalence of outside zone runs, something that you've at times ignored. And it's been strangely ignored because you had a quintessential great outside zone runner in Rashad Penny that you would utilize over and over again up into the A-gap, hammering him over and over again, as they tend to want to do for whatever reason. That stuff should start to go away. A lot more of attacking in the run game on the edges. There'll still be the interior stuff, but they're going to attack the interior stuff with a purpose. I talked about that breakdown Colorman did of a Rams game where they're attacking into an A gap and they get the linebacker to overcommit one side. And then literally the quarterback Goff does this very simple thing of, rather than his handoff would go out to the outstretch of his right arm, he switches back around and hands off to his left arm, and the running back just comes back around his backside and takes the ball and basically almost is going into the very same hole he was going at prior, but now he's attacking the hole quicker, taking advantage of the false step of the linebacker. And it's the counter. It's not just the first plan of action that they have. It's the counter. And then the counter to how when the defense counters them on that. It's the constant ability to again, just be thinking of this in terms of chess, not checkers, which is we've been a little more of checker driven recently, I think. 822 Bugs. We have an elite defensive line and Jamal Adams on the edge to blitz. We have a speed safety in Quandre Diggs. With the pressure, the quarterback will be throwing inaccurate passes, perfect into a turnover. It is 8822. This is part of why I want to drive to get those corners on the outside, is Sherman and Gilmore can take advantage of misbegotten throws. And if you've got those two guys out there now, with a defensive line, to your point, that's generating that type of pass rush, which I expected to do, I think we have, as long as we can get Alton Smith back in the fold and he doesn't get suspended, we potentially have the best defensive line that we've had in Seattle Seahawks history. Yes, even be of and beyond those Super Bowl teams. I think it could potentially be even better than that, especially if a couple of these young guys pop. But it's going to help to have those guys on the outside if you can take advantage of that, because it does speed up the quarterback's throwing motion at that point. You got good cover guys that can hold on for a second or two then. Now they're there to make the pick six all day long. So I think the effect of having two great cornerbacks as opposed to two decent to good cornerbacks with a great defensive line, that's where you start to pair it together and really truly turn it into an elite unit, in my opinion. Insert colorful metaphor. Russ wants to be a Seahawk for life. He isn't going anywhere so long as the team doesn't S the bed in 21. No early WC exits, no more. Wild card exits, no more. Sorry, Insert. I mispronounced that a little bit. Yes, Insert. I think that he does want to be here. So I don't think there's any denying that in the right world and everything working out correctly. Like if we took Russ and we had him under a lie detector test and we said, Russ, what's the best thing for you? Like all things being considered, like you're going to go win 6 Super Bowls over the course of the next 9 years. Where do you want to win those Super Bowls? Seattle would probably be his answer, and that would be the truth. But to the back end of what you just said, insert colorful metaphor. They can't crap the bed here in 2021. Crapping the bed, having a season like you've had over the last 5 and 6 years, and that's why we've got to be concerned. That's why we have to be aggressive. You've had the same, you've been doing the same loop, like that live, die, repeat with Tom Cruise, right? Or Groundhog Day. You've been doing this in the playoffs for the last 5 to 6 years. You know, you're waking up, Sonny and Cher are on the radio singing, right? You're Bill Murray going, oh my God, I'm in this town again. You know, oh my God, a one game playoff exit again. Dear God, what's gone on here? And so I think this year they're going to get past that point. I think they've got the schedule to do so. I think they've stacked the team to go do so. But sure, if there's anything you can do to push that a little more forward, a little harder, a little more aggressive, then you want to take advantage of it, because you don't want to arrive at the end of the season saying, man, maybe if we had made 1 or 2 more moves there at the end, maybe if we hadn't thought we were just good enough, which has been a common mistake we've made in prior years, which is part of the reason we've tapped out recently. Why don't we then push this forward this year? Why don't we do it from a new standpoint of really, really pressing this understanding that so much is riding now on this year? Joseph Smiley, how you doing, Joseph? Says, don't you think Pete leaves before Russ does? I don't think Pete wants to start with a new quarterback. That's the thought process of why maybe I think, Joseph, there has been the ceasefire, yet still the sense of tension, right? So we have a ceasefire. Both parties are saying essentially, okay, no more media stuff. I'm not going to say I went out right now. I'm not putting any more teams down I'm going to be traded to. And the front office is fine. We're not going to talk any more stuff about you or about you having tantrums at meetings and stomping your way out before a Cardinals game in the middle of a season. Okay? So they get to a ceasefire state. But yet there still remains a little bit of this tension that we can still kind of feel just a little bit. Right? So I wonder if maybe Coach Carroll has said to Russ, I love you, Russ. I don't want to get another quarterback here. I want this to work with you. I don't have a long time here. And if I, as a coach, have topped out, if I no longer can get this team to the promised land, and certainly if having one more year now with all we put into this team to not be able to get to that spot now, that would maybe be enough of an indicator to me to say, okay, Pete, you had a good run. You got a lot of pelts on the wall, but it's time to move on. And Russell, now it will become your team. I could see that being a given situation for this Joseph, and that would be a good explanation for why there does remain a little bit of that tension. I don't know if Pete's the kind of guy, though, that would say that necessarily. I think almost like there's a part of me that feels like Pete signed that 5-year extension last year with the thought process that he's going to be coaching the next, I know he says he takes it, I think, every in a 5-year period. I think he's planning on coaching the next 3 or 4 years. I don't think he necessarily has this plan in his mind to make this his last year in the NFL. That's the part that makes me a little hesitant to embrace that necessarily, Joseph, but I'm open to it, and it's possible. Why do I? I wonder if Seattle will stick with so many bare fronts if the cornerbacks show they can cover. With so many bare front, purely a measure to help poor coverage or a change in style? What's your opinion? The bare front's always going to be helpful if you've got a blitzing safety that you want to feature. That's a good front to use a blitzing safety out of. So it helped to feature Jamal in that way. Really, it was driven by necessity, because when you look at Jamal Adams and how he was being blitzed through about the first 10 weeks of the year last year, he was being blitzed at double the rate of what he was being blitzed with the New York Jets. And he was being blitzed at a pretty incredible rate with the New York Jets. So they were overusing it. They were going to it too much. But it's very hard to run a simple 4-3 under scheme or run just a 4-man front and you bring Jamal up as the de facto 5th man. It's a very simplistic type of blitzing scheme that gets very easy for pass protections to block up. When you start stacking more guys at the line of scrimmage, you can create a little more confusion, especially when you start running some of those zone blitz games, especially drop a defensive lineman out who thought they were going to have to double, or do a couple different things like that. You can kind of run those kind of games. It's easier to run those games with the bare front. I think you'll see it more than you would have saw the bare front in, let's say, 2016, but you're not going to see it as much as you saw it in, let's say, 2020. You'll probably see maybe some kind of happy medium between the two as far as how it's utilized. Why do I says, I hear a lot of people thinking Taylor at Sam will make him less effective on pass rush. Bruce's rookie year had 8 sacks being a Sam. Taylor can still rush from the Sam. Bruce Irvin did not play any Sam linebacker in his rookie year. So he was transitioned to Sam later on in the process. And he was transitioned to Sam specifically because what happened was early on in Bruce Irvin's career, you had Chris Clemens and then it was Bruce Irvin. But then what happened is you brought in Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett, and now Bruce Irvin became the low man on the totem pole. And so they were just like with Darrell Taylor now, they were trying to find a way to get this first-round pick snaps on the football field. He was effective as a rotational part-time / kind of de facto somewhat starter a little bit as a rookie, but that changed up as they went along. I don't think it's going to affect Taylor in any way, shape, or form in his effectiveness as a pass rusher being a Sam. If anything, it makes him more effective because he gets more pass rushes. He gets more attempts, theoretically, at getting to the quarterback. The Sam's not going to, usually rush the passer a lot. Sometimes he's going to have to control a gap. Sometimes he's going to have to go take a running back in the flat. But there is going to be some times as well that he's going to go after the quarterback too. So I think more bites at the apple, you're going to take more of that, you're going to get closer to that core. So I don't think it could hurt him. Seahawks Network says, also, I watched the All-22 on the 2014 Week 3 game versus Denver. Wow, that's going back. And the way the Seahawks used Cam in that game was very similar to how they used Blair in the preseason game versus Denver. Yeah, I think that they saw bringing Blair in as a guy that would be your new age Cam Chancellor. He's every bit the hitter that Chancellor was, but that he could do some little more coverage things than what you could get away with doing with Cam. I think a little bit. That's I think the thought process with Blair, as well as the interchangeability of him moving in between strong safety and free safety. He can legitimately play either one, I think. But that's interesting to see, man. That's interesting to hear that they were using him in a similar fashion. Not surprised, but interesting. Seahawks Network, they use Cam as an edge defender similar to where Blair played. I can go back and count the snap counts on where Cam lined up. Interesting in how many ways we can use him, Blair. Yeah, you can definitely, hopefully they find a way to get Blair on the field this year, Seahawks Network. It'd be very sad if they just sits on the bench because they're like, well, he's not our starting nickel corner, and we just don't have a safety room for him there. If they found a way last year to get Ryan Neal and Jamal Adams on the field at the same time, which they did at times, found a way to get both those guys snaps on the field, then you would think that they would be able to find a way to get both Marquise, Blair, and Adams on the field at the same time as well. And boy, that would some innovative coach out there would find a way to use those three guys. One less linebacker on the field. Do what you need to do, but get inventive. Make the talent work. Wayne Rudy, the buzz down here in Phoenix is that the Cardinals are primed to take over this division. Do you see the 49er era or Rams having a bounce back year as well? Hell of a division. Wayne, it's a crazy division. We've got it started a couple years ago. I said this is an arms race. I've said this is now a nuclear arms race. I've now said that this is a bloodbath. I don't know what next word I'm going to choose as it gets more and more intense. But it is the toughest division in football, I think. And there's some tough divisions. AFC East is coming up. NFC North is tough as hell. But I still think we're number one right now. I like the Cardinals' moves this offseason to a degree. It's a little confusing as far as how much age they took on. J.J. Watt and Malcolm Butler and A.J. Green. They kind of got older a little bit, which is strange to see to me. I think you would have built a little bit with more younger talent, but they've got a lot of splashy players on that squad. I like that kid they took last year as kind of a jack of all trades linebacker. You can move them all over the field as a piece, as a weapon. J.J. Watt's going to pair really well, I think, with Chandler Jones, as long as both of them can stay healthy, of course. But man, it's going to be tough because you're going to have to single block one of those two guys, which is going to probably make the other guy thusly more effective as a player and as a pass rusher. I think that they'll be good. I see them right now as the third place team in the division right now. I think the 49ers are in fourth place. That's largely built because I think that they're going to have the fourth best quarterback play in the division. And I think that a lot of where you are at as an NFL squad gets driven a little bit by your quarterback play or held back, let's say, by their quarterback play. Even if Trey Lance gets in there and is good, he's going to have his bad moments mixed in there where they're just not going to be, I think, quite good enough to really challenge. I could be proven wrong on that one, but I'm not sold on the 49ers at this point. Not completely sold on them. So I've got the Cardinals at probably third right now, right lockstep in there with the Rams at number 2. That's kind of how I see the division. Of course, our Seahawks. I got us number 1. That's how I'm going to do it. Nas, do you think we can seriously win this division? Yeah, I absolutely think we can seriously win this division. What have the 49ers done this offseason? Look at the moves we made this offseason. You bring Gabe Jackson, Gerald Everett was a solid signing. Alden Smith, Dunlap's brought back in, but you also then get in Kerry Hyder in addition to that. Al Woods isn't a huge deal. Dwayne Eskridge, you haven't done any huge monumental moves, but everything's been solid. Okay, well, what's the Niners done? They got Trey Lance, gave up a huge amount of draft capital to do so. He's a guy who's a pick for the future. Jimmy Garoppolo is topped out for them. They're obviously selling on him. They've got a couple receivers. Kittle's okay. Their offensive line is really, really positioned to be really a run block centric offensive line outside of Trent Williams. I think they're going to have some problems in pass protection, especially if they have to throw the ball. And I don't think that defense is going to be as dominant as everybody believes that they're going to be. They lose Robert Saleh, who's supposed to be this great defensive coordinator, but much like the Rams fans tell me with losing all those starters off the team, we won't miss a beat. We won't miss a beat. We'll just be the same we've always been. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. So I think that the 49ers are a little overrated, big time overrated. And with the Rams, I think that they're good, but again, same thing. You lose 7 starters, you bring in Matt Stafford. It's like a formula. Matt Stafford, Jared Goff, minus Jared Goff plus Matt Stafford minus 7 starters equals what, a team that won 11 games last year, now winning 10, 9? How to ascribe to them that they're going to be better as a team losing that many guys? I can't. Can't do it. Won't do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Maxwell Stern says, did you see what Russ said that taking the pay cut? I didn't see him mention anything about taking a pay cut. I mean, he mentioned the bonus money mentioned the surprise about the base not being converted to bonus, but that's not a pay cut. So was there something else he had said? YDY says, Russ cleared up everything in his presser when he said winning cures everything. Seattle makes a playoff drive this year and all the talk goes away. Seattle has another one and done. Yeah, I think it's important probably to go to that one. Seattle has another one and done. I think you were finishing up a thought there. Why do I? But that's what it really boils down to, the bottom line on this whole situation. We win next year, Russ stays. We don't win next year, or we win marginally, Russ probably goes. It does, for as complicated as the situation's been, is he getting hit too much? Is the front office putting enough resources into him? Is he asking for too much money? All the back and forth. It really gets down to a real simple state at the end of the day with this situation. You've got to win next year to keep Russ. D-Nugget says, Russ just tweeted that he was surprised Jokic got ejected from an NBA game. NBA seems to eject everybody at like the smallest drop of a hat. I don't know why. They're trying to make their league softer, I guess. Kevin Santiago, drop Russ and just draft him again, dummy. It's serious. Seahawks Network, the Russell watch is real. At this point, it's warranted. It is. It is warranted, unfortunately. Unless we hear him sign to a new contract, bonus take the base turn to bonus, we're going to be sitting here just kind of in wonder for pretty much the whole year, unfortunately. You know, it's going to have us all a little bit on the edge of our seats, I think. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's not going to be the funnest thing. But sometimes tension is good. Sometimes tension can bring about, change. Sometimes tension can bring about success, as weird as that sounds. So it doesn't mean that's necessarily a death knell for our season to be in that sort of lame duck status state. MSR Rook, I think we should sign Sherman so we can get the best out of who wins the job for the other corner position. And also Sherman has more playoff experience. I'd go with Sherman. I mean, the nice thing, if I got to pick between Sherman and Gilmore, I go Sherman. He's going to cost less. You don't have to give up draft capital to go get him. Less years you probably have to commit to him because maybe Gilmore might want a new contract. I'd be more in favor of that MSR Rook. I will be right back. I'm going to get some more cafe, and I will be right back. Bear with me, folks. All right, we're back. Back and better than ever. Randall says, after this year, Russ will more than halfway to Favre's consecutive game streak, counting regular season. Yeah, let's prop to Russell Wilson. Longest, I think, consecutive game streak going right now in the NFL. I think he's in the top 10 state or something like that, top 6 all time on current runs of games, which has been pretty awesome to see. So, yeah, props to Russ for remaining it, man. Randall, he is... One thing you cannot question with Russ, there's a lot of questioners, a lot of people, you cannot question that guy's toughness. To be able to play in every single game of his career, to never miss a start, and do it on the back of playing a lot of playoff games, to having sometimes a shortened off season. Never missed a beat, doesn't miss practice, gets out there, he's a gamer every single week regardless. Just a tough guy who probably he does that's above all of Russell's skills, above all the things that he does well and who he is as a player. His toughness may be the thing that he gets sold shortest on above all else. That guy's, you got to be legitimately crazy tough to be able to sustain that type and never miss one game. Never do it. This week, coach, I'm going to call it this week. I'm hurting a little bit. I'm hurting. No, every week. Pull yourself out of that ice bath and get out there on the field. It'd be amazing if he breaks Favre's record too, Randall. Your boy Michael says, what made you want to start this channel? It's a great question, your boy Michael. A couple of things made me want to do it. Number one, I wanted to do a little bit of a historical channel where I could cover items historically that I didn't think get covered as much on YouTube. And Seahawks fans, I thought especially some of the younger generation might be a little bit unaware of. So it gave me a chance to do that. It gives me a chance to be really creative. I'm always at my best being creative. I like being creative. It's when I have funnest time. Sometimes you got to do your daily job, 24, your 5-day a week grind, and it's, not as creative, not as much fun to tap into that. The other thing, though, was a big reason by doing this, your boy Michael, and something that's I think I've been proven out on, relatively speaking, is I felt like there was a lot of folks out there in the media and a lot of people that talk about Seahawks that don't really know what they're talking about, or they'll bring up things that are BS that's not the truth. And I felt like there was an opening here where when you look at the situation, it's not always a big question mark. This Russell situation, for instance, you'll have reporters who'll tell you everything's been resolved, everything's great. Both sides say it's good, so we're going to hear them say it's good. We're going to believe what they say, and then they would never lie to us, of course, so it must be good. And then you have the other side of it, who might be in another different lens of it, and that's a vagary. Rather than getting to the bottom line of stuff, and I really trusted in this channel I could get down to the bottom line on stories. Let's cut through all the BS. Let's cut through the back talk. Let's talk through the emotions of the situation and kind of get to the bottom line, because I think when we're all more better informed fans, it's funner to watch the game, in my opinion. The more you know, the more depth and the more details of the game that explode off the screen for you. You know, that's the beauty of football, is you can watch it on so many different levels. You can just watch it as a game of big men banging into each other. You can watch it as tacticians going at it. You can watch it as tacticians going at it, as players tactically going at it and setting each other up. And then even beyond that, go to deeper levels of it. So it lets you just keep pulling back layer after layer the more you look at it. And I love that part of that. That's why it's my favorite sport. I think it's very unique in that way. YDY says, I like Seattle having so many guys, young guys on one-year deals. How hard would you work your ass off if you knew it was going to lead to tens of millions of dollars? Watch some career years for a few dudes. Football is one of those sports, and it's I'm not always happy saying this, but I like you having guys on one-year deals. I think you're at your best. You get your best from players when they're on prove-it times, when they're trying to go, I'm trying to get paid. I'm trying to get that contract. You're going to get that extra day of work in. You're going to put that little bit extra in that offseason to make sure that you're right for the season, because so much is riding on the line of that money. Gerald Everett goes out this next season, and he gets 45 catches and 800 yards. And if he signed this year a 1-year, $6 million deal this offseason, now he suddenly gets to turn around and sign a 3-year, $29 million deal next offseason. And there's an equivalent of those type of deals sitting out there for a guy like Achille Witherspoon. Witherspoon goes out and has 3-4 interceptions this season and balls out in 15 games. He ain't getting 1 year, $4.5 million offer. He's going to be offered a 3-year, $29, $30 million offer. So 4-year, $35 million offer, especially with the cap going up next year to probably around $208 million. So I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I think it's a good thing to have as many of those guys as you can kind of pull. I know it's maybe long-term. There's front offices that would say you don't want to do this long-term because it pisses off the locker room and stuff. But I sure think you get the most out of players when you get them into that state of mind of things. Randall says, talking about who starts and cuts, we got to get through training camp and preseason. Injuries are real. They are. Having a little bit of flexibility isn't the worst thing, Randall, too. You sustain an injury at a position you did not think would be possible to get sustained at, or you're suddenly light at that you didn't think you'd be light at. Now you can have a little more flexibility and mobility to go out there and grab a guy out there on the open market if you're kind of driven to do so. So maybe it's in the best the best strategy point for Seattle to sit back and maybe wait a little bit on this, especially if they feel fairly solid with the squad they have. I don't care whether the deal comes down prior to training camp or prior to the season or just before the trade deadline. Just at least make 1 or 2 more major moves to top this thing out, especially at the positions that are a little bit light right now. Wayne Rudy says, who are your breakout players on defense as well as offense? My breakout player on defense would be Alton Robinson. That'd be my breakout guy for you over there. I could also see Marquise Blair being the guy too, because Marquise Blair is a guy that I do like his talent quite a bit. He's one injury situation and strong safety or free safety from coming in there and showing out and being a really good player and just taking the job and then never letting it go again kind of situation. He'd be the other guy that I probably would point to. I think those are the two guys. I lean between them, and then I go back between them and like Witherspoon, who I think is ready for a breakout as well. Those are the three guys that I think are just really primed. Offensively speaking, my breakouts on offense would be Rashad Penny, because they have not addressed another running back. He's going to get his touches this year. I expect him to be healthier. He's a great fit with Shane Waldron's scheme. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people if he gets the attempts. If they give him a chance, he's going to ball out. I really believe that. Other than that, offensively, I don't think I've got anybody that necessarily is going to do anything above what they've been, offensively speaking. Outside of that, I think everybody basically sits back into the same kind of spot they've been at for the most part. So he'd be just the one guy offensively. Your boy Michael says, imagine having Gilmore wear number 24 with Sherm 25. Perfect. It's perfect. It's uniform, right? It's very like, it's perfectly balanced at that point. Perfectly balanced. Randall says, I wonder if Gronk had thought about swapping to 69. I think that's the first thing he thought about when he heard the news that they could switch to any jersey they wanted. I think he instantly was like, does Gronk want 69? Yeah, Gronk wants 69. Gronk wants 69. Coach, Gronk wants 69. It's going to cost you $150,000. Gronk wants 69. Run Dove. Thank you, Hawks Nest. I appreciate you, Run Dove. Thanks for subscribing. Ethan, starting to believe when Pete says we aren't making any moves until minicamp, I think hope. I'm referring to move with extending Adams. They really want to see him recovered first. Could be that, Ethan. I'm not surprised that the negotiations take a little bit of time, / even there's a little bit of holding out mini camps and stuff like that. That's not going to make me suddenly get worried or nervous about the Adams situation. This could be something that needs to take a little bit of time to fully resolve, especially if Adams is asking a little bit for too much money. But I do think at the end of the day, the contract gets done. It'll end up being happening, and he won't miss significant amount of time before the season. Herbicide 73. Think you're looking at the defensive line all wrong. The defensive tackle this year should be Ford with Woods backup and Hyder with Collier backup. You got Dunlap and Robinson on one end and Mayo and Green on the other. Let me read it. So you should be Ford. So Herbicide, that's not what the coaches have led us to believe as far as the starting unit you're going to see. You very well may see LJ Collier or Kerry Hyder at the 3 tech, but when you're going to see Kerry Hyder or LJ Collier or Kerry Hyder at the 3 tech, you're going to see it on the NASCAR package. So if we go back to how Seattle tends to like to run things, and this is going back for 10 years, early downs, when you're in a base formation, when you're maybe in a potential of a running downs, they're going to trot out 2 1-techs. Okay, 2 1-tech defensive tackles, 2 big, fat, run-stuffing defensive tackles. Now, in this case this year, you probably will see Poona Ford and Brian Monet, Al Woods combination early downs. Poona Ford's a former 1-tech being moved to 3-tech, but essentially the same rule of thumb is played out that's been playing out for the past 10 years. You have 2 1-techs. So then what they do Herbicide is what they did back in the era of the Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill days, right? You then on passing downs flip out those 1-techs, and then you flip in 2 3-tech defensive tackles. So in that case, to your point, you'd be looking at potentially then on a passing down nickel, like if you're going in a nickel or dime. Now when you're on passing downs, you're going to then bring in the 2 defensive tackles that are 3-techs. So you'll have a LJ Collier / Kerry Hyder paired with being another Poona Ford type, or even so, maybe moving around a little bit more than that, maybe getting a couple of these defensive ends we're not thinking about moved in, like an Alden Smith type if they want to go that direction. But historically, that's how they've gone with it. So they go 2 1-techs early downs, they go 2 3-techs late downs when they have the personnel to get it done. They don't always have the personnel to get it done, though. Sometimes they only have like one 3-tech like last year with Jaron Reed. So you can't really run it out as much and move those guys out. But it's less about starting really in Seattle's scheme. It's more about snaps and the rotation than anything else when it's going right. Nas says, why in 2019 when Seattle was the most injured team in the league were we not treated like the 49ers this year? We even almost won the division. We did. We almost came a half yard away from taking away from the Niners that year, who were remarkably healthy in that 2019 season. They didn't have very many injuries at all. So I echo your sentiments on this. I don't understand. It's part of what I've been scratching my head out with all offseason, where the 49ers and the Rams in some ways get sort of a pass in this respect of, oh, these are definitely one of the more elite teams in the NFC. Well, they're definitely that. They're absolutely that. Are they that? Do we know that for sure? Based off of what? The Niners got to a Super Bowl 2 years ago, but they've also sandwiched that with 2 bad seasons on either end of that. So does that make them a consistent winner? And whereas the Rams have been a consistent winner recently, and they've done a good job of it, they've also lost a lot out the door. They've lost a lot of coaches, a lot of players. They've given up their first-round picks for it's going to be like 10 years before they get a first-round pick. You eventually kind of pay the price for that. And they've been more of the all-in approach than even Seattle has recently, and how they've gone about spending their money and making their trades and all that other stuff. So I don't know why they get the pass, Nas. I don't, but they do. You're right. Brian Lee says, I'm still waiting for Penny to have a big year. I believe 2021 could be the year in the Waldron offense, but at this point, it's pretty clear he's going to have to live up to this draft position. Well, Brian, they didn't pick up his fifth-year option on his first-round rookie contract, so he is indeed set to be a free agent at the end of this year. It is a prove-it deal from his standpoint because of that. There is some slight questions with him when it comes to work ethic. You can see a little bit in the pudgy body type that he has at times on the field versus other running backs that are just yoked up and they don't have a bit of fat on them. And you're like, why don't you look like that? But I think that's part of what kind of happens with Rashad and why he gets kind of hate on by some Seahawks fans. What I gravitate towards, Brian, is the fact that they've really misused him to a large degree at times. He gets hammered up in the middle on the same type of runs that you've asked Chris Carson to run. Those are runs that are built for a guy like Carson, not as much built for a guy like Rashad Penny. He's made the most out of them, but that's not where he's going to excel. He will excel when you get him out in space, out on the edges. So this scheme specifically, the way it attacks, we go from... If we go through the roots of this scheme, you go from Bill Walsh to Mike Shanahan, and then how he adapted the scheme and really brought in the outside zone run-centric aspect of this zone-based running scheme, really attacking outside, right? Then it goes from that. Shanahan just kind of moves on through. Then to Shanahan, McVay's in that tree. McVay breaks out of that tree. So it's really going to attack more of that outside zone run, which is really I would argue bedrock of Rashad Penny's game. I mean, that is what he is as a player, is get him out in space and let him work because he is a fast guy for a running back. For his size, he is legitimately fast. 312, who do you think is the dark horse Super Bowl contender going into next season is going to be? I don't know if the Cleveland Browns have gotten to being a Super Bowl contender as far as what people think of them right now, but they are certainly, I think, a contender that's kind of a quiet one that maybe people aren't considering more of. Who would be a contender? I don't think anybody if you're in the NFC. I'm not sold on anybody in the NFC at all, be honest with you. What about the San Diego Chargers? What about the San Diego Chargers as a surprise team that could come up and be a Super Bowl contender that no one's considering? If I want to go like super surprise, not like, oh, what about the Buffalo Bills? Like, that's not a surprise. This would be a surprise, but Justin Herbert had one of the more impressive rookie campaigns in a 10, 20-year stretch where we've had some really impressive rookie quarterback showings. He had one of the more up there role, like top 5 that we've seen, if not even better. I mean, and his arm talent is legitimate. He can move. That's a team with a lot of talent out there. I mean, they do. They've been missing Derwin James the last couple of years. What happens if they finally get him back in there with Joey Bosa rolling? They could get back to maybe getting that defense into a good state again. So they're a team to me that could surprise people because of that. You stack an amazing quarterback on a team that's got some other players, like, you got some potential there. But they're also a team that might not even make the playoffs. So there's a pretty wide range of where they could kind of land next season. But I guess Cleveland and them would be the two teams I would think off the top of my head. And this is, again, you mentioned surprise, so I'm trying to go outside the box a little bit. Noah Malka, do you think Alex Collins could contribute and maybe even compete for the running back 2 spot since he's played well last year while he played? I think if, sorry, my nose is itchy. If Rashad Penny's healthy and he's not fighting through anything injury-wise, especially last year that pertained to the torn ACL, then he's going to beat out Alex Collins for the running back 2. But Noah, I will say this. I think Alex Collins is far and away a better running back than DJ Dallas, better than Travis Homer. And if that's the case, then he should make the roster. And the skills he's showing off that we're hearing from him in camp this offseason, the thing that seems to be a part of his game that he's starting to add on is his ability to catch. If you go look at Alex Collins, I think it's Instagram or Twitter, he's going down the field in practice here, and he goes up and mosses over the top on Trey Brown on a given catch, which I think is pretty impressive. But again, if he can land that third running back role, which we really need somebody to land into that spot, that's really not Carson's game. It's really not Penny's game. We need a guy that can kind of specialize in that role. That would be great if he could be that guy. But I like him so much more as a runner between the tackles than I do with the guy with either the 2 Homer or DJ Dallas. I'm not with those guys. I think are just not good enough to get it done. Not good enough, Noah. Randall says, do you think Paul Gallant tries to attend the press conference, but Michael Salk says, no way, Jose? No, because I don't believe Paul Gallant would ask a tough question of any player. I think he'd ask fans tough questions, but I don't think he'd ask a player a tough question. I don't think Gallant cares to go. I think Gallant would be like, I'd have to drive out to the VMAC then, right? I'd have to drive out there. Like that. I mean, why? Why would I do that? What's he going to say? They'll ask the question. They'll ask whatever I would have asked. It'd probably be something like that, Randall. Jaboy Michael, when John steps down, we need you. I'm ready, Jaboy Michael. I'm ready, man. I'm just sitting here in the wings. Seahawks, call me. Call me. Call me. I work for free. Randall says Wayne's World Gallman and Gus the Bus Edwards. Well, Randall, I am going to start calling you the running back whisperer, man. You do seem to have your eye for running backs. So I'll give you that, buddy. You got a line on them running backs. That's the one position I'm never really super confident in my scouting. The running backs are always just a tough one. You're trying to take it where they're getting help from the offensive line, where they're doing it on their own. Sometimes it gets tough. I'm looking at the film on that. 312. I'm pretty confident Seattle will get an expansion team by summer of 2022. I hope so. 312. We're definitely. I know this city is thirsting for a basketball team again. And there's a huge base of the city that just only basketball fans, not even baseball or football fans. They were just Sonics. The Sonics were their jam. So it'd be great to see. It really would. Randall McDaniel says, telling you Melvin Gordon's going to be this year's Fournette. Makes a lot of sense, Randall. I mean, when you got Javonte Williams, what he renders Melvin Gordon useless, redundant, not necessary. So, yeah, I could easily see them cutting away from them to try to drain a little salary, especially, Randall, if they end up making a trade for one of these two quarterbacks. I mean, they could potentially be on one of two of both of the kid out of, Deshaun Watson out of Texans and say nothing of maybe potentially an Aaron Rodgers deal if that ever comes down the track. So you would have to move on from his money the second that happened. He'd be the first candidate to get the salary cap down a little bit. So it wouldn't surprise me if he is. He'd be an interesting player for sure, Randall. So he'd be interesting. I don't know what he'd cost. I don't know where the market would be with him at that point, but a guy you'd kick the tires on for sure. Randall says, I think Alex Collins is a nice third down back, not third down back. Yeah, I think third back. I think he'd be a good third back for us. Considering the options, I'm okay with potentially finding an upgrade in other places if one does pop up like last season with Fournette that happened right at the start of the year. But where we stand now, I don't hate the running back situation. Randall says, what drives me crazy about our offense, first down, incomplete long ball, second down, 2-yard run off read zone, third down, long pass. Yeah, so it's simple. There's just a simple, it was a rhythm that it was like a rhythm of the song. There's those songs in the 70s that have this simple pop 3-string chord, ding, 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 ding. And that's been our offense. Just, it could sound snazzy at first, but then you hear those chords continuing to play over and over again. Okay, can you play something else? Do you know another song? And Shoddy's over there going, I don't know. I never learned how to read. I don't know. That's how I picture it anyway. But yeah, it drove me crazy too, Randall. The offense at times last season, I was cursing every other play going, what are they doing? What is the plan of attack here? What is the methodology? What are your inner workings here about what you guys are trying to accomplish from one play to the next? Because it seems haphazard. It seems sort of like, let's try this. Well, now let's go try that. Well, now let's try that. Okay, let's try throwing deep. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try this. It seemed a little bit of that, a little searching in the dark with a flashlight kind of mentality. Wayne Rudy, Paul Gallant is terrible. Is it me? Every time he speaks, the volume seems to go up 3 times. I physically cannot listen to him. Yeah, there's not a lot of Paul Gallant love, in this chat. I don't think, Wayne. And yeah, I think we're all pretty much in agreement where many of us are looking for at times more. It sure be nice to have more radio voices that we could kind of gravitate towards. Even, just you do your work, you want to hear the background noise. I can't do that with that guy. I can't do it. I want somebody there at 710, 950. Give me some people. There's some guys you can still listen to here and there, but man, it's getting more and more thinner on the local radio scene for guys you can just kind of I can listen to you and you're not going to be, the takes are not going to drive me crazy. What was Paul's recent one this last week I saw? I said he was on the going for it never works in football. That was his big hood. It was nice too, because even Danny O'Neill, who's usually pretty conservative as well, took him apart on it in live time. And it was like, yeah, it does. It actually does work. Going for it does work. It has recently. So that's false. What about the Philadelphia Eagles dream team from 2007? Oh, is that it? That's what everybody says when you do everybody's example of the going for it approach not working is, let's go find this one team from 14 years ago as an example. Okay, what about the 2015 Broncos? Well, yeah. What about last year's Tampa Bay? Well, yeah. Yeah. Go Hawks 2021 says it's game after game. First half, they're behind, sometimes a lot, then they come back in the second half. Yeah, and based up on that simple play calling, the predictable play calling that Randall was pointing to, that's part of that predictable play calling, which gets thrown out of the door with the new offensive coordinator. That's why we should have some confidence in this new offensive coordinator, because he's bringing in a scheme now. You're not going to run a whole bunch of different variants of the formation out there. No, it's a lot of the same formations. You're just going to run every type of different play out of that formation. It's the building block of this offense, and it's what makes you harder to predict pre-snap. The defense does not know what's coming, and they don't know where it's coming from. And that's two kind of keys that I think it's just not been part and parcel part of our offense up until this point for the last, I would say the last 10 years. It's been missing. I think their offense has been more of hammer up, and then we'll bring that safety up into the box, and then we'll have a nice open deep ball up over the top, and we'll hit him with a chunk play. I think that there's been more of that methodology at play. Randall says, was Orlovsky the Detroit quarterback who ran out of the back of the end zone for a safety willingly? Yes, he was, without having a defender push him out the back. And he's not a guy that I like as necessarily a pundit, but the reason I posted his comment here was because he's a guy in his final year in the NFL, went into training camp with the Rams. So when he speaks upon that formation, and some of it opening up those throwing lanes, coming off the play action, under center play action too, by the way. Not if you're in a read option, for instance, you still might have those guys drop back in that sort of, standard pass protection state that they might look at. Whereas if you're under center and running the play action off of that, they're actually going to get some mobility into a direction to start to create those natural passing lanes that'll exist. But yes, Orlovsky had one of the more right up there with Matt Sanchez. What was it? I call him Matt Sanchez. The kid with the New York Jets who had the butt fumble. You had the butt fumble, and then you got Orlovsky running out the end of the end zone. Two pretty famous moments of quarterbacks sort of having a brain fart at the worst time. Megalodon, do you think we need to stop letting everyone know who we want in free agency and trades? Seems like we blink at someone everyone knows. I don't know on that, Megalodon. It seems like we do tend to have our business out there and known when we're kicking the tires on guys. It seemed like last year, especially with the Antonio Brown signing, where we lost out on him because Tampa Bay was willing to offer $600,000-$700,000 more than we were, a little bit more than we were willing to offer. That you do get teams that are aware you're in it and probably aware of what you're offering. I don't know if it really makes the end of the day much of a difference if we as the public know, because whether or not we're having it reported to us about a team's interest in a given player, I think teams around the league are well aware of it within each other. You have a team like the Atlanta Falcons that's out there trying to offer Julio, and they're talking to Tennessee, and they're saying, okay, well, what's your best offer you got? And Atlanta's going, okay, well, we have Seattle willing to offer us a 3rd-round pick this next year's draft, and then a 5th-round pick the year after that. So they're going to be aware of Seattle's interest at that time, aware of what Seattle's offering at that time, and if they want to dive into it, they want to dive into it. It didn't seem like the rest of the NFC West competition was driven by our interest in this Julio Jones deal to even offer a 2nd-round pick in next year's draft. So if it was true that we were sort of just because of our interest, driving then interest from other teams, especially teams that consider us their main competition, you would have thought those teams would have come in with that 2nd-round pick offering or more at that point. One of them would have, even being the Cardinals in on that. But they didn't. So I don't know that it really has a huge effect at the end of the day, whether we are aware of it or not. Y2Y says, Pete is a detailed administrator, always looks to improve small things like diet and 10 a.m. practices week of 10 a.m. games. However, when it comes to game plans, much more of a philosophy guy and not X's and O's. Well put, Y2Y, and I would agree with that same statement. There's places he can be detail-oriented, just detail-oriented in schematic stuff, philosophy stuff, the mechanics of a play. I go back into this mind, coming off a guy like Holmgren back in the day, who was very much into those details and really did, coming again off of that Bill Walsh tree, right? That there's some major benefit to diving into the details of the play itself, to the fine-tuned details, not just glossing over them. His hand placement doesn't really matter here as long as he gets the block laid. No, the hand placement needs to be down because the linebacker's taking it as a pre-snap read that he can then fill the A gap to the right side. It's like things like that where you really, in reading up on McVay and what he really implemented there at the Rams, it was really harnessing into those details where every little bit mattered. Everything you do within the play matters. All of your movements matter. Goes back to Holmgren, who would actually ask his wide receivers to count the steps of their route. You're going to run this route in 9 steps on an 8-yard route. And the receivers, to learn the route, would have to literally count their steps to run it that precisely. So it's a precision-based sort of thing as much as it's intricate. Brandon McDaniel says, do the larger passing lanes in theory help a vertically challenged quarterback? That's why I love it, Randall, and that's why, yes, I think it would. Because you're having to generate those passing lanes that much more with a smaller quarterback than you would with a little bit of a bigger quarterback. But now they're naturally built, and he gets to naturally... So he comes under center, he does his play action, right? When he comes up off that bootleg, or if he comes, maybe just goes straight back into the pocket on like a 7-step drop off of play action. When he turns back around and whips back around, the movement based of those offensive linemen is going to indicate to him really quickly off the drop, where his potentially even his first read will go with the ball, right? So let's say he's got a play action off under center, and his first read's going to be the right side over to DK, and he's got Lockett over on the left side, the weak side of the formation over here, okay? So he comes up off the play action under center, fakes the guy, turns back around. Now he notices coming back off the round, the way that the defensive flow of the motions happen is the defensive flow has gone to the right side of his offensive line. They're clogging up that first passing lane right here to his right side, but that's supposed to be his first read. What he gets to instantaneously do, and it sort of simplifies this for the quarterback, is I'm coming off that first read because now I've got a nice natural hole here to the left side with Lockett, let's say, running a slant route inside on that. And Russ gets to make more of those. That's the easy read stuff I've talked about, where he gets to just sort of take the thinking out of it. I see this, I can now go to there. This happens, I'll put that there. Because everything's built schematically for it this to be opened up if they buy in on this. If they take the cheese over here to the strong side of the formation off my play action, then this will open up with that rush lane. And again, it'll be a wide passing lane to throw to where they don't have to teach it to the offensive lineman the technique to open the lane up. A little bit like I think the Saints did with Breeze, especially with their guards back in the day and how they taught them with the passing lanes to create that stuff. Because they would do under center stuff too with them, with Breeze on that stuff where it would create that same kind of stuff. But this is a little bit different from even that. 312, as a Steelers fan, I know you guys feel when it comes to constantly having good regular seasons and then choking in the playoffs. Yeah, it's a long debated point. It's a long debated point amongst fans. Do you want to be a consistent winner? Is there value in that? Would you rather be a great team for a quick hot minute and then have a couple of losing seasons? What is the happiest state for a football fan? And I can't begrudge either fan choosing either side of that, by the way. I really can't. I understand the fans that say I want to be a consistent winner, and hopefully we can get to a Super Bowl, but I'd rather be a consistent winner than having that, like a shooting star shine bright for a moment and then burn right out. But again, not me. I'll take the Super Bowl championships. At the end of the day, you as a franchise are determined, are distinguished by how many Lombardis you're stacking in that trophy case. And if I got to stack 2, 3, 4 to have some losing seasons built around it, so be it. So be it. I will be one happy camper in my Loserville because I know winning's right around the corner. Go Hawks says, do you think Billy will cut clocks in training camp? Do you think Billy will cut clocks in training camp after training camp with that huge contract that he has? Which Billy, Go Hawks? I'm missing you on that one. Billy. I probably should be getting it, but which Billy are you talking about? Nikki Bryan. Nikki, thank you for subbing. I appreciate you, Nikki. Sorry, it took me a little while to acknowledge it, but I do appreciate it. We've been having some great growth. I had all these new folks in here, and it's awesome to see. So welcome aboard. You're now aboard the USS Hawks Nest. Brian Koski, if there's any cap space money left, I hope for the Hawks. I hope that the Hawks can spend that extra money on weed for Josh Gordon. Well, it's, Brian, you understand when, the weed costs don't come out of the salary cap budget. It's considered petty cash budget. And, Seattle's got, their own connections into the internal Seahawks marijuana market for their players. You know, they like to get the perfect balance of sativa to indica. And so you never know. Josh might be that's the one thing with the Julio Jones not being signed, is that maybe that does put Josh Gordon back into potentially the crosshairs of our Seahawks, especially if they do happen to hear a little bit from the commissioner's office about some kind of resolution with our guy. Don't know if we will. 312 says you guys should sign Le'Veon Bell to use him as a tight end. It's the new trend now. That's it, man. Everyone's going to tight end. Tight end's so hot right now. Tight end's so hot. But yeah, Le'Veon Bell is a tight end, man. I think Le'Veon's ready to retire at this point. I don't know if he's going to have anybody sign him. Seahawks Network. Didn't Leroy Hill play Sam in 2012? I think he did. Yeah. I do believe Leroy Hill did play Sam in 2012. I'm trying to think on that one. Because, yeah, you did have KJ. Rick Cossey, thank you for subscribing, Rick. You were awesome. Appreciate it. I'm trying to think on that one. That's a good question. KJ was in the lineup at that point, and you did have Leroy out there. So, yeah, I think Leroy was your Sammer on that one. Leroy's an interesting cat, man. He took off that first year and never was able to quite be the same player he was that first year. A great blitzer. It's your boy Michael. We have 8 million. That's enough for Gilmore. We do. We have 8 million. And don't forget, folks, we should be able to lower down. This is some of your inside Hawks Nest knowledge I'm giving you right now. We should be able to lower down Jamal Adams' cap hit this year by signing him to a new contract extension. So there should be a couple more million that you could rattle away there if you wanted to, if you needed to create even more space beyond that. Say nothing of the $10 million that we have that we can create by converting Russ's base to bonus. So we're sitting on actually a fair good amount of salary cap space, really. It's sort of ghost cap space, but it's cap space nonetheless. 312 says, sign Todd Gurley and make him a cornerback. He doesn't have those side-to-side change of direction drills anymore, 312. It's bone on bone there. He could maybe go linebacker. He could probably go transition into like an outside linebacker, like a Will. Who do I think is the most talented quarterback of all time is? Who do I think the most talented quarterback of all time is? That's a good question. Jeez Louise. I'm thinking right now, by the way. So I'm giving it contemplation. Who would be the most talented? God, what a great question. I guess I would probably lean towards Elway being the most freakishly talented guy coming out. That was a guy when he came out at the time, so the mobility aspect of what he get with the big arm, big size guy, just big. I think he kind of put that all together as far as that goes with the talent thing. And he could throw the ball. Like, he was not just a big guy that was mobile like a Cam Newton type, who might be a guy you'd consider as well for talent, and that's, not the player he became necessarily, but just talent. But then Cam Newton could never really spin it, in my opinion, like Elway could spin it. So probably Elway, and I say that begrudgingly because he was a big-time rival for our Hawks in the 80s. But he would probably be the guy, who would take it. Surprisingly so, there's a lot of first-round picks. A lot of these guys, quarterback-wise, get drafted out number one overall picks that aren't the super talented guys. You got your Peyton Manning, or you've got Tim Couch, I think went number one overall one year. They did. Some of them are just, they'll be drafted for their brain, accuracy. But if we're talking about just freakish talents, it's hard to beat Elway, man. Hard to beat Elway. Jeff Rhines, thank you for the $5 donation. Took me a little while to get to you, Jeff. I'm sorry about that, buddy, but I appreciate you, and thank you, kind sir. You're awesome. He says, always appreciate your stream, Brandon. Also, if anyone is unaware of your channel, let's get some more subs at the Seahawks Scouting channel. Oh, that's right. I do have a secondary channel going on right now, folks, if you're looking for some extra content, and that's just me. I'm scouting tape, so if we have anybody that we might be signing, if there's any rumors coming down that we're going to sign, Gilmore, Fletcher Cox, or anybody else, I'll be doing scouting for that. I'm going to be scouting for future college players over there. So it's just an additional channel, some extra content over there. It's Seahawks Scouting, just my secondary channel that I've got going. So if you guys are looking for some extras, it's on over there. But thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you, man. Big time. Your boy Michael, I would be down to sign one more running back for cheap, though very cheap, like Gurley or Bell. I think with Gurley and Bell, you're paying for past performance, and that the player that you're getting now is nowhere near the player that you once saw on that football field. So I know why they're names and they get people excited from that standpoint, but neither has anything left in the tank at this point. And running backs just get cooked early. That's just the nature of the beast of the running back position. It's why you shouldn't pay a lot of money for the running back position. It's why you shouldn't really draft highly at the running back position, in my opinion. It's just one that has it's a revolving door, man. You know, the new ones just come right on through. Go Hawks 2021 says we need some more depth at running back and on linebacker. We do need that. I agree. Not a lot of great options out there at either, other than KJ, of course, the linebacker, but it's not a ton of options. Michael Ilinski says Gilmore would be the icing on that cake. He certainly would help. He would certainly help, Michael. And he's a guy that I think is going to reasonably be available. He's not showing up to minicamps right now. New England could potentially be willing to move off from him. He's not going to cost a lot in draft capital. Only carries a $7 million cap hit this year. Those things to me lend themselves well to the possibility of being able to grab onto that guy. I think he's only about 31 years old, so he's not super old. So still has maybe a couple years left in him. LTLT, you think the reason why they have not extended Jamal is because of cap and they're waiting to free agency? No, LT, I don't. And the reason being on this is that I think LT, even when you sign him to a new deal, you could lower down his cap hit this year. So you could sign him to a new contract extension right now and actually lower down what his cap hit is. So you could fit him in very easily into the salary cap. If I was to make a guess, I would think that there's two different things that have been the reason why this has taken a little bit of time for the extension to come down to play. Number one, Seattle has had other priorities of other players who have played here longer, who have earned their contract extensions. Tyler Lockett, you had to get those extensions done, and this is coming on the heels of all your free agency and all your draft process, right? So you have Tyler Lockett, you got to get that deal done. You want to get the Michael Dixon deal done. You shaved another $1 million off the cap by getting that deal done. So now Jamal becomes the next guy up. Reggie Jones, thank you for subscribing, Reggie. I appreciate it. So now Jamal becomes the next guy up. Now they arrive back in, okay, well, now we'll get to you, Jamal. Now they're in the contract negotiations. I would not be the least bit surprised to learn that on the onset of these negotiations, Jamal is indeed asking potentially for up into that range of $18 to $20 million. But as I've said in this whole process, the big thing with this is that Seattle at the end of the day has the leverage in this game. And the leverage will be what eventually drives down the $18 to $20 million down to somewhere in about $16.75 to $17 million or so. It may take a little bit of time for those negotiations to play all the way out to that point. That's not just going to happen overnight, but I do think that at the end of the day, when all things are said and done, that's where it ends up landing at. That's where all parties end up going, okay, this is where we'll go with it. But it will take a little bit of time, probably, LT. Unless he's able to make his peace with that off the set. Jamal is like, I'm the next man paid up. I'm the next man paid up at the highest level at the safety position. And he's a strong safety being paid up as the next highest paid at the safety. Usually it's the free safeties that make a little bit more than the strong safeties do. So those things I think will get the deal done. YDY says, as a Hawks fan, I sure hope Rodgers stands his ground and holds out all season. Would make the season easier for 12s. Stick to your principles, Aaron. Laughing my ass off. That's right, Aaron. Don't you give up any ground on them, Aaron. Don't you let them do you dirty like that. Don't you let that Packer organization do you like they did Brett. Force you into, what they want is their will. You fight them. You fight them tooth and nail, my man. And if you got to wait out all season to get traded next year, you do so. You go host Jeopardy. We got this over here in the NFC this year. You won't have to come up and play in Seattle. Look on the bright side. You won't have to come up in a bye after a bye and come play us up in Seattle and get the doors beat off you. So, there's some upshot to it as well. But it would be, there's some people out there that go, I don't want to see Aaron Rodgers traded because I want the toughest challenge of everybody's. I want everybody's best punch out there. The hell with that. I don't care if we got a bunch of corpses that we get to walk our way through to the Super Bowl. Don't give the least bit don't care. Whatever lands us the Lombardi at the end of the day, hook, crook, or whatever the saying goes, I'll take it. So by hook or crook, that's how it goes. So I don't care if it's by Aaron being with the Packers or not. And they are one of the two teams in this NFC. They're the true scary teams who become a lot less scary when Aaron potentially is not on that squad this year. So we'll see how it goes. But I ain't shedding no tears if Aaron ain't there. Mark Capricorn, I think I came up with a name. Hawks or 12's Lounge. I now just need to figure out how to set it up. I get it there. Thank you for the advice. Well, that's a good name. I like it. Hawks. I like the 12's Lounge is cool. Having the Hawks in the name helps, Mark, because it does help you on the search for people seeing, it's where my Hawksness doesn't always help me. So I like that. Sean, Sabertron, I love your name. Sabertron, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. I appreciate you. That's an easy one to set up. Super easy to set up, man. With YouTube, they make it once you just hit that deal, hit the button, and you're good to go. So I do think you have to get to a certain subscribers before you can go live, though. So they don't let you just right off the jump do live stuff. You might have to build up a little bit of a subscriber base to let them do it. But there's some ways around that too. Like if you use, I think you use Zoom, you can go live with that. So there's some workarounds. Hit me up on Twitter though if you got any questions, Mark. I definitely walk you through. Tony LG, it's a blessing. It is a blessing indeed, Tony. Hello. Lorraine Jensen, how you doing, Lorraine? Aaron Rodgers will hold out till week 10 when we go to Green Bay, but we will still win for the first time in Green Bay in a while. Oh, I love it, Lorraine. He comes back on this mighty return, on his mighty steed, and the world thinks they're about to go on an incredible run, and we come into town, this battle-hardened unit in week 10, and we say, Aaron Rodgers, we say no. We say no. We will hold this line. I love it. If we go into Green Bay and we're beating Green Bay next year with Aaron Rodgers at the helm for Green Bay, we got a damn good team on our hands at that point, Lorraine. We got ourselves a Super Bowl contending team at that point because that is no easy task to do. And that's been a place that prior Seahawks teams going back 20 years have struggled in, walking into that house and winning in the frozen tundra. Robert says, I'm here for overreacting and Jamal Adams extension talk. Is there any other reason to be here, Rob? It's good to see you, brother. Seahawks, hey, champ. Is it only me, or do you got a gut feeling that Eskridge and Terry will shock everyone with their unique styles and abilities? I think that they could. I think Eskridge won't be as shocking to everybody because you're up picked high at that point, so you get a little bit of the expectation level on your back. You know, whether it's right or wrong, there's people making like Tyreek Hill comparisons to the guy. So him flashing and showing out, people will just kind of be nodding, going, "Well, I expected that." I do think he's in a position to be productive right out the gate because he provides elements to this offense that we don't have with other players. So that's going to allow him, I think, to hit the ground, if not running, at least a light jog. Okay, at least a light jog. Terry is the one that can shock everyone because Terry's the one that could come out of left field. Top billing out another video. It's the second video he's done for Tamari and Terry, actually. I'm kind of going back into some of that stuff. And what's interesting with top billing, because he's done a lot of stuff where he's looked specifically at Florida State teams and he's looked specifically at those players kind of down that region and given a lot of looks to those guys. He's really high on Terry, really high. And I am as well. I did a video that's done pretty well. I think the kid's got all the talent in the world. It's amazing that you're able to find a guy like this as an undrafted rookie free agent. You cannot find that in these guys. You can find talented receivers that are undrafted rookie free agents, guys that may have never tapped into their potential in college, that are just toolsy skills guys, but he tapped into it. He gave you the 1,000 yards of production prior to the pandemic year. He gave you tape production that was amazing, where he's running routes and getting open at times where he's open 3-4 yards down the field, wide open, just off of his speed, athleticism, and quickness. So he's a guy who certainly could surprise a lot of players if he comes onto the scene and he can tap back into that same kind of special skill set that he seems to have. That's the guy who I think will really shock people. And if he is that guy, if he can be that guy that's got that, wow, this is almost kind of like getting a first-round talent guy that you got as an undrafted rookie free agent, with pairing that even into Eskridge, not necessarily even lighting the world on fire, but just being a very productive rookie guy right out the jump, being a good kick returner, a good punt returner, a guy you work in on the end-around game, a guy you work in from the slot here and there, right? Still gets his catches and a little bit of production, but then Terry comes in as that lightning guy, that big play guy, that guy that might only catch 25 passes in the season, but get you 550 yards and 6 touchdowns. Put up that kind of production that first year. Would not be surprised in the least, Seahawks. Not in the least. User Hitstick. Good to see you, User Hitstick. How much money would it take to listen to Le'Veon Bell's rap album? I would need to be paid probably $30 to make it through all of that. 30. That's a 30 spot for me, User. Nah. Maybe 50. I know those rhymes aren't going to be tight. I know those rhymes are going to be real sloppy and a lot of mumble rapping. Why? Minicamp starts Tuesday in less than 90 days till the start of the season. Whoop, whoop. With a new OC, I'm more excited for this season than any since 2016. I've got as much buildup for this year as anything else. This was I sometimes relate this back to. I'm not even a betting and gambling guy. This is a gambling year because we're gambling on the future of our team based on this season. And this year, you're on a poker table, and you've been doing for 6 years. You've been playing your hands, and you've been playing it tight. You've been going for it at times and missing, and stack gets low, stack gets high. Well, now your stack's at a pretty medium to high place, and you're about to take all your chips, and you're going to push them into the center of the table, and you're going to say, let's see how this rides out. And there's all of that's riding. You're either going to have no chips after this year, or you're going to have all the chips. But there doesn't seem to be that same in-between point that you've been able to arrive at in recent years. That is what makes this year different. And it's if just reason enough alone to get you excited that there's more riding on this than ever before. But I agree with you. I'm very excited by the potential of this year. I love what they've done this offseason. I think they've silently, quietly killed it. It's not been that one move where you hit the home run 450 feet and it's going up over the stadium wall and out into the bay. No, it's just been a lot of doubles. It's been a single here. It's been moving the runners over. Sacrifice fly. But it's when you look at the totality of the moves, that's where it becomes impressive. Because every move is kind of a plus move. Every move is, I can see how that works. I can see how that works. I can see how that works. It's not always been that way recently with our Seahawks teams in their offseason, the way that they've gone about it. Your boy Michael says, imagine if we still have Doug Baldwin. That'd be huge. I sometimes think as much with Doug too, when I think I'm going through right now and working on my next video for the channel. It's going to be, I'm working on a couple videos. I got the larger video, but one of the ones I'm working on as well is the best mic'd up moments in Seahawks history. Those mic'd up moments on the sideline and whatnot. And there's a game Doug was mic'd up against the Dolphins that you really get a feel for him as a leader in that game and the effect he had on guys around him. Tyler had a really tough drop in that game, and he comes over to him, and Doug really massages him along. He's like, you're a beast. You're going to get this done. Don't worry about it. And then as the game goes along, when they need some tough catches in a really close game, it's the game that Russell had Ndamukong Suh step on his foot. He just finds a way to get open at the times you need him, man. Makes those important catches right when you need him. Super clutch. Always clutch, Doug. But, we could definitely use Doug would not. I'll take Doug Baldwin on my team. I don't care how deep my receiver core is. BJ says, what are some players or positions will we trade for midseason and possibly why? It's a little harder, BJ, with this to predict necessarily players exactly, because it's predicting which teams are going to basically suck, who think they're contenders now. Because when you look at it right now, the sucky teams that know they're going to be crappy teams next year, and who really would be more open to trading or moving on from an asset that might still have a little bit of valuable, might have a little more production still left in his tank, but they're wanting to move on because they don't want to pay his salary, something like that. That move doesn't exist in those teams right now. As you go along in the year and you're making a prediction about what teams are going to now start to suck, who think they're contenders for a given player, it does get a little tough on that point. It gets a little bit tough. If Stephon Gilmore is held onto the New England Patriots throughout the year and they start out the gate 3-3 despite all of the signings they made, or 2-5 after all of the free agents that they've brought into Bloom, but they spent like $300 million this offseason, then a guy like Gilmore probably becomes available out of the market. I've mentioned Fletcher Cox on his contract and it not being advantageous for the Eagles to move off of him right now. But if the Eagles go into the tank out the gate, if they're not the team they think they're going to be, and they start out 1-5, and now you only have to pay half of Fletcher Cox's salary for the rest of the given season, does a move like that? No. Start to rear itself. That would be a guy that I would take a look at that point. But beyond that, you're going to need a couple of these contending teams to kind of fall off. And making that prediction right now, it's a little early to kind of do that when there's so many teams kind of going for it, BJ. There's so many teams this year. When I went down the list and I've looked at it really hard, there's a lot of teams that kind of think they're going for it, who probably shouldn't quite think that they're yet ready to be in contender status, but yet are kind of still thinking they're in contender status. A team like Atlanta is that type of team. Atlanta should have taken it down to the studs this offseason. They should have moved on from Matt Ryan, traded him to the San Francisco 49ers, looked at getting their next quarterback in, moved on. That's what they should have done. But instead they went, no, we're going to still go for it. We'll double back down on Matt Ryan for 2 more years at about $40 million a piece on either season, so we can't cut him or get rid of him. And we're going to try to win it. And that just moves down that amount of teams of, you have all these teams that we started out at potential, 32 teams that we could go trade for players that are valuable. Okay, but contending teams are not going to move on any of their players. They're going to stick with their rosters right now. They're going to feel happy with their rosters. Okay, now we got the loser teams. How many good ones? Not many from there. They have any guys that are available. It just gets small right now, so there's just not a lot really there. Obviously, the Browns. If the Browns fall off, BJ, if they're not the team everybody thinks they are, they're in a tough division, they're going to play a tough schedule. Well, then maybe a guy like OBJ becomes available around mid-year, and you can go maybe trade for him at that point if they're looking to move off from him. So that'd be, I guess, a couple. I'll give you a couple examples there. I'll try to think of a few more on some teams I've been thinking of that think they're contenders that won't, maybe not be contenders that then you can go grab them from. But that'd be the off top of my head. Whitey San Francisco, we get all those injured players back for 2021, so we'll be great. Loses 2 guys to the season-ending injuries during OTAs and call off the rest of the OTAs. Did they call off the rest of their OTAs because of those 2 injuries? They did lose a lineman for the year, which is tough for them. I think it's just a backup lineman, but that is make it tough for them, especially when you look at their offensive line. You got Alex Mack, who's old as dirt. Trent Williams is kind of getting up there a little bit. So you do wonder on that just a little bit with it, but that's funny to hear that they canceled there's a whole big thing made about the fact that they had gotten all their guys to show up for the OTAs versus other teams in the league which weren't having their guys show up with, so that's funny. They lost it was the guard, I think, that they lost. It was the big thing. The backup lineman was the one that was, the other loss they had, I think, was just a guy. Your boy Michael, I don't know about market. Is Seattle a big market? I mean, it's a I guess a big market compared to what, your boy Michael? Compared to New York, Los Angeles? No. As one of the bigger markets, I think, in the NFL, yeah. I mean, it's a bigger market than Pittsburgh. It's a bigger market than some of these other places. So I think it's a big market. It's not like one of the tops, but it's a big market. Randall says Niners lost a safety and I think an offensive lineman. That's right. Michael Ryan, what contract do you see Jamal getting? And do you think he holds out? So I'll answer the first question. I'll answer the second question first, Michael, which is that I don't think he holds out. I think that the situation is going to be driven by the reality of the situation. And really what it boils down to on the bottom line for me is this, because the nuclear option that everybody points to with Jamal is, well, if you aren't going to give him what he wants, if he wants 18, 19, 20 million a year, he'll hit his nuclear button and he'll just force his way out of town like he did with New York. And that's what everybody says. And then you would have to offload him at that point for much less assets than you got back from New York because he's forcing your hand in a trade. And whoever trades for him has to pay him at top of the market. My counter to this has been this. Seattle's unwilling to pay you at 18 to 19 to $20 million. New York was unwilling to pay you at 18 to 19 to $20 million. The safety market has been depressed throughout football to the point we saw the franchise tag used this offseason on 2 guys, and Marcus Williams in the New York of the Saints, and then Marcus something, I forget his first name, but Williams of the Saints safety, and then Marcus May of the New York Jets. Both had the franchise tag put on them because it's about $12 million is what it costs. That's kind of not a lot of money, right? $12 million for an upper level safety in this league on a franchise tag versus if you franchise tag, let's say, a receiver, or you franchise tag a left tackle, you're going to be up in that stratosphere of 17, 18, 19 million per on that franchise tag cost. So Jamal says, I want to force my way out of town. Hits the nuclear button. Is there really going to be a team that's willing to give up all that draft capital for a guy who's forced his way out of 2 towns, not one, but out of 2 big organizations, he's forced his way out of town. They're then going to break the market and pay him at 18, 19, $20 million per year. Having seen him already done that, on top of having to give up the draft capital they'll have to give him to give up. They'll have to at least give up a first round pick to us to get the deal done. And Rodrigo Estrada, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, Rodrigo. So I don't buy into the fact that there's going to be that available team that's willing to pay $19 million per year and trade a first-round pick for a Jamal Adams who's forced his way out of 2 towns. This leads Jamal back around to our Seattle Seahawks, brings him back home. Come on back around to home to us, Jamal. Because at the end of the day, what you are due to get is what every last great safety who's been paid has been gotten. The next safety up gets paid a bigger contract than the previous guy, and it goes up $500,000 at a pop. And this has been holding true for about the last 9 guys paid at the safety position. So Jamal, we're going to make you the highest paid safety in the NFL. We'll pay you about $17 million, $16.75 million per year. We'll give you $25, $30 million in bonus money. Let's roll. And that gets the deal done, and it gets the deal done, Michael, before the holdout occurs. Because at the end of the day, that truth is going to be facing Jamal whether he holds out or whether he gets fined and waits 4 weeks to come into training camp. That's going to remain the reality at hand. And I do believe that. So I think that pushes the deal to get signed and done out at the end of the day. It just might take a little bit of time. 312, do you think Deshaun Watson plays this season? I personally think this will be an ongoing thing through next season, so no. I don't think so. Some people have disagreed with me on this, but I've tended to believe that, one way or another with this situation, that he's going to be out for the year. There's so many accusations from so many different girls on this, and then the fact that he's going to settle, I would think would draw it out to be a year suspension. But maybe the NFL, being that he is one of the stars, he is playing at a quarterback position, that maybe that'd be enough for them to say, okay, we'll do a 12 games, but we'll let you play the back 4. I could see also something like that coming down the pike too with it. But man, there's so many. Last I saw, there was like 20 some names, 30. I can't even. I've lost track of how many names. Man gets a lot of massages. All right, he likes massages. Let's just say that. Brandon Cook says, DJ Dallas used to be a receiver. He has good hands, but last year was utilized the wrong way. He was a former receiver, and a guy too, Brandon, also to your point, when he was coming out of college football last year and drafted by the Seahawks, he had the claim to fame of his name being he was the best blocking running back coming out of college football that year, reportedly. We didn't get to see as much of that either last year. I'm going to tack all that up a little bit to his rookiness, so I still have some hope for DJ Dallas as a third down only running back. I don't have a lot of hope for DJ Dallas as an early down running back. We're going to be running a lot of our offense under center and a lot of play action under that. I don't want DJ Dallas being the running back I'm giving that ball to when I'm running Russell Wilson under center. Now, as a third down running back, as a guy that I can have do all the things that I need a third down running back to do, pass protection, leak out of the backfield, chip block, I still have a little bit of hope for him in that respect, Brandon. I do. So I'm not selling him completely short on that. I just don't want us to look at him through the lens of this guy's a guy you want to getting significant amount of carries. Not that type of dude. Randall says, Gronk is like Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. He is. Hey, you guys. Baby Ruth. Baby Ruth. I love that. I love that character. It's your boy Michael. We got Sherman Gilmore. Our defense is going to be crazy. We get Sherman Gilmore. Our defense is going to be crazy. It would be with one, but both, the quarterback doesn't know where to throw. And then you have Quandre and Jamal back there. And then the defensive line coming at you. Look out. Yeah, your boy Michael, I think it rounds the defense out just right. Everything sort of lends into the other. The defensive line is now paired to your cornerbacks, who are now paired to your safeties, you're less reliant on both of those two safeties and needing to be perfect in coverage, especially with a guy like Jamal. Just let him play loose and free now. He can come down in the box and just kind of roam. I mean, there's a lot of different things that opens up, knowing that you have those two guys on the outside that you can trust, that you don't have to give a lot of help to. I like it. I think it could be deadly. 312 says, which one would you rather have? Adam Gase as your head coach or Bill O'Brien as your general manager? Do I have to pick 312? Do I really got to pick one of those two? Like that is talk about picking between two bad choices. What would I pick if I had to go? I'd go with Adam Gase because at least then I've got the hope of my general manager being able to fix things. If Bill O'Brien's my general manager, he's going to destroy everything top down. So I'll go at least with Gase because I can mitigate a little bit of his damage. Who do you think the top 5 most talented receivers of all time are in order? Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson. Calvin Johnson's the most freakish talent. So he's the most freakish talent. Jerry Rice the most productive, but not a talent necessarily. Rice was just so good at the sport. But so we're going freakish show talent. So I'm not going on productivity. So I'm actually leaving Rice off that list because you're talking about talented. So we go Calvin Johnson. We go Randy Moss. Maybe Terrell Owens. How about like an Andre Johnson? I don't know on the 5th one. SK Call, just subscribe. Thank you, SK. Appreciate you. I'm going to put Largent on there just because I love Largent. So I'm going to put him on there. I don't have a good fifth option for you, 312. I feel solid about my Calvin, Randy, even Terrell in there. I'm not sure about my other two choices, though. I have to think about them. Jaboy Michael says, Jaboy Michael would not watch football again if he had either Bill O'Brien as general manager or Adam Gase as head coach, and I do not blame him in the least. That would make watching football very brutal. Why? If Waldron's scheme is like McVay's, then having a pass-catching running back is not a big need. Los Angeles Rams hardly ever passed to the running back. 42 passes to the running back in 2019 and 50 in 2020. Look for more passes to tight end, not running back. Very true. It's not a scheme that utilizes throwing to the running backs a lot. It doesn't. That is very much the truth. And I think tight ends kind of get more of those pass catching options or attempts thrown to them than you normally would throw to the running back in that case. But part of why I also think why it's going to help for this scheme to transition over to Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson's never been great about throwing to running backs. I think some of his height limitations, some of the way he just plays the game doesn't lend itself well to him throwing to running backs. I think sometimes those short throws are some of the harder throws for him to make, frankly. I think he's almost more comfortable throwing the ball at times 20, 25, 30 yards down the football field. But I don't think that you're going to need to feature your running backs a lot in this offense. Jeffrey A. Thistle, Captain Butt Fumble. Yeah, it was Mark. I call him Mark Sanchez. Yeah, it's Mark Sanchez. That's what it is. Mark. They used to call him Mark. Wasn't it Mark Sanchez? Stupid nickname. But he had that butt fumble. I think, Tyreek Hill. I've got to probably put Tyreek on there, Randall. Good suggestion. So Tyreek's probably got to get in there, and I might put DK on there as 5 because we were talking about talents, Randall. It's not production, it's talents. So you don't put a guy like Fitzgerald or Rice. Those weren't talents at the position. They're just great players. Decent talents, too, but we're talking about freak show talents here. We're talking about all-time list. Jeffrey A. Thistle, I already missed the Gronk on TV. Too many bums in sports media. Yeah, I agree with you right now. Sports media in general and stuff, especially with some of those shows, it's like not enough risk taking, not enough willingness to just be a little edgy with it. It's real safe, boring. Jeffrey Thistle, Jerry Rice just outworked everyone other than great hands. He had to work his ass off. Why was he productive for so long? Yeah, and I don't want to sell Jerry short. When you're thinking about most talented, he wasn't that, but there's no detraction of Jerry Rice. He was such a hard worker, outworked everyone else, as you said, just enough speed to be a difference maker out there and get by people. Donnie Brown's number 1, salivating. Yeah, I can't root against the Browns. That organization struggled for so long. If they have a good year, I think that's good for the NFL. AJ Harris, press has been quiet about who has stood out in OTAs. Any info or thoughts on who is standing out to you or from any of your contacts? I don't have a ton of contacts. Every once in a while I get some tidbits here and there from certain places. Nothing that we're hearing too much about. We heard that there was some good suddenness from Dwayne Eskridge and rookie minicamps as far as that speed and quickness showed up. It's something that you hoped would show up, frankly, when you're running in air and you're running without any pads on and stuff like that. But it's good that he didn't just come in there and fall on his face. And I think it's good from the standpoint, go back to a guy like Amara Darboh, AJ, who they selected in the 3rd round back some years ago. And it was reportedly known, it was talked about in the process long after that, they basically knew by the first practice that the guy was going to be a bust and that it wasn't going to work. So we know, I think, at least to a degree here that Dwayne, that he's going to at least work, that the speed's going to be there. He's going to be a productive player. He's going to be a good player. We don't know, but he's not going to be a bust. I don't think we can stand pretty firm to stand there. Stone Forsythe, the feet look good for being such a big man. I think Coach Carroll pointed to that a little bit in the mini camps. So that's something that should show up and shows up on film. He's an elite mover for a guy his size. A guy at 6'8" should not be able to move like Stone Forsythe's able to move. He's got some elements to his game that he's going to struggle in, but that's encouraging. Didn't hear much from Trey Brown, and no, we really, to your point, haven't heard a lot from any of their guys. As I understand it, they don't let the press watch the practices like they used to, and it's all done now under the iron curtain of protecting against the pandemic. Let's get less guys around our guys and less of a risk. I tend to think it's sort of the coaches taking advantage of the situation a little bit, where they have, if you give any coach an opportunity to lock out the media from being able to see the practices and comment on it, they will, because they tend to be paranoid cats by nature and they don't want anybody to know anything about their team. So we haven't heard very much about much anything here at this point, frankly, AJ. I've tried to look and see if there's any details, but you're right. Nothing's come out so far. So it's just been it's just been really quiet. 312, do I think AJ Green is a Hall of Famer? No, I think the wide receiver position's been pushed up into a new stratosphere as far as the stats that you have to put up. I think it used to be that if you had 10,000 yards, that was the metric. And if you could hit 10,000 yards, you basically were guaranteed to get in there at that point. I'm looking up right now what AJ Green's at. I think he's just short of that mark. But I think now it's going to be where you're going to have to get well over 10,000 yards because so many players are going to stack up into that range. And he's at 94.30 with 65 touchdown catches. So he's going to be short. He's going to be Hall of very good, but not the Hall of Fame. Jeffrey Thistle says, sick of waiting for Josh Gordon to get his shit together. Was so excited when we got him, and he's barely seen the field. I get where you're coming from, Jeffrey. You're not alone, man. A lot of folks are in that same camp. I don't want to really, at this point, count on him or hope for him above all else. There's not a lot of ways to go out there and upgrade the receiver position at this point, quite frankly. If you can get some resolution, Jeffrey, from the commissioner's office, the type of resolution that you did not have last year when you signed Josh Gordon to a contract at the start of the season, if you can get that, then I'm in favor of signing him to a league veteran minimum deal and see what he can do. But, it's not a thing that is absolutely necessary at this point either. I think we can move on from him if we need to. You've got a couple of undrafted rookie free agents in Cade Johnson, Tamarian Terry to pair with Dwayne Eskridge. You got Freddie Swain coming back into the fold as well. So you might have just enough to get by there at the position. Randall says most talented quarterback, Elway, Luck, Vic, Jamarcus Russell, Peyton. I think Ryan Leaf and Jameis are close. Ryan Leaf and Jameis are very close as football players. Yeah. I would say Jameis is probably a little more accurate. Ryan had a little bit more of a bigger arm, but very, very similar cats in how they went about their luck. I like your list, man. It's a good list. I don't know if I put Peyton as a talented guy. Peyton was not a talented guy. I mean, there was questions with his arm strength. And if we're talking about most talented quarterback, there's been enough talented quarterback types that with legit arm strength, with legit ability to make every throw in the game that you'd knock him off. How about this instead of your number 5, Peyton? How about this? Who was the guy? Who was the mustache guy? Oh, God, no. I wish I could think. I just had his name in my head, and you're going to get it, Randall. I know you are because you got good memory on this stuff. He's the guy who bounced around to like 8 different teams. He had the porn mustache, went all the way on either side of his face. Horrible leader of men, number 1 overall pick at one time. Had one of the most amazing arms in NFL history. You can still go back and watch some of his tape, and it's like the ball just, it comes out of his hands so crispy. It's going to drive me crazy. I can't think of his name. I hate when I have these moments I can't remember. Charlie Huff. How you doing, Charlie? Thank you for the $5 donation. You are awesome, sir, and I appreciate you. He says, Brando, can Rodgers be an assistant head coach? He seems to know stuff. He knows stuff about football. Also, he's a total a-hole, holy roller. We'll have a God on our side. Well, thank you for the donation. He's a total a-hole, holy roller. We'll have a God. Aaron Rodgers, you mean him? Aaron Rodgers, head coach? Charlie? Are we anti-Aaron here? Thank you for the $5 donation. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to tie the. Can we have Rodgers' assistant go? He seems to know stuff about football. Also, he's total holy roller. Yeah, I mean, Aaron's definitely having his way a little bit with that organization, and he's letting him twist in the wind a bit on this situation, man. So I can appreciate a lot more of how Russell, though I've had some issues at times, how Russell has handled his discontent with this franchise. He's handled it like with aplomb and dignity compared to the way kind of Rodgers has gone about his business, which is just, I mean, he's the king of passive aggressive, passive aggressive taunts. But thank you for the $5 donation, Charlie. You were awesome, brother. Randall says, I have a formula I'd go to prove Jerry Rice was a GOAT, but now it's Brady. Yeah, it's the way I would have gone with it too. I think Rice, with the longevity of his career and the dominance of the length of that career, was undeniable. But what Brady's been able to do with the championship game is just, he's broken it. He's gotten past it. He's won it over. And I like Marino, but I don't know if Marino can go all-time talented, because with Marino, you're going all-time talented only on arm strength. I think if all-time talented quarterback, we've got to factor in some mobility to him. And if it's going to be arm that's got to be like the best arm of all time type thing. And Marino had one of the best all-time all arms, but not far and away the best all-time arm, I would say. Amazingly quick release, amazing accuracy, and upper-level arm strength, but no mobility. I mean, that guy couldn't move his way out of a phone booth. Jeffrey Thistle says Marino had the record all-time interceptions. Very impressive. Yes. He also they sometimes didn't give him the best team around him either at times. That's also as well. But yeah, he threw a lot too. Randall says Railway is the mold every other quarterback is compared to: the size, running ability, and arm strength. Yeah, he's who I go back to again and again. I mean, that's just kind of the model with what that guy was coming out. And when he came out, he was just there was no quarterbacks like that. Like this is going to be the new mold of quarterback, and it's remained that mold. It speaks to Elway's talent that you're still talking about a guy that came out in like the early '80s. That when he was drafted, that people still go back to and gravitate towards, as saying that's the model of quarterback that you want to be. Randall says, I think Favre has the interception record. I think that is right. Favre took it away from him. I think Marino had him before Favre wrestled it from him. That's probably a stat that Favre's actually somewhat probably proud of, I would say. Jay's, happy early birthday, man. Ryan Purrington, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Ryan. Appreciate you. 312, I hate it when people call Mahomes the most talented quarterback of all time. Anyone who says that must have no knowledge of football outside of 2016 to the present. Yeah, and it's also people that would be looking at the situation with him and not, understanding, I think, a little bit of the fact that he's had everything set up in front of him to be amazing. I mean, there's nothing he basically goes without, 312. They've given him a plus at every position around him in order to allow him to succeed at his best. So that helps you shine as a quarterback when you have all that you get to work with. And we saw that with Tom Brady last year as well. It helps you. It makes you look a lot better as a quarterback. I think the big test with Mahomes will be once he has to start going a little bit without. A little bit like we saw in that Super Bowl. Oh, you don't have your amazing bookend tackles anymore. How do you do? Oh, I struggle quite a bit. It's a whole different game when I don't have everything working for me in my favor at all times. Randall says, I saw Kyle Bowler throw it 1,000,000 miles from his knees. Yeah, he's famous just for that. What's the difference between skill and talent in football? Skill is something that can be taught. Talent is something you're born with. Sabertron, I recall hearing John Ursula struggled with picking up the playbook and was partially why he doesn't get much playing time. How do you think he will be picking up Shane Waldron's intricate scheme system? Sadly, Sabertron, well, not sadly, but just the way it is, John Ursula is not going to make this football team. Go look at the K. Johnson tape, and first thing, let's back this up. John Ursula is only a slot receiver. He can't play on the outside. He's 5'9", he's got 30-inch arms, he's not a fast guy, not a real tremendously explosive guy necessarily. He's got to be a slot-only kind of dude. Now, with that said, you've got Dwayne Eskridge that you just brought in who's going to be playing a lot of slot. You got Tyler Lockett in here who's going to be playing a lot of slot. And I look at a guy like K. Johnson coming out of South Dakota State, and I think that he's probably better in the slot than John Ursula is. So it becomes a kind of John becomes the guy where there's just not a chair available, and he becomes the odd man out. And I think if he was going to shine, he would have gotten on the football field up until this point. He was an older player coming out, 24 years old when he came out in the draft. Unfortunately, it just kind of is what it is. Maybe he'll get an opportunity somewhere else, but no, I don't think that he's going to get much playing time outside of he just absolutely balls out this offseason and he's somehow able to overtake Eskridge and Johnson to get that playing time out of that slot. Jeffrey says, Aaron seems like such an exhausting human to deal with. He needs to relax. REALAX. That's right, Jeffrey. He does. I will say with these quarterbacks that come out and they want to be paid all the money every 4 years, they want to break the bank on it. You do that, you're fine with doing it. I'm not going to begrudge you asking for every last dollar you want to make in your career, even though it kind of bothers me a little bit because quarterbacks get to play for 20 years and they're also the top paid guys. But let's throw that out the window for a second. If you're going to ask to be that player and you're going to insist on being that kind of player, then you need to go ahead and take a left exit out the door when it comes to starting to talk about roster building, because you've inhibited your ability to roster build. You could have done stuff like we've seen with Brady or Mahomes, but you chose not to do that. You wanted every last dollar bill you could absolutely make, and the team has to make a choice, as we've seen with Russell Wilson here. The team has to make a choice on certain position groupings that they're going to go cheaper on. You can't afford to pay everyone when you're paying your quarterback top of the market money, just the way it works. So I that's where I really land on that. I do have a little bit of sympathy for Rodgers in this situation in the respect of, the Packers were drafting Love last year and then the picking of the running back in the second round after that. They didn't help the narrative with those picks. Like that was really on their part. They sort of lost the moral high ground a little bit when you go and get Love when you've got a quarterback who's playing at an MVP level and you're already going to start moving off. This wasn't like with Favre, who was playing peekaboo with them year in, year out on the retirement game, and they just got tired of it, Charlie coming in with the donos. Charlie comes with another $5 donation. Another one after that, man. Thank you for the 2 $5 donations. I appreciate all that, Charlie. You're awesome. He said, Marino is so overrated. Sorry to say, but losers love Marino. Not a huge Marino guy either. I can be sold on that argument, Charlie. I can. I think he's a guy that had a lot of passing attempts, a lot of chances to throw that ball around the football field because they went away from the running game as his career went on. Really got pass heavy. As somebody else said, he got a lot of interceptions in his career with those passes, got a lot of yards, but not a lot of the wins to necessarily stack on top of it. There were times Miami through the mid part of his career didn't do as well with stacking as talented as a team around him. But with that said, again, I don't think, like there's some people, I think, Charlie, that'll tell you that he was the best quarterback to never win a Super Bowl. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that with Dan. Charlie, also with this, Charlie, thank you again for another donation, Charlie. I appreciate you. He says, the same people who say LeBron is better than MJ are Marino fans, no doubt. Well, I'm a better, and I hate to say this when you did donate here, Charlie, because I hate to go against the donation on it, but I'm an MJ over LeBron guy myself, but I'm also not a Marino fan. So, or I'm not a huge Marino fan. So I'm not one, but I'm not the other. And thank you so much for the donations, man. You're awesome. But I do appreciate LeBron's game. I'm an MJ guy. I grew up in that era though too. So I got to acknowledge that. The truth is I know it. Was I timed out on accident? I'll probably say something offensive again if I don't know what it is. I'm not sure. Truth is I know it. You're good to go though now. So I'm sorry if something happened, but weird things pop up, but you're back in the flow. Go Hawks. Is DK a Megatron? Yeah, DK's on a Megatron approach. I think that they're different players. They have different things that they do well. Megatron, for instance, I think is going to be a little bit of a better contested catcher than DK is, but I think DK might be a better deep ball guy at the end of the day than even Calvin was. So there's a little bit of difference in what they are, but I think that he can be that. And if you look at their first 2 years in their career, both of them, DK's got him beat as far as his productivity is concerned. So I know DK's had Russell and Calvin had Stafford and a much lesser team, but I would probably argue that at that time, those first 2 years with Calvin there, they were probably having a lot more pass attempts than you're getting here with Russell Wilson in his first 2 years with DK. Certainly probably a lot more targets. So I think he's on that trajectory. Can he be that kind of complete game-changing talent that Calvin was? I'm not sure if he'll quite get to that range of it, but he's going to be within an eyelash of that spot. Your boy Michael says, "Oh no, I'm watching Gilmore highlights, shaking my head." Get hyped for it, your boy Michael. Get hyped. Let's make this happen. Let's manifest this. Let's manifest this Gilmore. 312, do you still think OBJ can be a Hall of Famer with a strong finish? He's already 28. No. Nope. I don't. I think I've long suspected with OBJ that I think he's a guy that more loves being a football player, than he loves playing football and what comes with it. And I think that he's a guy that, to me, as he gets into his late 20s, early 30s, will be a guy that plays like 10 games a year for you. He'll be a little bit like what Deshaun Jackson was going through the end of his prime, where it's like when he's in there, he's very productive for you, but you don't get a full season of him playing. And I think that's, he's not even going to get close to the Hall of Fame, and that would even be with a strong finish, in my opinion. 312 says DK is the next Calvin, in my opinion. I would still take AJ over him as of now. I can't hate on that. I mean, AJ is a guy that, has been excellently productive. He was playing through a knee injury last year and still had it built upon his first rookie year. You can't deny that. When we start getting into 3-1-2 parsing between these kind of great players that are at this high-end level of things, and we're like, well, this great player is a little bit better than that great player, it gets really hard because they're all so very close together at that point. I would probably take DK myself, but that's also because 3-1-2, part of it would be with DK is his pairing with Russell Wilson and Russell Wilson's deep ball being such a beautiful match made in heaven. It would be a good match with AJ as well. He's a good deep ball runner as well, but I think that it's more DK's game and fits a little bit better with Russell Wilson. The truth is, I know it says we probably won't have to blitz Adams much this year, keeping him healthy. It's a good point, Truth, as we know it, because certainly on one of those shoulder injuries, our own Gerald Everett in pass protection was one of the guys that caused that shoulder injury last year coming in and blitzing. And yes, you're right. When you look at Adams last year, I think I saw it somewhere. I'm going off the top of my head here, but I want to say that his high blitz rate with the Jets was something like 6%. That was his blitz rate with the Jets, and it got up to something like 12% with our Seahawks last year. So he nearly doubled what his average was with the Jets, which was a pretty incredible leap. I would not expect them to stay at that same mark this year. I think the truth is I know it had happened last year because of the fact specifically they did not have the pass rush help early on in the year. Irvin went down. Mayowa had the injury. They were playing a lot of snaps on a lot of guys, trying to get out what they could. They had to do it by necessity. I don't think they're going to have to do it by the same necessity this year because you've signed a variety of pass rushers not to fall back into that same trap that got you last season. Makina Lampu, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. Makina, welcome on in. Lillabon, do you think they made one more big trade before the season starts? Lillabon, I do. I think that I don't have a firm thing to point to a bond to say, well, it's because I know this or that. They're sitting on cap space. They're sitting on Russell's base money. They know that this next season is going to be remarkably important for holding Russ into the fold long term. I think all of those things will drive towards getting a player before this is all said and done, and it falls in line with recent history, right? You go back a couple of years ago, they traded for Sheldon Richardson at the start of the year. You've got the trade a couple of years prior to that where we've got Jadeveon Clowney. You've got last year with Jamal Adams. It seems like every single year we're always making at least that one big major move to go get that one guy to kind of top things out. I would expect that to happen again this year. I don't know where the position is going to happen at. I think it's kind of like it could be, you could see it everywhere from cornerback to offensive line to running back to wide receiver, maybe even tight end. But I do expect a move to be made before the start of the season. Randall says, I'd like to see DK improve his contested catch ability to go up and get the ball over a defender. I would too, Randall. We saw it in that one game in the Eagles. And remember the Eagle game, playoff game a couple years ago, when it's Seattle's trying to run out the ball and Russ calls, I think, an audible and DK runs it deep and Russ just floats it up there for him and lets DK just go up and get it. And DK just looked really beautiful. DK just high points the ball, fully just laying you out for it. I mean, he must be like 12 feet up in the air when he catches the pass. The two smaller cornerbacks are right there with him, but they can't do nothing about it. I'd love to see more of that. I don't know if it's a part of his game he's going to be able to grow as much. I think it's going to be a little bit of what it kind of is a bit. Like that part of his game just kind of is going to kind of be what it is. That doesn't mean he can't still flourish around that not being a super great part of his game. But I'd love it if he could. I mean, he set the record for the biggest wingspan in combine history before somebody else came in this year and broke it. It'd sure be nice to take advantage of that wingspan, wouldn't it? Truth is, I know it. AJ Brown does a little better than AJ Brown does look a little bit better than DK in my opinion. He's a better route runner, a more natural receiver. However, DK played in a horrible system for wide receivers. It's a solid point. I certainly think AJ Brown as a route runner is a more polished route runner than DK is. Probably has a little bit better hands. In my opinion, where DK can edge him out is in the freakishness of what he provides that AJ doesn't have. Be that, he can just blow the doors off the best competition. I don't think AJ Brown is going to have Stephon Gilmore on him one-on-one, and he's just going to blow past him up the field for 60 yards, almost at will. And I think that DK has that kind of level to his game, which even if he doesn't have the rounded out stuff of perfect hands, perfect route running ability, that freakish aspect to his game is just so freakish that its effect overrides a little bit of what might be determined a bit of deficiencies to his game. That's kind of where I land on it. But I completely can understand somebody saying AJ does run a little bit better routes and has a little bit better hands. That's valid. Sabertron, will John Ursula make the team this year? John Ursula will not make the team this year. As I was speaking about just a few minutes ago, Saber, I do think that at the end of the day, Dwayne Eskridge is ahead of him on the depth chart. Lockett's going to be ahead of him on the depth chart in the slot. And then even Cade Johnson, a third guy, will be ahead of him in the slot. Not to mention that we're going to be going more towards, I think, getting bigger wide receivers and having more bigger wide receivers on the roster. So I think it's going to be less of the 5'9" guys and more of the 6-foot guys as we kind of go forward overall. I know they got drafted Dwayne Eskridge. I know, Cade Johnson's only 5'11", but they do have a model type they tend to gravitate towards, and you do need these receivers to block more in the running game than you asked them to do prior. So sadly, I think he's going to move on a little bit. Randall says AJ and DK stats are nearly identical. Crazy how close. They are very close. Yeah. Similar starts in their careers. The truth is, I know it, says DK needs more touches, slants, digs, hitches, slants and goes. I'd love to see some more slant and goes, the truth. I would love to see that because I think that's a route that he runs really well. I think they'll get him some more touches this year. I think you'll get more manufactured touches coming to play this year. The Rams offense has been historically one that mixes the ball around a little bit, right? Doesn't really try to feature one guy and we're just get the Cup, just to Robert Woods. No, we'll get a little here to Cup, a little bit to Robert Woods, a little bit to Higbee, a little bit to Gerald Everett. Oh, hey, let's work in Reynolds a little bit. Here, Van Jefferson, you get a couple of touches, and then we're going to be balanced with running the ball around that. I think that's going to lend itself to making it a little harder to feature one guy and get DK to the realm of like 90 catches and 1,700 yards. I just don't know that he's going to get the opportunities in this offense to be able to do that. But still being very efficient, high yards per catch average. I still have him going a little bit above what he did last year, so he continues to take a step further. I see about 80 catches and like 1,400 yards and like 13, 14 touchdown catches. That's right where I see him landing at this year. So still taking a step forward, but never quite maybe hitting towards that super top end that we might be wanting, some of you might be wanting to see with him just because he doesn't get the opportunities. Kevin, just draft the Chiefs, laugh your ass off. The truth is I know it. It seems like DK only is thrown to on 9 routes 90% of the time. Well, I think they ran different routes last year. There's slants, there's posts he runs. I don't think that he runs the thing about like when you're talking about one of the ones you said was like the stop routes, the comeback routes. Well, those are going to get a little bit tougher for him because then he's got to start to sink his hips. And when you ask those big guys to sink their hips and change directions, this is when we start to get back into the 3-cone area of things. So you're going to see a little more of a wider assembly to a degree of DK in the routes that he runs this year. I don't know that you're going to see him run every single route in the route tree because I don't know if every route is perfectly good for him to run. He runs them pretty good. He's improved every year. He's gotten better last year off of even his first year in route running. And it is a skill that can come along. It isn't one that just has to be there. But yeah, they did run a lot of go routes with him, man. There's no doubt about that. They lean on those go routes with him a lot. And that's his best route. So that's why they're probably leaning on it as much as they are. You'll see more of a variance this year, though. The offense is not going to be as simple as it was last year. Those days are done. Kevin says DK is number one all time already. Love it, Kevin. Truth is, I know it's Scary Terry wearing masks on the sideline is awesome. It is awesome. I hope he's got a customized Seahawks Scary Terry mask already ready to go this year. I hope he's got it ready to go. Your boy Michael says Seattle needs to release the media day pictures. For sure. Brandon Cooks, when I watch your streams, you give me hopes that this year is probably our Super Bowl year. Making the playoffs every year is a big deal because eventually we're going to get over the hump. Eventually you get those cracks. That's what they say. It's like we want to have a chance because we might not get it this year. We might not get that year, but we keep putting ourselves in that point of having that chance. One year things are going to break just right for us because we're putting ourselves in position to take advantage of that moment when it does strike. You should have hope, Brandon. You should have hope this year because so much rides on this year and the future of this year, just for that reason. If you just want to throw out everything else and maybe some of what this stream's general theme is today, simplifying things that are super complicated. And in the complicated nature of this upcoming season and all that rides upon it, it becomes very simple. Win or go home. And not win or go home as we go to playoffs and if we don't win, we got to go home and we got another offseason. No, you win, you go home and you lose your franchise quarterback. You now have to almost reset things back from the start to figure it out because you don't have a pathway to getting another quarterback here if you do trade off of him. Or you're going to go super young and have a rookie back in here with a super old coach. How's that going to work? So I think it's put so much onus on this next season's success. And I think that all parties involved understand that. That's why John Schneider embraced voidable years in contracts this year for the first time. He hadn't been doing that prior. And yeah, some of it's driven by the lowered salary cap, but it's also being driven by the desperation of the moment. By the, hey, we only have 3 draft picks. And hey, we're sitting with about 23rd as far as our cap space goes versus other teams as we come into this offseason. And we need to upgrade this football team. We got holes. We got free agents. And they found a way to do it. So you should get hype, Brandon. They accomplished a lot this offseason. No major swing. But like I said, doubles and singles. Doubles and singles. No strikeouts. Brandon says, and if we're missing any pieces, it will be a middle-of-the-year trade like Dunlap last year. Those trades always exist. Those trades always come up. As long as you're a team that can maintain the cap flexibility to take on the contract when you need to take it on, which Seattle should have, then those trades are available and there to be had. So John Schneider's a master of it, right? Last year he did the Carlos Dunlap. The year before that he brought in Quandre Diggs, which was an amazing value. You flipped that for a 5th-round pick and you brought him in. He brought that glue to that defense that year in 2019 that it needed at the free safety position. So absolutely there should be another trade like that that should come down the track, be it prior to the year or prior to the trade deadline, as you pointed out. Kevin Santialas, thoughts on Tamari and Terry? Well, Kevin, we're talking a little bit about the limited route tree that DK Metcalf ran. Tamari and Terry ran basically the same route tree that DK ran at Ole Miss, Terry ran at Florida State. They didn't ask him to do a whole lot. It doesn't mean that he can't do it. It just means that they leaned on the great skill set he added doing those, running the 9 routes, running the post route, running the sluggo routes. That was his sort of bread and butter with them. So they didn't ask him to run the wide route tree, which is what helped him drop a little bit down the draft. He also didn't play much last year, basically at all. Had a little bit of a meniscus thing going on with his knee. People have worries with the meniscus because you only have so much of it. And when they got to start dealing with it and taking little bits of it out, that's how you quickly get into a bone-on-bone situation with the knee. And it makes it very tough for you not only to play, but more importantly, and as is the truth in Todd Gurley's case, it makes it very tough for you to train with the type of rigor you need to train to keep yourself in an upper-level state as an athlete is concerned. So there's some worries there with him because of that. That's part of the reason that he dropped down through the draft. Now, with that said, you never get this kind of freakish talent as an undrafted rookie free agent receiver. You just don't. A guy who's 6'4", legitimate, and I mean legitimate. I'm not talking like, oh, he's a 4.4 day at his pro day. He would be a 4.4 guy at the combine with those laser clock times. He's a legitimate fast guy at that size. You just don't see that type of pairing together. 6'4" and you're 4'4", and you got long arms, and you can jump through the gym, and you have contested catchability, and you can run past people on a 9 route. So I like a lot of his potential there, Kevin. He is undrafted. We've got to put some of this in perspective. But with that said, there has not been a more talented receiver as an undrafted free agent receiver that the Seahawks have brought in 10 years of John Schneider and Coach Carroll. And frankly, if you're just going to say talented receiver, period, like we've been talking, it's funny, we've been having this discussion about most talented wide receivers in NFL history. Well, if we're talking about just the most talented receivers that the Seahawks have brought in over the last 10 years, Tamari and Terry is right behind DK Metcalf, maybe as number 2 on that most talented list. Just on ticking off all of the big boxes you want ticked off with a particular wide receiver. In the way that if you had to draw it up in the factory on blueprints, this is how you draw up the type of player you'd want out there at the wide receiver position. So you should be hyped up about him, Kevin. Hopefully they've hit a home run on this one, and potentially I think they have. I love his game quite a bit. Truth is, I know it. They said the coaches were mad at Ursula for not staying in the end zone when he made the first down red zone catch against San Francisco for the division. Oh, that's interesting to hear. So it definitely was stopped just short of that end zone line. So, that's interesting. And he hasn't been given a chance since then as well, to your point. He hasn't been able to get back out on the football field since then. And let's face it, the receiver core got a little bit lean last year, right? They made the signing for Philip Dorsett in the offseason. He never even got it on the football field. All right. I mean, Josh Gordon never got back out on the football field with what he had going on. But yet you never even saw them whiff at John Ursula getting off the practice squad last season. The truth is, I know it says Jerry might have been on roids. You got to wonder, don't you, truth is I know it. When you get a guy who's at 38, 39, 40 years old as a wide receiver still out there making catches, being uber productive at that age. You're like, wait a second. Father Time's undefeated. When something's too good to be true, it usually is. But never caught. Can't hit him for it if he's never caught, Seahawks Network says sports media sucks these days. You get hotter takes. You can get hotter takes and just better football opinions and knowledge on YouTube. I agree, Seahawks Network. I think people, when they get unabated by just trying to talk, sometimes these media stuff don't want to talk sports as much. They want to talk everything but the sport, or anything but the particulars of the sport, or the idiosyncrasies of the sport. And so they want to stay at this high level stuff, or they want to get into the drama. They want to get into the salaciousness of it, the stuff which really doesn't. I don't think it interests most of the YouTubers that do just like what I do, where they want to get into this other stuff, which is, I think most fans really want to just get into this other stuff. They don't want the drama. They don't want any of this other stuff that seems to just spin through the 24-hour news cycle. And I can appreciate that. Seahawks Network, I love what the Browns are doing. Love Andrew Berry and what he's doing. He really turned that roster upside down. Yeah, one of the main teams on the forefront of wrapping their minds around and embracing the analytics of things and really getting behind that and letting that almost in a lot of ways drive their drafts and drive what they do in free agency. But I too love what the Browns have done over the last couple of years, not just 1 year. I love how they address positions that are positions of value in this league, that are not depressed positions like a defensive end, like a cornerback, and then they really build upon that strength. That to me shows the forward-thinking nature of where they are as an organization. You love the balance that they can play with offensively. I mean, they can just run smash mouth out you all day. They've got two really great running backs back there who can get it done. They've got just enough of the wide receiver position. The stuff that they do with the two tight end personnel stuff, a lot of like what hopefully we can copy here a little bit, maybe to some small degree. But the Browns are definitely a threat team next year. I don't think that they're a front runner. I don't have them as a favorites coming out of the AFC, but I do think that they're a threat. I think they've made a lot of really smart, good moves. 312 says, now that we went through talent, who would you say the top 5 best pound-for-pound receivers of all time are? Meaning if everyone was the same height, same weight, etc. Just the best. Well, I mean, Jerry Rice is going to be there as the best at that point. I would put Steve Largent there at that point for me. I probably need to think through the next 3. Pound for pound. I still think you probably would put Randy Moss in there. Guy only weighed about 175 pounds, so we're talking pound for pound. You know what I mean? I'd have to think of the next 2. So let me think on the next 2 guys. But those would be my 3 guys off the jump, and I'll think on the next 2. Steve Smith might be a guy on that list for me. 312. Number 4 might be Steve Smith. If we're going pound for pound, I'll think on the 5th one. Randall says, any player on the roster who could get moved before the start of the season, Barton or Green? I'm less certain that Barton would be moved just because the linebacker position is so thin right now on the roster, Randall. So I would that alone probably has him making the team. Rasheem Green is absolutely a candidate because with Rasheem Green, he's carrying basically about $1 million more than you maybe would like to carry with him. You could save $1 million from moving off from him this season right now. That may appeal to Seattle, especially with so many defensive ends they have on the roster. And I probably would actually say that that's a likely situation to have happen, if not him being moved in a trade for like a 6th or 7th rounder, if you can get it at this point. So probably he would be the number 1 guy, I would say, who gets moved. Who else? Who else? Who else could be moved? Not a lot of other guys that I really could probably point to. Trey Flowers would be a guy with his $2.1 million that you could say is a possibility. I don't think Marquise Blair coming off an injury is a possibility at all. And you don't have a lot else across the board offensively to really feel like you'd want to move from. So that's about it as far as what I'd say. LJ Collier is another guy. LJ Collier certainly could be moved, Randall, with what he has going on. I'd add Brian Monet to that list as well, Randall, just because by freeing out Brian Monet, now you can put Geno Atkins back in your target sign. You could maybe even look at Sheldon Richardson. That would open up quite a bit to go that route is the possibility as well. And he might have some actual trade value out there, maybe even just a tiny bit. The truth is, I know it. Rice's body didn't reflect his production. He didn't look like he should be that good. Walter Payton was the same way. Walter was 200 pounds, but ran like Eddie George. How? Well, Walter had some thick thighs. Walter did have he had that base working for him that was phenomenal. I mean, that gait and that just his balance with that gait was absolutely great. Also, 200 pounds back then was a little bit more legitimate to 200 pounds now. 200 pounds back then was probably what 220 is now at the running back position with the size guys were. Remember Refrigerator Perry at 300 pounds was like one of the only 300-pound linemen at that time in the league. There was like a handful of them. Now you have 300-plus pound linemen everywhere. So it's also 30 years ago. Just guys were a little bit smaller at that time. 312 said, I would love to see the Browns have such a good season to just go back to their 2019-2020 form. Well, and it's precipitous right now as far as their improvements and they're taking the step forward. It's no certain bet with them. Like they certainly have stacked up a roster of really talented players. They are building off of a very successful year last year, no doubt about it. But they are also a team that has not been a winner year in and year out here, going back years and years and years. They're putting it together. They're trying to find a way. So there's no guarantees with them being great, but that's the truth in football in general. You can make a lot of smart moves in an offseason and things just not work out for you. I think the Colts last year had a really good offseason, made some really smart moves, got in Phillip Rivers. Theoretically, maybe you could tap into a little bit more juice left in that arm, but it was done. It was toast. And so smart moves that they made didn't bear out to the results that they thought. Didn't mean that their moves weren't intelligent or that the things that they do were correct. They got handed kind of a tough bag when Andrew Luck retired on them a couple years ago. And that left them scrambling for a franchise quarterback. Part of the reason why that I'm so worried about potentially losing Russell a little bit. The truth is, I know it. Largent is number one pound for pound. The real number 80. That's it. Truth is, I know it. We are simpatico on this one, man. He's my number one guy. So I mean, I'm a Largent guy till death, man. You know what I mean? Like unabashedly so. Charlie Huff says Josh Gordon needs Mark Rodgers. Maybe a baseball agent could get it done at this point, Charlie. maybe a baseball agent could finally shake this thing loose. The truth is, I know it says Gordon needs to go to the Cowboys. That would seem like a destination, wouldn't it? That's a possibility. Seahawks Network, it's so weird. Someone built like a salesman is one of the best receivers of all time in Largent. Yeah. It's a guy that you wouldn't. It's sometimes why with football players you can't look at their body always. We get impressed with the DK Metcalfs and everything else, but sometimes it's about just being a good football player. And as impressed as we can be with DK Metcalf, when you look at kind of the all-time best receivers in Seahawks history, be it Largent, Doug Baldwin, Tyler Lockett, as he's starting to ascend through that area of things, haven't always been the most freakish talents down the line. Sometimes it's when you just come down to that old axiom of just being a good damn football player, just knows how to play the game. And some of the stuff Largent was doing at the time from the receiver position, the changing of his pace, and his route running was just so next level for its time. They were doing things. They were using chopsticks. He was using spoons. Yeah. Truth is, I know it. Peyton wasn't talented. No, please don't let me get that across. Peyton was a talented player. But when we come down to like talking about all-time talented players, all-time talented quarterbacks, there have been some. Jeff George was the guy I was thinking of. Thank you, Randall. Jeff George was the mustache guy. When we're talking about talent, This is where we got to get very key on this. Talent. And when you look at Peyton Manning, he was a guy that you go back and even look up old news stories written about him coming out of the draft. There were some questions about his arm strength. That's why some guys had Ryan Leaf up ahead of Peyton Manning. That's why it was not a sure bet that Peyton Manning was going to go number 1 overall throughout the whole process. There was a lot of trying to figure out who was the number 1 guy. And to me, if you're going to be considered one of the all-time most talented quarterbacks in the sport, you probably should have been by far and away and Little Bit official. Thank you for subscribing, Little Bit. I appreciate it. But if you're going to be one of these all-time talented quarterbacks, you probably should have been far and away unanimously the best quarterback in your own draft if you're going to be considered the most talented. And he just wasn't quite that. Peyton was a guy who came from royal lineage in football with Archie, his father, playing with New Orleans all those years and all that. But yeah, I think with Peyton, the same things with his arm strength that popped up near the end of his career were always kind of there a little bit to a degree, but he was a guy who got to play in a dome for the majority of his career. That helped, just like it helped Drew Brees being able to play in a dome throughout the majority of his career. So I think more of Peyton's talent came with his cranium, what he did up here, and his ability to process. I don't think there's been a better processor at the quarterback position than Peyton Manning. He'd be like a i9 dual core Intel, that would be Peyton. Charlie says Gordon needs the Cowboys so he can help them not make the playoffs at 8-9. Facts, Charlie. Facts. Randall says, I think Peyton's talent didn't show up at the combine. Yeah, just a different talented guy. I just always, if I think of a quarterback, I'm always going to, the first talent, and this is a personal thing for me, but the first thing that I'm always going to gravitate towards in a quarterback for talent will be first and foremost his arm talent. It'll be great if you're a leader. It's great if you got intangibles, great if you're mobile, but can you make every throw I need you to make in the NFL game, or am I going to have to dial down my playbook? Am I going to have to pull it down to a bare bones standpoint because I have to overcome from your lack of ability to throw, which then maybe diminishes some of those other secondary skills you have as a bonus to your game. 312 says, I always say as a Steeler fan, Antonio Brown was the closest thing we have ever seen to Jerry Rice. They just don't look like the type of people to be great receivers, but they just outworked everyone. I could buy into that. I think the Jerry comparison is probably a little closer. I mean, he's close in. They're same players in the career they have, 312. I might say, though, that the closer player from a modern standpoint, though, would probably be a little bit more of Larry Fitzgerald. To me, Jerry Rice, Larry Fitzgerald are kind of the closer size build, the type of player they are, the way that they win and their route running a little bit. The same questions a little bit on the speed, but then seems faster once they get on the football field. It seems to always run away from people, not having an issue with it. But Brown's right there with it. Brown, I'm not totally off on that one. You could sell me on that one. The truth is, I know it says Largent was a blazing fast Doug Baldwin. Yeah, I'd go with that. Randall McDaniel says Jeff George from the University of Illinois. Colts took him number 1. Went to Atlanta. Jerry Glanville, red gun offense, like the run and shoot. I remember the run and shoot. It's crazy offense. You want to get your quarterback killed, run the run and shoot. Oh my God. Warren Moon was a tough guy to get through that offense, man. That thing gets you beat up. Charlie Huff says Jeff George is a white Randall Cunningham. Jeff could not run like Randall. Randall could move. Jeff had the arm. As the truth I know, it said Jeff was fun to watch just because he could spin it. They go, man, that guy could spin it. That thing's coming out with RPMs like these pitchers in baseball are throwing now. Revolutions per minute. That thing would come out like 4,000 revolutions per minute, just. And it still stands out. It's one of those things where you can go to YouTube and still watch some of that grainy footage from the early 90s and him throwing it, and you still go, oh yeah, he's. That thing's still, the thing's, exploding out of his hand when he throws it. Same thing like with Brett Favre. When you go back and watch Brett, you can still see the arm strength in old Brett footage. You can sometimes go watch some of these old quarterbacks where you're like, ooh, this footage is dated. That guy's got a lollipop arm. Not the same with those two guys. You can still go watch they had arms kind of for any era kind of quarterbacks. Charlie, I know what you meant, Mark Rodgers. I remember, I know the agent you were meaning. Charlie Huff said Jeff George had an arm that didn't quit. It did. He had a mustache and an arm that didn't quit. Everything else, complete quit. Leadership, quit. Intangibles, quit. Clutch, quit. But man, nobody threw a better arm. Nobody threw a better ball. 312 with A-Rod as your coach. If Russ if Russ ever gets injured, just bring him into the game and let him call plays as the quarterback. There you go. He'll be an offensive coordinator and he'll be your starting quarterback. And you won't have to pay him for the extra job. Seahawks says, who should the Hawks go after during the trade window once the season starts after teams get an understanding if they want to part ways for whatever reason? Just a couple guys at the top list to me, and I mentioned just basic guys. I don't have a huge laundry list here, Seahawks. So the guys I've kind of come to in my head on this would be a Fletcher Cox, Stephon Gilmore, Melvin Gordon is a guy that was mentioned for the Broncos, who would be a running back option. It's not super sexy, but he'd be at least maybe in a mildly improvement to the backfield if you brought him in. Who else would be a guy? I had a couple guys in mind I was thinking of. OBJ is a guy, if the Browns season kind of goes off the rails a little bit, you might be able to target a couple of Saints guys if they start to go sideways, because the Saints still have some cap stuff that they got to deal with long term. Could you maybe talk them into, if their season goes sideways, a trade for an Andres Pete? If that happened to be the way that, Propel, showed itself to happen, something like that. Probably along those lines would be what you're looking at, Seahawks. It's hard to say right now. It really is kind of hard to kind of pinpoint exactly who would be that guy right now. But those would be guys that I would take a look at. If the Minnesota Vikings have a down season and they don't get the Danielle Hunter situation figured out, maybe he becomes a guy that is put out on the market and available, because I know there's been a little bit of back and forth between those two parties over there. I'll try to think of some more if there's some other guys. I've been trying to tap my head, but there's not a lot of teams that jump out to me right now to make a ton of sense. The truth is, I know it says Russell Wilson is an Elway clone. Well, minus 7 inches, but maybe almost in every other way. Elway had a little bit more arm strength than Russell did too. Russell's got good arm strength, upper level arm strength, even I might argue. But Elway had like one of those cannon arms coming out. I mean, he was a guy I think as a pitcher could throw at 90 miles an hour. Randall, the way I figured Rice was number one is that the distance between he and the second best wide receiver was a bigger gap than any other player. But now it's Tom Brady, Tampa Bay. Now it's Tom Brady, is what you're saying. Yeah, that's the same thing that I looked at with Rice, and I did it begrudgingly with Rice because he, of course, overtook all of Largent's records, which left me a little embittered. But you can't deny his production. You can't deny the longevity by which he played and how much better above over the top the next guy behind him he was. You look at the running back position; those guys stack up relatively close together at the top end guys, being the Browns, the Berries, the Emmets. But you can't say the same with what Jerry did from that standpoint. And that says something to how much Tom has come in and been able to be as successful as he has to overtake that high water mark that Jerry Rice sort of set. But I agree with your logic and reasoning on that. Your boy Michael says we should get Nathan Peterman and then trade Russ. Only if we really want to win a Super Bowl, your boy Michael. 312, Brady isn't even the GOAT quarterback. He's won so much because he's always been a great quarterback on cheap deals, allowing the rest of his team to be stacked. Going cheaper on the deals is part of his decision-making and his choice. And part of what breaks Brady the GOAT is really everything but the physical talent. It's about the things that we talk about in Antonio Brown or Jerry Rice or some of these guys that have to be self-made type players. He is a self-made player. It's why he was the 6th, 7th round pick, whatever it was. And so it's about him taking every other spot that he can to get ahead. Oh, here's a place. If I take a little bit less money, my teams can be a little more stacked. I can get a little bit more of an advantage here. I'll take it. Wherever Brady can find an advantage, he'll take the advantage, understanding that maybe he doesn't have all the physical gifts that we look at in some of these other quarterbacks, like an Elway had, for instance. But that's part of what makes him that GOAT, is taking advantage of every last spot and opportunity he can take advantage of. Randall says, remember Elway was looked at as a certain kind of way before those 2 Super Bowl wins. Pretty sure he was 0-3 up into that point. That was one of those narratives that I always thought was BS, though, Randall, in that positioning of things, because he played in Denver on a team that did not have a lot of talent there. He always rose them up above what their talent level was. They, for years, didn't stack much around him, didn't put much around him. And then when they finally put a lot around him, he went and got a couple Super Bowl wins as he was aging, as he was a diminished player. If you had gotten that same level of talent or even somewhat near the same level of talent he had with the Shanahan era of things later on in his career with Denver in that mid-'80s time, is that enough to make a difference for him to win 1 or 2 more Super Bowls through that era? Yeah, I would tend to think so. But it's not his fault that the Denver really mismanaged, I think, their roster and the way that they roster built through those years of the mid 80s, where he didn't have, we can look at Dan Marino and say, oh, we had the Marx brothers, right? We can look at even Warren Moon had always a triumphant of receivers to throw to, or the Buffalo Bills with Andre Reed, and they had an older guy there at the time too. I'm trying to think of who they had. God, man, I'm having a hard time tonight with names. But they had a couple guys there. There was guys, who are the receivers that you can name in Elway's years? Yeah, Rod Smith at the end. Shannon Sharp kind of nearing the end. But who was his receivers during those 80s period? I mean, we can name some guys, but not names that are going to be like, oh, yeah, that guy's one of the better receivers of all time. He's top one. He didn't have a top 100 receiver, basically, until Rod Smith maybe came along. And Rod Smith's probably a top 100 receiver all time. But again, later on in his career. So I don't think you can hit that way he was viewed, Randall, was not his fault. It's not Elway's fault that the 49ers put 50 on him, 45 on him in a Super Bowl, or that the Redskins put like 40 on him. Like that his defense basically crapped the bed each of those times that they went out and play. It wasn't even a close game almost from the jump. John, Seahawks Network says, I hate John Ursula hype. I'm with you, Seahawks Network. I'm over the Ursula hype. I never quite understood it, to be honest with you. The truth is, I know it. Says the Hawk says, do you think Alden sees the field this year? I do think he sees the field this year. This doesn't feel like the same kind of egregious stuff that he's gone through before. A guy who once hit a tree and kept trying to drive as he had hit that tree because he was so intoxicated. This is not the same situation. I think that it sounds like he was trying to protect his sister a little bit. Maybe the league takes that into account. I do think he probably gets some kind of suspension at that point. But if it's out the first 8 games and you get him on the back end of the 8 games, that's like having a trade deadline acquisition at that point, and you get the fresh legs to put back in on that defensive line and defensive end position, which is really deep, and you can build into having that loss. You can suffer that loss early on and be able to probably sustain plenty fine. You could just give Darrell Taylor his snaps now on the rotation and roll that way if you really want to, or Kerry Hyder until you can get to week 8. So probably at least about an 8-game suspension is what you're going to look at with it, but I do see him seeing the field at some point. Randall, NBA comes back to 206 team, got to be named Sonics. It's like when the Browns came back. Oh, it will be the Sonics. It'll be the Sonics, Randall. No doubt about it. No doubt about it, buddy. It's going to be the Sonics. They won't try to name them a new team. That's too good of a team name. That's awesome. And it's got reference to local, I think it's good. Why do I, Charlie, thank you for another $5 donation, Charlie. I think this is like your 4th donation, man. You're awesome. Thank you, brother. He says, pound for pound and height for height, leave it to Bayless Brando. That's it, man. I am the ultimate pound for pound height guy. Charlie with another $5 donation says, I think Pete Carroll talks to Waldron like he's in a Scorsese movie. He thinks there'll be leaks and he'll do his best to keep the ship afloat. Yeah, just, hey, Shane, come here, Shane. Well, you gotta be talking so much, Shane. You be quiet. You be quiet over here, Shane. This is gonna be a surprise. We're gonna hit him. We're gonna hit him when they don't even see us coming, and we're gonna hit him because you're gonna be keeping your mouth shut. I want you keeping quiet. I want you keeping quiet. And DK, you better be quiet. I know you like to talk. Put that pacifier back in your mouth. No one's gonna know what's coming. We're gonna hit them when they don't see us. No, Charlie. Pete tapping into his mafia boss, Don type role, huh? Okay, I'm with it. And thank you for the donation, brother. You're awesome. Charlie says Michael Jordan only had a super team, 2 stars, him and Scotty, because Scotty thought they needed a guy who later falsely presents as a police officer to do what I don't know. Later falsely presents as a police officer to do what I don't know. Yeah, I mean, MJ did bring in Rodman, which I guess theoretically helped them to bring a super team because of Rodman being brought in there. They did win championships before Rodman was brought in there, and Michael did that by building the team up from the ground. Not him building the team up, but they built the team from the ground up. So it wasn't really as much, I think, the super team situation being brought into play. I mean, Rodman was an addition, but it wasn't with the same thing that you see as the super team mentality that drives the NBA now, and which I think drives it at this point to its detriment a bit. When I came up with MJ, Michael Jordan, I think that he's a different mentality of pretty much almost any sports athlete that we've seen. That you see a lot of it, I think, a little bit in Tom. It's a thing that you can't quantify. It's not tangible. It's not something you can take as a metric or as a statistic. It's just something that you kind of feel. And when I see MJ, I see a guy that just was so obsessed with winning and so obsessed with that being his sole and only focus that I just think that it was such a special trait. You don't see it come along once every 10 or 20 or 30 years. Sometimes it's one of those things you just see come along once every 50, 60 years. And that's to my point as to where LeBron is an amazing player, top player all time, no doubt about it. But the mentality with which Jordan brought to play on the basketball court, just the feel of what he did, I just don't think there's been another player like it, in my opinion. But against the era I grew up in, and I always say this about the young fans right now that have been only coming into the consciousness of their fandom here as far as since Russell Wilson's been here, since Coach Carroll's been here. I can't knock those folks that have just sort of when you're a victim of the moment of what you grew up in and what had that effect on you as growing up, it's hard to get around that. It gets embedded into your brain a little bit. But I just don't think, I think Jordan's just a special cat, not always the greatest of human being at every turn, but as a guy that just the sure want and will to win, and I'll do whatever it takes. Hard to beat it. You coming on down, Kitty? Oh, we got a cat. You get some cat butt, guys. There's some cat butt for you. Where were we? But thank you, Charlie, again. You've been super kind today, Charlie. I do appreciate it, man. That's awesome of you to donate. Why do I says Jeff freaking George, man. Every team thought I will turn him around and then trade him after he pisses off the team again. I thought Warren Moon was one of the best pure passers in NFL history. Yeah, Warren Moon probably threw the tightest spiral in NFL history. I mean, he probably even outbeat Jeff George with the tightness of that spiral. That thing came out and, you could have thrown it through a perfect foot-sized football hole and it would have gone cleanly through. He would have been like with Steph Curry, when he shoots a shot, he gets a three-pointer and it splashes in and it's just, never hits the rim. It was nothing but net. That was Warren Moon throwing the football. With Jeff, he combined the spin with just the incredible power of throws, but you're right. That's what drove those teams. That's how he could go through 5, 6, 7 teams and all of them willing to give him a try and see if, it's now going to turn around with you here. You'll have the light bulb finally come on now here. But it's also why when you get a quarterback, mentality matters with a quarterback. I mentioned arm, and then the thing I gravitate towards first with a quarterback is arm strength, and can he make all the throws, and am I going to be limited in what I can play call wise, because he might have some deficiencies throwing the ball, but you also do need the brain to be there. You need a leader of men. You need a guy that understands that he is at the center of attention. He's just not another football player on the team. He is the guy. He is the leader. And you need to have both of those two parts when you're building, when you're taking a quarterback to build around your whole team. And that's those NFL teams back in the late 80s, early 90s weren't as worried necessarily with the leadership aspect, I don't think, as probably is driven more towards today. It's more leaned on today. 3-2, LeBron definitely has an argument to be better than MJ. He's been elite for a longer period of time than MJ was. Can't argue with that. You can't argue with the longevity of how good LeBron's been over that time period. You can't. I don't begrudge people that are more over the years. Thank you for subscribing over the years. You're awesome, and I do appreciate you, sir, or ma'am, or sir, whichever it is. But yes, I think LeBron's been better over an elite period, a more longer period of time. MJ maybe burned brighter in the time period that he was there. But I can't hold anybody down that says they prefer LeBron over MJ. It's kind of a, we all have our preference on it. You know what I mean? I think MJ was just so much of a dude. There's a different mentality at play there, man. He's just a different kind of dude. Your boy Michael says, damn, $20 like that. Charlie's a giving man. Charlie's a very giving man. He doesn't like my MJ love, but he's a giving man. MJ had the GOAT peak. LBJ has the GOAT longevity, whichever one you favor over the other. That's kind of it, 3-1-2, right? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it too. Whichever one you're kind of gravitated, and you can make a solid argument for either side of it. It's where it gets hard to really say, well, that's definitely more right than that one is. It's more of what you prefer. The Ursula hype is based on his YouTube highlights tape where he was getting wide open on long bombs 1,000 times in a row. Nobody gets that wide open in the pros. No, and he definitely played a little bit of a lesser conference coming out of Hawaii, right? So you're not playing against Big Ten competition. You're not going against SEC competition. And he was a guy who came at 24 years old. It's a little bit of what I've knocked in Dwayne Eskridge, just a tiny bit. It's not a thing that's a death killer or something that means you can't have success in your pro career, but it has been something that has held back Ursula, I think. It's been something that I think has held back LJ Collier. When you come out as a 24-year-old player, you will have flashed some tape in your 24-year-old year that you played in college, but guess what? You're probably 3, sometimes 4 years older than the guy you're playing across from you. That means you had an extra 3 to 4 years of development in the weight room to get you physically more dominant than that guy across from you. That's going to be an advantage to you. An advantage that you see lost the second you arrive at the pros, because everybody's going to be at that physical state at that point. You don't have that same kind of edge. And I think that edge got lost with LJ. I think it's got lost with John Ursula a little bit. I don't think it'll necessarily be lost to the same degree with Dwayne Eskridge, but I do have worries with him. And as far as his overall development long-term, because of a little bit of that advanced age in coming out. Randall, I wonder if I'll follow the new hockey team. I know 0.0 about hockey other than you score goals and they fight. At this point in life, not sure I have the want to learn it. Maybe my son will like it. I landed in the same place, Randall. And then says, why I struggle watching soccer? And I watch just back and forth, bang and forth. And I know stuff's happening and the intricacies, but you need a lot of years to appreciate those intricacies. And I don't know if I have the patience or will to build up the time to want to understand those intricacies at this point. Indeed, I'm just trying to get back into baseball, maybe even potentially back into basketball a little bit if Sonics come back into fray. So I probably won't be. I can appreciate hockey. I know it's a lot of people love it. It's great that we have a franchise here. It'll probably be very popular in the Seattle area. It just doesn't do a lot for me. 312 says, one thing I will say is that the gap between LBJ's longevity and MJ's longevity is much bigger than the gap between their peaks. Yeah, but again, too, it's part of this will come back into play is if LeBron James isn't able to bounce around to whatever team he wants to bounce around to every 4 years to build a super team, is he able to have anywhere near the same level of success as far as championship titles are concerned, much less getting to the same amount of championships as MJ does? And I think that's got to be in consideration. Again, I know that people on the other side of this will say, well, Rodman is an indication that they were building super teams with Rodman. I don't know if one player in one major signing in his years there, MJ with the Bulls, means that he was building a super team just on that alone. I think that that's a little bit of a stretch, whereas LeBron goes out and tactically recruits guys. He's no doubt recruiting guys right now to build his next super team for next year. And that always, to me, is going to... I'm not going to discredit you for that or say that you're not a great player for that, but that's going to knock you down just a little bit of a peg to me versus the guy that had to do it a little bit more organically. Miranda McDaniel says Marino needed a Terrell Davis like Elway got. Could have helped with that a little bit, Randall. I think what Marino would have really needed at the end of the day would, if he could have just kept and had a dominant defense during when he was in his prime. I think the defense started to get dominant just as he was at his end gate point. That might have been the thing that helped him out. He's a guy I think that always would have worked on just being a pass heavy guy. But if the defense was a little bit more dominant, like it was when he was first walking in the door there in Miami, I think he would have been okay in that realm too. I don't know. It may have been, maybe a running back would have helped him as well. I don't know, because we never did get to see him with a great back either. So that may be a solid point too. Why do I says, I'm trying to be positive about not getting Julio. I really wanted Seattle to get Julio. I'm hoping it's a sign Seattle is super high on Eskridge, Terry Johnson, or Weddington. It certainly should be an indication that they're high on those guys. Could be also an indication why they have an alternative deal in place where they say, why should we give up a second-round pick for this guy? And we're going to be able to give up a third-round pick for this guy who will have a much bigger impact on this team down the road. They could be thinking of it from that standpoint as well. But I do think that this is at least to a tiny indication that they like those guys they got right now. They like the potential in the crew they got right now. Charlie Hopp said Marino needed to be better. He did. I feel like Marino kind of came into the league in what he was, and he was what he was, which was an amazing thrower of the football. But did he really expand past just being an amazing thrower of the football? I don't know. It's a tough question. Tough question on that one. The truth is, I know it. I'm glad we got rid of David Moore. He was as strong as an ox, but couldn't get separation. He'd fumble and drop balls in the clutch. Good riddance. I'm perfectly okay with getting rid of David Moore at this point, too. Truth is, I know it. I found him to be tremendously inconsistent. He come give you this great game where he looks like he could be a very good receiver in this league, almost getting to a difference maker type state, and then he just totally disappears for 3 or 4 games and has the drops that you talk about and the lack of separation that you speak of. That showed up too much to me, the inconsistency stuff, especially as you get into year 3 and 4. At that point, I'll go a different direction. He really never tapped right into what that flashpoint he had when he first burst on the scene. He had a 7-game run where it looked like we might have a guy stardom potential there. Never was able to quite get into that first same run that he had in that first 7 games. But I'm okay with him moving on. Jeff Ryan says MJ was better than LeBron in his book. LeBron is amazing, but has never been a killer like Mike. The Black Cat was a once in a lifetime. If someone actually comes around that is better than MJ, well, there won't be a discussion. I agree with you, man. Jeff, I'm with you on this one. It's just there's something, it's hard to quantify, but there's just something different about MJ and what he did and his mentality on the court and the type of guy he was at his competitive level. To the point that, can be a complete a-hole because it was all about winning. I don't think LeBron can ever get into a state of being a complete a-hole around his teammates to drive towards winning. It's that little bit of that separator and how much is winning really truly important to you versus the appearance of winning being important to you. I think MJ would rather die than lose. I don't know that LeBron's got that same mentality at state. Charlie, Marino's just Jay Cutler from a different era. Marino's a bit better than Jay Cutler. I mean, he's a little bit better than Jay Cutler. Marino made fantasy football happen, so Charlie Huff, I could see that. Definitely probably a big drawer of it. The truth is, I know it says what Seattle needs most is a center and right tackle. I could be talking to that, especially center. I agree with you there. Right tackle, certainly to upgrade that would be helpful. If you could get a guy like Mitchell Schwartz out there, and if he's able to get around to his health somewhere around mid-year or so, you can get him back on the football field. That would be an upgrade over a guy like Brandon Shell. There's no doubt about that. I don't agree. I agree with you there. Charlie says, now people can celebrate stats while their team doesn't win games. Yeah, I'm not one of those people, Charlie. I'm not a fantasy football guy, kind of for that reason. I don't like that it draws me in that direction in my fandom. I want to root for teams. I don't want to root for players. Your boy Michael says, I'm surprised Sherman hasn't been signed yet. Are you? Not necessarily. Don't forget your boy Michael. He doesn't actually have an agent. He is his own agent. That's always going to make the process a little more stickier than when you have an agent who can kind of grease the wheels to getting a deal done a little bit faster with their relationships with the front offices around the league. As well, there isn't a lot. He doesn't have all the schemes in the league as he a fit for. So every man-on-man scheme that exists out there in the NFL, every blitz-heavy scheme that's going to put a cornerback on an island, they get X'd right off of Sherman's list. So there's only a small subset of teams that really are even possibilities for him to go to. And then he's probably not being offered exactly what he was hoping he would be offered out here in free agency as far as what he wanted to be paid. I think that's between those two things. I think that's kind of going to set the things in a place where it's going to take a little bit more time for him to kind of settle on, okay, I'm going to be paid less. This is a little bit of what's happened with KJ Wright, right? Where KJ Wright thought he was going to get paid this season, had maybe the best year of his career, comes in the offseason and the market's completely cold for him for, again, the same kind of reasons it's cold for Richard Sherman. Aging player, very scheme specific. That kind of just makes it harder for you to get paid quick. But it will happen down the line. He'll get paid by somebody somewhere. It'll probably be a 1-year, $4 million-ish type deal. But it'll happen at some point. But not surprised. Randall says, which tight end leads the team in receptions, yards, and touchdowns for the Hawks? Russell did say the tight end group graced his passing camp. No YouTube clips yet of DK. We know Tyler won't go. That's true. I'm going to go with Disley. I think Disley has a bounce back year. I think he's a guy that I think Everett's a guy that you work in there as the H-back, but not as a feature guy necessarily. He's at his best mixed in there. But I bet you Disley gets you into that realm of about 40, 45 catches, and he gets you about 750 yards. And a good 6-7 touchdowns too. So I'm high on Disley this year. I think he gets his legs back under him. I really do. Seahawks Network, it's a shame Damian Lillard hasn't won a ring. It is a shame. It'll be interesting to see what the Blazers do with him this offseason. Can you guys get another franchise player in there to pair with him? And if not, do you entertain the possibility of moving on from him at that point? Because you guys are kind of just stuck into that same relative tread and water area where you're really not a contender, but you've got a great player nonetheless in the middle of their prime. It's a tough situation to kind of wade through all those waters. Bear with me, guys. I'll be right back. I just got to use the bathroom real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, Dave Kruger, the original Jake Delhomme. Dave Craig. Randall, Dave Kruger, you're going baseball now. Truth is, I know it. Dave Craig is the original Jay Cutler. Dave Craig had limited arm strength. Jay Cutler had a huge amount of arm strength. Jay Cutler is Jeff George. That's what Jay Cutler is Jeff George 2.0. That's what Jay Cutler is. Charlie, I was a little too young for Craig, but something tells me he wasn't a wank like Cutler. I love that, Charlie. Cutler. Jay Cutler. No, he was not a wanker like Cutler was. Not at all. Dave was a gamer. Dave was gritty. Dave was the kind of guy that you'd root for because he was obviously not a guy with a lot of physical talents and gifts, but he was absolutely going to lay it all on the line for you every single week. So you had to like that about Dave. But I like Randall. Dave Craig was kind of the original Jake Delhomme. That's a little bit. Dave was a little better than Jake. I will say that, Randall. He's a little bit better than Dave. He had a long career. He had a lot of yards he threw for. Dave's up there in the all-time passing yardage mark, which is impressive, especially for a guy who played the whole majority of his career in a run-first-centric offense. But, yeah, Craig no Cutler. 3-1-2, I agree. If I had Russ, I would take DK in general, but I'd go with AJ. Both great players, though. Yeah, I'd see your point on that as well. Completely. Randall says Craig was unbelievably streaky, plus lots of fumbles. He wasn't great. He had baby hands. He did have baby hands. There was no doubt about it. Just could not get a grip on that big old football thing. It looked like it was just huge, like as big as his torso when he was holding it. But, yeah, he was a streaky cat, too. He was. When he was hot, though, man, when he was going, he was cooking. 3-1-2, I hate it in sports when fans try to discredit great players on bad teams for not being able to win. To a degree, I guess, 3-1-2. I think that depends on, I guess, the sport, depends upon what we're talking about. Obviously, in football, it's a little tougher to a degree because it's a 55-man roster, which means that that's not much more limited effect that you're going to have. Baseball, similarly, in that respect, a little bit. And then you get to basketball, where you got 5 other guys with you, or a roster of 12 guys in total. Now it's a little easier for you to have more of an effect upon the winning or the losing. I'm not going to hate on Dan Marino necessarily for not being able to win it. I don't think that he himself did something per se that caused him to not be able to win. I think the Miami roster building through that time wasn't great. They had a lot better run through the 70s and early 80s, and they sort of lost their magic right about the time Dan came into bloom with them, and that's unfortunate, but that's at least how it feels from my standpoint on it. Charlie says, remember when Craig went to Arizona and he proved he was great? He proved he was a backup for the rest of his career. D-Mac! What's up, D-Mac? How you doing, buddy? Did you get down to Alki today? Go check out them honeys. 3-1-2. Only cornerback in the league that can cover DK is Ramsey. Jair too small and not athletic enough. Nobody else is good enough, in my opinion. Agreed. I think he's got the best of anybody. And especially when it comes down to he might not get you every single route and you've got to worry every route, every place he's going to hit. But if he gets you 3 or 4 times a game, he can absolutely decimate you in those 3 to 4 catches. Shooting the Straight Sports STSS. How you doing, Shooting the Straight Sports? Hope you're doing good. Hey, just showing some love. Nice podcast. Thank you, Shooting Straight. I appreciate you. Thanks for dropping on in. Randall, do you think Carroll asked Waldron what McVay thought of him as a coach? Yes. Absolutely, Randall. I am absolutely certain that there's so Shane, so what is, what does McVay, what does he say about me? Does he talk about us, Shane? Yeah, he talks about you, Coach Carroll. What is he, what was he saying? What is he, I don't care. I obviously don't care what he says. Doesn't matter. I don't care about Sean's opinion. But what'd he say though? I think it's totally like that. I absolutely do, Randall. What the Rams' perception of the Hawks is? You think Waldron thinks Norton is a joke? Yes. I think McVay thinks, and go back into the reference I made earlier. I think McVay thinks that he's playing chess, and he thinks that we're playing checkers. And that he thinks it's laughable at this point that you have a coach and guy like Carroll that runs things in the simplistic nature of things, both offense and defensively speaking. and that McVay's very happy to take advantage of that. I think that's part of what's pushing a little bit of this transition, is that it's become so obvious at this point that they have to do it. It's even the most almost casual fan is aware of how simple things have gotten on both sides of the ball. So I don't think that they have a really great opinion, Randall, of Coach Carroll and being complex in his defense. I think he would tell you that he just relies on his players to do the work for him. Work that he as a coach should probably be doing for them to put them more in a position to succeed at times, rather than, hey, we'll make the game simple so you don't have to think and you can just rally to the ball all the time. I don't think they have a high opinion of him at all. I don't. But I do think that Waldron came here not because of McVay's opinion, but because he got an opportunity to be an offensive coordinator and be an offensive coordinator with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle, or at least rounding in the back end of his prime. Space, how you doing, Space? Do I still want to get rid of Russell? No. I think I was only on favor of getting rid of Russell if the team wasn't going to try to get the most out of him. You're going to pay a quarterback all that amount of money. If you're going to essentially say, we're going to make you the guy, and then you don't make him the guy, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So getting a new offense in here that revitalizes the situation, takes you out of a simplistic offense that builds an offense more around a quarterback's talents and strengths, allows him to, at that point, show out a little bit more because the game's going to be made a little more easier on him. I think that's going to help him. I think they've tried to build a little bit more around on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think they've completely bought into Russell long term, which concerns me. I just want him to pick a lane. You either go behind Russell and you put all of the boats behind him and you say, you're our leader moving forward and we see the best future with you going forward and let's go. Or you bail on him and you trade and you take this back to a Legion of Boom era-like team that's more balanced and built around the whole rest of the team, and you go with that rookie quarterback on that rookie deal and you ride with that. Make a choice one way or the other. But what I've seen with the front office, and frankly a little bit of what they continue to do, is try to ride a little bit of the middle lane. Rather than picking the lane on the left or picking the lane on the right, they're going to put one tire on either side of either lane. And that's the way you arrive, in my opinion, at sometimes not getting to your maximum point of success. You end up not accomplishing either item you're setting out to accomplish, building a strong team or building around your quarterback. So I just want them to choose a lane. Pick a lane is what I've asked. The truth is, I know it. Craig was like your hot girlfriend who would cheat on you, but you'd take her back. A really talented quarterback that would always fail, but you kept around because you never had better. I could go with that. I'd also do this one, truth as I know it. She was a little bit like the girl next door, too. And he wasn't necessarily super hot, because you do the super hot comparison. It was the girl that was stunning. Whereas Craig was like smaller guy, not a big arm, not exactly. He wasn't John Elway out there, right, when he walked onto a football field. But got it done. Good enough, But I don't like that. Yours works too. Our Randall, my two favorite skills of DK are being a dog and he scores a touchdown. I love that. Yeah, I like the fact he's got a dog in him for that size. I think it's awesome. Randall says, I think that's why DK can be better than Julio. Julio Jones never known for a work ethic. My perception from Hard Knocks, Jones never seemed like a dog like DK. Plus, he doesn't score touchdowns. I think there's a little bit of an edge to DK that's a difference than other receivers are out there. There's something a little bit to him and wanting to be that bully. He talked about his dad, who was a former offensive lineman, saying, look, you're bigger than everybody else out there. You better show him you're that bad guy too. If you're going to be bigger, then be the bully. What are they going to do to you? They can't do nothing. So I like that he's got that. I think it does help him in his game. It's part of what can be a driver to making you a better football player, to really tapping into your top end and not just being a talented football player. Randall McDaniel says, A.J. Brown reminds me of Anquan Bolden. I could see that. He's a little bit faster than Anquan. I sure have liked a lot of the comparison of A.J. to Terrell Owens. I thought that there was a lot of similarities between those two guys in their game. 312 says top 5 running backs in the NFL. Let's go with Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, Henry of the Tennessee Titans. I'm thinking on the other ones here. a good answer on these other ones. Jeez, where am I tapping into here on the other ones? Holy moly. I like Nick Chubb as my number 4. I think he's an undersold guy. Still think he's an upper level back, so he'd be my number 4. And I'm going to go with a surprise for you at number 5, Jonathan Taylor. How about that for a surprise? Jonathan Taylor. Yep, Jonathan Taylor. Space, it's snowing where you are? Where you at, Space? It'd be snowing. Through and two says AJ Brown reminds me of Julio Jones. Well, and he certainly has tried to build his game off of Julio a lot. Julio feels like a little bit of a bigger player, a little more angular of a player than AJ Brown is. Randall, I think Larry Fitz is the 3rd best wide receiver in league history behind Rice and Moss. Had about 5 years with terrible quarterback play. I could go with that. I could absolutely be talked into that being the case, Randall. I love Larry's. Larry's career has been awesome, and we've gotten a firsthand view of how good a player he really is. The truth is, we know it. Seattle's going up tempo is a huge upgrade for the offense. It's like getting a Pro Bowl player. I hope they can stay sustained with it, truth as I know it. Because when I look at the up-tempo, it's been something that Coach Carroll, I think, has drawn the reins back on in recent years. And he alone on that's really drawn the reins back because I think it's something Russell Wilson would love to run a lot more. But the thing that's at the heart of why Coach Carroll runs a football game and the way he runs it is he wants to essentially remove possessions. He wants to shorten the game down for the opposition. And in doing that is sometimes having your offense, for instance, eating a lot of clock. And when you're running up tempo, you're not eating as much clock. And you're sometimes flipping the ball back over to the defense real quick. That's something that's going to be hard for Coach Carroll to really get his head around at times. I think he'll do it for short stints and for small places. But he's always going to pull back into, slow it down a little bit. Slow it down a little bit. You're going a little too fast. It's a little too fast. A little too fast. I, like you, would like to see it more. So I do think it could have that kind of impact like you do. I think Russ is at his best going fast. I do. Less of him sitting there thinking through things and just going. But man, I don't know if they're as willing to embrace it. Truth is, I know it. Is Fitz better than T.O.? Gosh, you guys got some questions on this that are tough because these guys are really close to each other, right? I'd probably say yes, especially if we factor in anything having to do with locker room effect here, because T.O. Sunk a couple of different organizations with his attitude. And that's, I think you do have to take that a little bit into account. As players on the football field, it's hard because Fitz wasn't the freak show talent that T.O. was, but Fitz was so much more refined than T.O. Better hands than T.O. by far. Very tough question, man. Carson Palmer's a very talented guy. I was a big fan. Had he not blown his knee out versus the Steelers, I think we play Cincy in the Super Bowl and not the Steelers in 2005. I agree with you, Randall. That team, that Cincinnati Bengal team, that's the best team that they had ready to go over that Super Bowl. They were stacked. They were ready to hit the ground running there, and that I would call it almost an illegal hit there. Not a legal hit, but it was a dirty hit in my opinion. That knocked him out in that playoff game against the Steelers, really, really hurt them in that game. And man, yeah, another guy that threw a beautiful ball. The ball just exploded out of his hand, tight spiral, could throw it a country mile. Great player. Spaces, we get the rain in the Pacific Northwest. Ain't that the truth? Your boy Michael says, imagine we signed Larry Fitzgerald. I wouldn't be against it. I could be talked into that. 312 says, do you think Tyreek, Diggs, Adams, and Hopkins make the Hall of Fame? I think Tyreek and Hopkins make it, but I think Adams and Diggs will be in the Hall of Very Good. Devontae Adams, I guess is who you're saying on that. Hard to say on that one, man. Probably would tend to agree with you. That those guys will probably be in the Hall of Fame of good. Though I'll tell you, man, Adams put up an 18 touchdown season last year. I'm looking at his stats right now, seeing where he's at. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in like 8 years, Devontae Adams has put up 7,000 yards receiving or 6,500 yards receiving. And no, I don't think Adams is going to be enough because Adams, through his first 4 years of his career, he's only got 2,000 yard seasons in his career. So his first 4 years, he didn't even crack 1,000 yards, basically. He had one sub-1,000-yard season, really close to it. But no, I don't think that he makes it. Tyreek has a chance if he can be productive for a long enough period of times. And Diggs has a chance because Diggs has gone to a really good quarterback. The truth is, I know it. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, my guy. But I would say Tyreek needs the more years of production to do it, just like Diggs. But both those two guys have a chance because they're going to be playing with the quarterbacks to get it done. And it seems like that fit with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs was a real nice one last year. They paired up really good. So he could end up doing it just because he'll be the number one guy there for a while going forward. YDY says, looking to Los Angeles Rams the last 2 years, targets to top 2 receivers, 273 in 2019, 251 in 2020. Seattle to top 2, 220 in 2019, and then 251 in 2020. DK and Lockett might get at least as many, if not more, targets. Go Hawks 05. Thank you for subscribing. Go Hawks. Appreciate you. So that's interesting data, YDY. So what essentially YDY is saying is that the number 1, 2 wide receivers for the Rams last couple of years have gotten equivalent, and Hoodie 54, thank you for subscribing, Hoodie. You are awesome too. Appreciate you. Essentially saying that the number 2, 1, 2 wide receivers in total targets that they had over the last couple of years, the Rams has been pretty equivalent to what our Tyler Lockett and DK have gotten, despite the fact that it would look like at first blush the Rams would have more of an offense that would be working the ball to a variety of different guys rather than just concentrating on those 1 or 2 guys. But indeed, to your point, the data doesn't seem to exactly match up to that. So maybe those guys don't have to dial back kind of as much as we maybe thought. Though I think the thing that does affect a little bit of those targets to a degree, why when you factor that in a little bit, Tyler, of course, had some missed time at the end of the year in 2019, and DK wasn't getting as targeted as much in 2019 as really you would maybe even like him to get targeted. I mean, I think he only ended up with like 70 targets or something like that for that year. It was really low considering a guy that was giving the kind of production he was last year. Hope everything's going good with you too, Space. Randall says Fitz to me is a better wide receiver than TL. I think I lean in that direction too, Randall. I really do. Charlie says, is that Hugh Millen weighing in on the greatness of Carson Palmer while trashing on Russ from the beginning? Yeah, Hugh didn't like himself, Russ, did he? Hugh's never been a big Russ believer, that's for sure, Charlie. Wide, for those wondering how fast Eskridge is, he has laser-timed 40 of 4.33 in 2019, same as DK. Seattle's core is blazing fast. And that was one of the things that we got out of rookie minicamp was that definitely was showing up on the field, that Eskridge's speed was showing up. My questions with him were never going to be about quickness or speed. My only questions with him are size. Is he going to be a guy that can play on the outside at his size? And then hands. Is his hands going to hold up like we need him to do? Not sure. Random McDaniel says Fitz maybe has the best hands in history, top 5 for sure. Yeah, I think he's top. I think he's at least top 3, if not the best all time too. Randall, amazing hands, absolutely amazing hands. 312 thoughts on Skip Bayless. The guy's never done a whole lot for me. I think when you come to words like shock jock and trying to say stuff that's going to generate clicks or generate controversy rather than being something you don't believe. I follow this a little bit, 312. I'm a big guy. People who know this channel know I hate troll behavior. I hate trolling. I hate people that do things so they can provoke a reaction from somebody else and then call that humorous. To me, that's the lowest form of humor. And so when you have a guy in Skip Bayless who sometimes operates from that realm of, I'm going to say something to be troll-like to make some people just freak out so I get more clicks, and I don't like that. I really don't. And a guy who seems like his opinion will change as the wind blows. So you're not really principled on anything. You're just going to kind of be amendable to move whatever way you want to move day by day. So he's been very good at what he's done. Can't argue with his success. Guy's made a lot of money doing his kind of shtick thing. But I like more of the journalists that are principled or analysts that are more principled in their thought process. I tend to respect that a little bit more. Randall says they sure let Hollister's butt back after getting punked at the 1-yard line. That's true. They didn't let it hold them back there, right, Randall? They gave him a raise, paid him $3.1 million last year, coming on the heels of that. Space, why did they review that pass interference on DK in the end zone during the Niners game? I don't know on that one, Space. Not sure. Certainly, Coach Carroll that year, even in the Steelers game, had some success with challenging the pass interference call on the field. So you'd think that he would have, potentially challenged it at that point if he thought he was seeing something there that was good. Charlie says, you're responding 312, sorry. Through 2 says I would put Antonio Brown at 4 or 5, but that might just be my bias. I don't have any problem with Antonio being there either, 3-2, and it gets hard on these kind of lists, man, when you're really going from the top guys, because there's a lot of guys. There's not a lot of guys, but the guys up there segmented together are all very close together, and you can make solid, strong arguments for any of them, really. You can. So I wouldn't necessarily say it would be completely crazy to not put Antonio on that list as well. You absolutely could. You can't argue with his production over the last 9-10 years. Randall McDaniel says I was a big fan of Torrey Holt. Yeah, just the consummate route runner, right, Randall? Just the consummate route runner. Nothing about him was a huge wow factor, but he was just to me, he was an upper level guy at all the things down the line. Great, could run every route in the route tree excellently, really good hands, just enough speed, tremendously productive player. The truth is, I know it says Eskridge should be a monster in the slot, our own Tyreek Hill, hopefully. I'm open as well. I've been a little hesitant, truth is, I know it, to make the Tyreek Hill, Dwayne Eskridge comparisons. Go back and look at Tyreek Hill as a player even in college, just a much thicker guy moving at that speed. I mean, he was a running back in college, essentially, is how they kind of used him. And Tyreek and Dwayne is a little bit more of a slider guy than that. But on the being quick and fast, as Tyreek is, who's both sudden and speedy, that is the part of his game that Eskridge definitely does have in spades. So I think that part of his thing is it's a apt comparison from that standpoint. I just don't know he's kind of that same kind of thick athlete that can really operate with the ball in his hands and break tackles a little bit like Tyreek can kind of do. Randall says, does anyone know if Phil Haynes is looking healthy? Thought he was going to be a starter when we drafted him. I did too. He got out of the 4th round. Got some starting action in 2019, including that playoff game against the Packers, where he held up pretty good in pass protection. Wasn't creating many holes in the running game. But nothing heard so far. Certainly on the roster. Certainly expected to be in there in camp and competing, though. That's for sure. Spencer Smith says, the Waldron Cauldron, bro. That is incredible. That's my nickname for the offense, Spencer. If I could trademark it right now, I'd trademark it right now, and hopefully Waldron will go off this season so that I can put this, I can get the shirts printed up. But yeah, that's the nickname for this offense, man. That's my new nickname. Jace, one of my favorite jokes is, Dad, son, why are you watching YouTube? Make your own videos. Son, you watch football every Sunday. You go play, Dad. Turns off internet. It's a good one. Randall says, guys in Walter Payton's time were 10% smaller and slower. Yeah. That's why I said his 200 pounds would be like what a normal 220 back runs right now. And he was pound for pound absolutely incredible for his size. I love Walter Payton. He's one of those guys like Barry Sanders, who it doesn't matter if he played in the 80s or the 90s. Like, you go watch their tape and it's fun highlight packages to still go watch. You still go watch that guy, and it's a little bit of what they used to say about Gale Sayers, where he could play in any era. They could play in any era with those skills. Charlie says, Mark Rodgers told me Josh Gordon was getting a $3 million deal with the Howard Stern show. I hope the Hawks can match on a structured deal. You just got to let Howard overpay there, right, Charlie? Got to let Howard overpay for that, because he's not factoring in the fact Josh is going to get suspended, man. We know that Howard, with his history of kind of getting some of those troubled souls in there onto that staff, would certainly bring him aboard. 312 says, Brady fans trying to say he's the most talented quarterback of all time is hilarious. No, he's not that. He's absolutely not that. That would be like saying Russell Wilson's the tallest quarterback of all time. Truth is, I know it says good point about Manning. Hawksnest. Oh, thanks, man. I love Manning too as a player. He's a good player. Fantastic. One of the all-time greats. No doubt about it. And you don't need just arm strength to be an all-time great. You can sometimes overcome from a lack of arm strength. And if anything, it's a testament to Manning and his other skill set that he had, that he was able to overcome a little bit of a deficiency there to still be an amazing player, to still be a dominant player, and for a lot of years. So I do love Manning's great. He is, but yeah. He's great, but dude is built like a noodle, and he looks like a math teacher standing in the pocket of Manning. That's very true. Charlie, in all honesty, the Stern Show needs a dude like Flash, getting out there every night in New York and making stories like Artie Lang. That's what I was supposed. The Artie Lang was the connection I was making there too, Charlie. That's exactly what I was thinking. Say, hey, you brought in Artie, why not Josh? Ryan Morales says, you think Sherman will come back? I think we're one of the hard to say at this point, Ryan, because I think it's a fluid situation. And I think Sherman's sort of waiting for something to break free a little bit. Maybe it'd be a team that gets an injury at the cornerback position that thought they were set, like a team like, let's say, Oakland or like Dallas or even like Seattle. But I think that we have as good a punching chance here as anybody else in bringing him back in the flow. No one's going to be able to offer more money. No one's going to offer more years. No one's going to put more commitment behind him than what we're probably going to be offering him at this stage. But he probably just has to come to his terms of it being a little bit of a lesser price than what maybe he thought he was going to get at the start of the offseason. And then that's going to take a little bit of time for him to come around on with making his peace with that. Space says, I thought Flash went to the XFL. He did go to the alternate league here that was played out this offseason, and Seattle released him from his contract to allow him to go do that. But now that the season's over with, he can come back and play in the NFL. Charlie says, Jeff George was more impressive than Favre. I know you're playing there, Charlie. I know you're playing. Maybe more impressive as a thrower. You could sell me on that. Spencer Smith, Brandon, I'd like to briefly reiterate your thoughts on a potential Sherman-Gilmore tandem. Obviously, it's a pipe dream, but I'm intrigued at why you decided to make it a talking point of the stream. Well, a big point of pushing Spencer, and thanks for the question, a big thrust of this stream that I've noticed recently has been people really going, and this came out of born a little bit of the Julio Jones situation of who can we bring on in addition? It seems that the Seahawks fans are fairly well in agreement that we do need a little bit more here. We need one more splashy kind of move. We need one more thing here to get this roster into a state where we really feel like it's solidly a Super Bowl contending type team. And when I look through the potential moves that are out there, I ain't going to lie to you, Spencer, it's a little bit of a wasteland right now. And it's a wasteland for a variety of reasons, but mainly because so many teams got so far out ahead of the salary cap situation early on in the offseason by restructuring deals, by planning out the hit that they were going to have to take to their salary cap and massaging that out a couple years down the line. Teams were so good about that there's really not that team or player that seems available right now to truly upgrade the team in the way that I'd like to upgrade them. I like the guys that are available out there on the market that are interesting type players, including at the defensive tackle, guys like a Geno Atkins or a Sheldon Richardson. But when I look at the team on what would have the greatest impact and what would also be feasible, those two things together, impact and feasibility, I look at Stephon Gilmore. New England Patriots are stacked at the cornerback position. It's moving in last year's deal, $7 million cap hit. You could fit that cap hit under your cap. Probably wouldn't cost more than like a third-round pick or so. I'd be willing to make that kind of move. Then I pair him up with Richard Sherman. Sherman's going to cost probably about a one-year, $4 million deal. So the combination of the two of them costs you on a one-year deal, $11 million for Stephon Gilmore and Richard Sherman plus a third-round pick as a kicker. That's a price that I'm willing to pay. Now, we currently sit at $8 million. So you'd have to create a little bit of cap space in order to make this happen. But you lose $2.1 million because the first thing you do is cut Trey Flowers the second you sign Richard Sherman. So that's $2.1 million you'd add on top of that. That puts you at about $10 million in cap space when you need to create 11. You can probably restructure through a couple of other methods to then create the cap space. So you could fit them in from a salary cap standpoint. And then I really like those two out there. And with pairing them with the defensive ends and the defensive lines that we put together this offseason, I think that pairing would fit like a match made in heaven. Not to mention what it would help do for the back end and the safety positions and freeing up Jamal Adams to now roam around back there, Spencer. Be able to just have him as that rover. That guy that just, you never know where he's coming from. They call it in Alabama, they call it the predator role. It's just that guy just kind of, he's just rolling around through there. You just never know what he's going to do. So I think it really just brings the whole defense together. It really brings the room together, you know? So that's what really I go to on it is when I look at all of the available possibilities out there, the available players you can go and pick up. I don't see a lot of options. This seems like the best option available on the board to me, especially when you consider the cost and how it would upgrade the team. I also think, Stu Spencer, something that gets caught up in people is some of the corners we already have. But every one of those corners on this roster, outside of Ugo Amadi, Marquise Blair, and Trey Brown, are all due to be free agents after this season. So nobody right now has been married long-term to this team. 312 says, I would love Sherman on the Steelers. He fits in well with the rest of the AFC North. But don't you guys run more of the blitz heavy man-on-man stuff, 3-1-2? I mean, isn't that more of kind of like what you guys do? Because with Sherman, you're going to want to keep him into a zone-based scheme. Regardless of what team he goes to, you're not going to want him on a man-on-man heavy scheme. He's going to get torched in that kind of scheme. Randall McDowell says Jeff George is a lot like Jay Cutler, talent and attitude. I think that's, to me, they're really like, they're like doppelgangers to me of each other. Mark Havercorn, will regular cable internet worker do I need to upgrade to the faster spectrum? I also want to find an F&M co-host that know more than I do, but don't sound like a know-it-all. Laughing out loud. Okay, good luck on finding that second part. Yes, you're going to want to make sure that you upgrade to faster speed because when you stream, you need to be cooking. And if you got anybody in your house that's got any other internet going on at any one time, that's going to throw your stuff off. So you need to have it. You need to have that pipe opened up wide open for that bandwidth to roll, baby, roll. So yeah, make sure it's super fast. Make sure you got a computer that can also cook because you need to have a PC that can handle processing and downloading and uploading essentially at the same time as what you're doing. So that'd be a good route to go. I like your thought process on the co-host. 312 OBJ was always overrated in my eyes. He was never a top 2 wide receiver in the league, but people kept trying to put him in there. I think the people that say that this is a guy that was really made out by that, he's had productivity to match this beyond the one catch, but I think that one catch really set in people's brain in a certain way that just sort of captured the imagination of him as a player and elevated him as a player uniquely in a way that one catch has never elevated any other wide receiver in NFL history. I think it did do that for him. I agree with you. I think he's a very much an overrated type player. And again, a guy who I think who loves being a football player more than he loves playing, football necessarily. And Mark, you shouldn't need to do anything as far as like building faster for the internet speed. They should be able to just up your internet speed faster with the regular cable. You do probably want to get your own router, your own Wi-Fi thing if they're doing the all-in-one thing that they sell, because that thing's a piece of crap. The modem router in one thing is not a good piece of hardware. So you probably want to buy your own hardware, again, just so you can have the speed, because when you do get, I've had my stream at times freezes, and that gets annoying as hell. Boom! Shakalaka-laka-laka! How you doing, brah? Good to see you in here. Get a little Hawaii love in here. Renz Jasper Agruda, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Renz, and I do appreciate you. Good to see you, Boom Shakalaka. Said, any smoke to the Gilmore rumors? No, that is the thing that I do have to say as well, Spencer, is that though I did put this in my thumbnail, we've got no necessarily, there's no smoke here on any of these rumors with necessarily Sherman and Gilmore. It very well could be with the Seattle front office that they choose that it's going to be one or the other if they were to pick one. It wouldn't be both. This is me generating just from my own standpoint and looking at the situation saying, how best could this be done? How best could you upgrade this defense or this team at this point? What player exists out there or players exist out there at this point to upgrade that team in such a fashion? These are the two guys that I see in that. But nothing that we've heard as of yet, Boom Shakalaka. There's no rumors to him coming to us or anything else. It's just a lot of us pundits looking at it and saying, this could make some sense. 312 says, if Jerry did use steroids, he isn't the GOAT. Very true, 312. If he did, he's not. And that very well may come out someday. It's hard to keep this stuff under lock and key for years and years. You can keep it under lock and key for a while, but you would think eventually it would come out if that was the case. And we don't know if it is. Never tested positive for anything, and I don't think for a lot of his career, probably the NFL wasn't even testing for steroids. So hard to say on that one. But until you're caught, I can't say you're guilty until you're really, until we've got a little more past just innuendo. Boom Shaka said, thanks, I missed a few shows. Slacking, not slacking. Boom Shakalaka, I appreciate you whenever you can get in here. So it's all good, brother. Mr. Squiddy, I love this channel. I love you, Mr. Squiddy, and I appreciate you watching, brother. Thank you so much. Glad you like it. Oh, Space, thank you for reminding me. Do please slam on that like button if you happen to be liking what you're hearing. It helps this channel grow out. It helps me grow out. It helps me grow tremendously. So shows up on all those search YouTube algorithms of all those Seahawks fans looking for cool Seahawks YouTube channels. So please do if you get a chance. I do appreciate it. Oh my God, I got behind on the chat, didn't I? Randall says, I listened to Elway book that came out a few years ago. It was a good listen or read if you have the time. I'll check it out. I'd be interested to hear that a little bit. Random McDaniel says Elway had the three amigos. Vance Johnson sticks out. Vance was the best of the three amigos. He was. It was, I feel like Elway sort of made those guys rather than those guys being super talented dudes. I felt like he kind of made them a little bit of what they were a bit. Maybe that's just my impression on it, but that's just how it kind of felt a little bit. Randall McDaniel says, I'm expecting Deion Jordan type play from Malden. No, I don't expect that dude. He's a better player than Deion Jordan was. Deion never tapped into that potential at any time in his pro career, really. Not even in his best year with Seattle. Just never was able to get to that point. Alden had a really good year even last year, and then they asked him to play too many snaps after he'd been away from football for 2 and 3 years, and he wore down over that time period. So different player. Alden's got a little bit more left in the tank, a lot more left in the tank than Deion did when he arrived. And not the injury history that Deion had a little bit coming into play that also I think factored into a little bit of a decline of his player, a little bit of his inability to tap into that great potential that he had coming out of Oregon. Jay says, science, Tom Brady, trash, Tom Brady. I will be the most I can't say that word, Jay. It's not 4.5 hours in the stream. Beast of all time science. Hey, he's figured it out, man. He has found a way to found that fountain of youth somehow, some way. Najee Eastwick says if the Hawks can go one and done, but Russ wins the MVP, who leaves? Pete Carroll or Russ? I would. There's a part of me that thinks maybe they're in back of Coach Carroll's head of if I can't get this right this year, if we're topping out at the same place that we've topped out the last 5-6 years, that there's a part of me that wonders if Coach Carroll thinks maybe I got to move on. Maybe I've gotten the most out of this situation. I've squeezed the most out of this juice. The last drop that there's the drop, I've dropped it out, and I'm never going to get past this state. And it's for the best of this team as we go forward for me to move on to bring somebody in who can get us past this plateaued state that we find ourselves in. I kind of hope maybe, and maybe it's wishful thinking, Najee, that he would think that way. But I don't know, because I know that with both Russ and Coach Carroll, there is a lot of ego with both of those two guys. Rightfully so. They both have a reason to be prideful and look at what they've done and think that I'm special in what I do. And so it makes it hard to get a read on this situation as far as that goes, Najee. I do still go down to this bottom line, though, as I think it gets simple at the end of the day. You don't get past the one and done, I think Russ is gone above all else. Whether Coach Carroll stays here or not, I think Russell moves on if you're back in a one and done state again. I think he'll say, this is topped out. We're not getting past this point. You guys haven't fully committed to building things around me. You've stayed defensive-centric to a degree. I'm going to go to a team that's going to build around me and my skill set at that point. I think it would go in that direction, and I hope it doesn't. As Jesse Lund says, Russ would leave. Why? Brady took less because he has a billionaire wife. Money is much less of an issue for him. Another reason he is a unicorn, and not to compare things to Brady. In actuality, Brady took his first discounted rate, before he got with his wife. He was taking discounts before Gisele Bündchen even entered into this stratosphere of things. I don't know if I buy into the wife thing as well. You as a quarterback make $100 million. You're worth, with your endorsements, $100 million. Your wife is now worth $600-700 million. Does that change really the nature of the weather outside for you at that end of that day, at that point? You're still obscenely rich. I don't know that it had that much effect. I think it's more likely that it's Brady wrapped his head around the fact that by taking less, I can build a better roster around me and I go get Super Bowls. And that's how I can truly be this difference maker in my legacy and how I'm viewed long term. I don't know if that 100% it was that way, and that's why he made that decision, but it goes beyond just when he married his wife that he took those discounts. Keep quiet and swim with the fishes. That's right, boom shakalaka. Jeff Ryan says, Sonics, I can't wait. We need them back after having this team stolen from Seattle. No, they were stolen. And we have every right to have them back, just like Cleveland had every right to have the Browns brought back to them. It wasn't a lack of a fan base and their support for that team that had you take them away. It was a cruel, serendipitous owner who decided to steal the team from you. I can't say the words right now, but I hope they get them back. I love that team, that the atmosphere in Key Arena when you had playoffs going and that crowds, because we have great crowds in Seattle. We're loud. We're into it. We go. It doesn't matter if it's baseball, it doesn't matter if it's basketball, it doesn't matter if it's football. You will feel that energy when things are in that special state, and I miss it. I do miss it. Randall, he was talking about trading Olden Polonies for Pippen. Olden impersonated a cop. Oh, that's true. I remember Olden doing that. Yeah. Olden Polonies, one of the craziest names. 312, if the Sonics came back, would you start covering football, basketball, baseball, hockey, tennis, bowling, chess, and ping pong all on this channel? Probably not. No, I'd create a separate channel on those other items, I think. I don't think I'd do a baseball bat. It'd be hard to do the Hawks Nest Mariner style or Hawks Nest basketball, I think. Nick Reeder says, let's go Utah. All right, let's go Utah. Najee, also, if they don't win a ring, who's more likely to leave next year, Rodgers or Russ? I think Rodgers at this point is more likely to leave because there's more animosity within the situation, which doesn't have anything really to do with much of a ring or not a ring. But I would think Rodgers at this point is the betting favorite. I don't even know if he makes it back to Green Bay this year if he holds the line. And yeah, as your boy Michael says, he wants out now. 312, the thing you guys don't want to admit, LeBron has the same obsession with winning that Brady and MJ had, maybe even more than MJ. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to admit it because I just don't see enough of a proof of that, in my opinion. I see a guy that looks for kind of the easy way out to get to winning and always seems to choose the right organizations where he can set the stage for him to be able to be set up for winning. For me, they made most easy on him to win. Again, I think he's a fantastic player, a top all-time player. He has every right to be in the discussion with Michael Jordan as the best all-time. I don't think that it's a crazy argument to be had. But again, it comes down to, with Michael Jordan, to me, winning is an obsession. Winning is not just the only thing, it is everything. I don't think that's the case with LeBron. I think, being revered, wine, being loved, these things are more important, I think, to LeBron. I think Michael Jordan cared about being loved to a degree, but didn't care within the locker room about being loved. Didn't care if his teammates liked him. He was going to do whatever it took. I just don't think LeBron quite takes it to that level. But again, it's not a detraction on LeBron because I don't think that there's been pretty much any player outside of Michael Jordan has been in that same kind of mind state in 50, 60 years of basketball. Kamikaze, theoretically, these NFL players could make mass amounts of money outside of football with the right people in their circle and mindset. Eye for a financial opportunity with the head start of an NFL check. I'm sure many of them do, Kamikaze. I would think many of them are able to really build upon that because they get smart people around them. But you're right. 312, LeBron has been striving to be the greatest player of all time since he was a teenager. I guess here's the thing with it. Again, just what's the part of LeBron's game that's expanded through the years? And really, is he a better three-point shooter now than he was at 26 years old? Is there a shot that he's developed that he didn't have at 26 years old? Was he as committed to defense as Michael Jordan was for the longevity period that Michael Jordan was? I think Michael's got double the All-NBA Defensive Team awards that LeBron has. LeBron's been committed to being a great basketball player. There's no doubt about that. There's a difference between being committed to being a great basketball player and being all in on that process and being absolutely obsessed and unwilling to accept anything but winning. There is a little bit of a difference. That's the place where I differentiate the two. Kamikaze says the walkout on his own assembled roster. Jay says, never got to see MJ play, but he is the otherworldly best. Never got to see MJ play, but he is otherworldly best ball player. Just there's something different about that cat, man. And there's not been a guy that I would even say that I could find as an equivalent, even with a guy like Tom Brady in football. MJ was even different than Tom Brady in a mentality, and even in that respect. And I think Tom Brady is as competitive, just right there with Michael in that respect in a lot of realms. But Michael there was even something just a little bit different with him to me. Randall says, remember the run and shoot, the precursor to the spread, Oilers, Lions, Falcons? Yeah, it would be built upon single back states with 3 and 4 wide receiver heavy sets, which would oftentimes put the quarterback in a position of not having as much pass protection. And so a lot of times the quarterback would be left to know that he was going to get smacked right in the mouth. His receiver would be open. He'd complete the pass, but he was going to get the ever-loving snot just drilled out of him, which speaks, again, back to Warren Moon's toughness a little bit, Randall. But yes, it was a fun offense to watch, a wild, open offense. They threw the ball all over the football field. And then when they ran, there'd be a lot of wide holes sometimes because teams would get so concentrated on the guys on the outside. Another team that sort of passed to run, but in a different way than 49ers, because 49ers would do it out of traditional sets. And the run and shoot was all about the spread formation. Randall says LeBron is not better than Jordan. Maybe he's more dynamic and he could play in the post. LeBron's a better passer and rebounder, but Jordan was, always will be the man. Yeah, we're in agreement there, Randall. 312, MJ punches his teammates in the face. It's just his passion for the game. LeBron leaves a game early where he is down 30 points. Soft. MJ would never. Felipe Herrera. I got it right. It took me 5 times, but thank you for subscribing. Can't pronounce your last name, but Felipe, I appreciate you and you subscribing. It's an interesting comparison you make there, 312, with MJ punching a teammate and it being passion and that being a situation where you're in the heart of the moment of intensity, where you have people competing, where you have 2 guys going at it, versus a situation that you compare it to being then LeBron, of him deciding they're down by points, he gives up and he's going to leave the court. And it's not wrong. MJ would never have done that. MJ never would have left the court like that in that manner. Never would have done that. But it's to me, it's kind of telling that you chose that as a comparison between the two. And almost within your comparison, you can see the difference of the 2 players within that, when that's the comparison you find between the 2. Whitey, such disrespect to the 3 amigos. I'm sorry, Whitey. The nickname of the Broncos core in the 80s. If they have a nickname, they have to be great, right? Well, again, I'll give Randall props for pulling out Van Joseph, but why? Can you name the other 2 of the 3 amigos without having to Google search it? Because, I can go to the Dolphins and I can remember Mark Duper and Mark Clayton, the Marx brothers. I can remember those guys, right? I can remember John Taylor and Jerry Rice, the Niners. I can remember some of these great receiving cores that you can go to. The Bills had, I can't think of the aging receiver off the top of my head, but they had Andre Reed and they had another guy there, an aging great there as well, who I think eventually made the Hall of Fame himself. I can remember those guys. I can't remember outside of Vance Johnson, the other receivers there. I can't. Kamikaze says, as a leader walkout in a antithetical profession, watch how fast you lose that spot. Yeah, if you walk out, walking out it's a leadership thing as much as anything else, and it's really at the heart of to me with Jordan. Jordan wasn't a leader in that he in his ear and talk, and he's a leader in what he shows. But yeah, I think there's something that you lose with that when you don't when they turn around, they look at the leader and he doesn't show all the effort. When he's not all in, when he seems to be kind of half out. Is Space Jam filming today? I feel like I'd go do some Space Jam filming. I think I think it has a little bit of effect on the team. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says Kobe Bryant is the GOAT. He's got us all beat on that one, I guess. I can at least wrap I can understand where people come with the Kobe thing. The only thing with Kobe, Jose, is that Kobe got all of his stuff off Michael. He built his game off the back of Michael's game a bit. YDY says, for me, MJ was the most competitive athlete there has ever been. An intangible quality that came through games after game. I think you well-spoken, YDY, and I think that's the same thing. It's hard to find it because you can't tangibly qualify it like you could a statistic or like a height or like a shot percentage. It's something different. It's something that you can't quite put your fingers on as easily, but it's there. It's tangible. You feel it, as you said, game after game. And that's where I draw to with Michael for that reason. Randall says, I'm a big fan of Kobe. Chris Webber, actually my favorite player, Kobe and Webber. I like LeBron too, fun to watch. I do like me some LeBron. I like all those guys. Jay says, I don't understand when people play sports to play. You play to win, not just to hang out. Agree. Randall says, I wonder if things would have been different had Sherman been suspended for Adderall. Snow Tiger, thank you for subscribing, Snow Tiger. Appreciate you. Could have been different. Does he get the big contract if he gets suspended that next offseason? I don't know. I would think so. Because Adderall wouldn't be, I think, a career killer necessarily. Truth is, I know it. What if Sherman, KJ, and Earl Thomas all want to come back to Seattle? Should we sign all 3? Hell, MFing yeah. Laughing my ass off. I'd be down for at least 2 of those guys, being KJ and Sherm. You'd have to kind of sell me on Earl, because right now you got Quandre Diggs in the last year of his contract, and he's been balling out. I mean, he really came on strong at the end of the season last year. So I feel pretty good with what I got in Quandre, a guy that's probably about 5 years younger, 6 years younger than Earl is. With that said, if Earl slid in tomorrow, I think he could still do everything that you need him to do in this scheme if you need him at free safety. And it's not bad knowing that if should Quandre Diggs go down, you potentially could pick up the bat line and call up Earl if he's sitting there. Potentially. Maybe. We don't know where Earl's at, though. We don't know if he's training. He might be very well retired at this point and say, I'm done. Randall says, I think Disley has the most catches, games, most yards and touchdowns, but I think all three contribute. 90, 1,300, 14 is the tight end stat line. Going to be a fun group. I like your stat line. I can get behind it. 100% I can get behind that stat line. Especially with Colby, big dog Parkinson coming in with a couple touchdown catches in there. Big dog 2047, would you start a fantasy football contest on Discord? I could, for sure. For sure. I'll try to put something together like that, big dog, for this year. I'll try to see what I can put together for something like that. Randall McDaniel, I love the Fab Five. Was a big part of my youth watching those dudes. Oh, the Michigan Fab Five was great. The low hanging shorts. I love it. Jalen Rose was my favorite of that squad. I was a Jalen Rose guy. I always loved point guards though. I always gravitate towards point guards a little bit. Evan Styles, please hit that like button. Thank you, Evan, for mentioning that. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance. It does help me out quite a bit. Randall says a Hawks Nest Fantasy League would be cool, or a pick 'em pool and weighted for games, $5 a week. House keeps $1 for the admin. There we go. I'll come up with something on that. We got some ideas. That's a great idea, though. I love it. Whitey Wise says Uncle Will have his first year with a full offseason as a pro where he is not rehabbing. I, too, am looking for a good year out of him. Please stay healthy. Quickly looking for wood to knock on. Yeah, Will, please stay healthy this year, man. And hopefully you get your legs back from you. I still think you got a lot of talent. At the end of the day, when Will Disley's going good, when we get the Disley of the first 2 years of the start of his career before those injuries, you're getting a guy with amazing production as far as a pass catcher, great yak from the tight end position, and then absolutely fantastic as a run blocker. Remember, this is a former defensive tackle convert. This is a guy that's a legit 270, 275 in the run blocking game. He can put guys off the ball. He can take a Sam linebacker and just drive him back. If he can tap into the pass catching ability again, if he can get a little bit more of that juice back in his legs, you do have legitimately a guy that could push to be a Pro Bowler if he can get back into just staying healthy. That's the key, of course. Got to stay healthy. Seahawks Networked. Dave had matchstick legs, thin, short arms, a frail back, tiny hands, and a baby's penis. If you know, you know. That's right. Seahawks Network's, of course, referencing my great Seahawks moment of Dave Craig, where he was sacked, I think, 6 times by Derek Thomas in that game, and then ended up throwing a Hail Mary at the end of the game to win it. And, yeah. Oh, poor Dave and his baby penis. Nothing you could do about that in the 80s, you know? Nothing you could do about that in the 80s. The truth is, I know at the Hawks Nest, you're great on the mic. You know your Hawks and do a good job of putting things into context. Oh, thank you, brother. I do appreciate it. I love this. This is my favorite thing that I do, man. I love it. Hopefully I'll end up doing this full time down the road if everything goes right. Carl Blaze, how do you feel about Tamarian Terry? Do you see him as being a solid wide receiver 3? Hard to quantify him as a solid wide receiver 3 because normally you'd put that tag, Carl, on a guy that's your slot guy because you have your 2 outside guys. Your wide receiver 3 will be your inside slot guy, which is not where I see Tamarian Terry. I did a video on my alternate YouTube channel that I do, Carl, which is a Seahawks scouting channel. It's literally the name of it, Seahawks Scouting. And I said I have Tamarian Terry on there as one of my videos that I've done. Very high on the guy, nonetheless. And what I like from him and what I think he'll add to the team if we just look at next year is we're going to ask him to run maybe a limited route tree, but he will be very good in running that limited route tree, and he'll be a big play specialist type guy, I think, within running that route tree. And when I think back, I go back really far on this one, but let's go back to 2005. And that was a Seahawks roster that you had Joe Jervicius as your number 1 receiver. You had Bobby Ingram as your slot guy. You had Darrell Jackson as kind of your other de facto outside guy. But then you would work in this guy named DJ Hackett. DJ Hackett would come in there, and about once or twice a game, he'd come in and make like a 30, 40-yard catch. Just be this big play guy for you up the field. And you didn't use him a lot. He wasn't going to make 50, 60 catches. He had his role. He fit into that role. But I think Tamarian Terry could find himself in that same kind of role where he gets out on that 3rd or 4th cornerback, the guy not quite as talented, who can't run with his 4.4 speed, and he just takes the top right off the defense consistently doing that, especially when you have defenses really locking in on DK and locking in on Tyler. So I think he can be effective from that standpoint. Long term, guy's got some star potential if he can get over the injury situation. Absolutely does. You know, this is how you draw it up when you want to put these kind of receivers together in the factory. So I love his game, Carl. He's got 4.4 speed legitimately on the football field. He's got contested catch ability. He's sudden. He's not a lumbering kind of guy for the size that he is. He's got a little bit of, if you look at his gait and the way that he runs, he kind of runs and moves a little bit like a Brandon Marshall does. It's like a faster Brandon Marshall a little bit. Maybe not quite the route runner Marshall was, or as quite the hands that Marshall had. But I see some similarities there. And I love what I see in his game, Carl, and probably a little bit why maybe they weren't quite as aggressive on the Julio Jones situation, because they felt a little bit more solider about what they had in the guys they got in this most recent draft. Randall says, Fab 5, so original. Jalen Rose was an OG. Weber, most talented of the group. Howard in the middle. King and Jackson slashing, but UNLV were the Phi Alpha Fab 5. I like Stacey Ogman and Larry Johnson. Yeah, wasn't Stacey Ogman, what was he, the Plastic Man or Rubber Band Man? Something like that was his name or something. UNLV had some good teams there down there for a very short period of dominance in UNLV. For that group. But I love that Jalen Rose team. Sad with Weber, too, that team should have won a national title, and Weber had that moment where he called the timeout, and they didn't have a timeout left, and it kind of sunk them against Duke in that championship game, which was rough. Why? Smoking Joe is laughing at all of us as he retires with $100 million at 34. True, very true. Very true. Yeah, wait, who is Smoking Joe? Plastic Man. I was right. It was Plastic Man. Grandmama and Plastic Man. Two great nicknames. Through and two says Julio never had the dog in him. He was just a quiet guy that did what he had to do. I could get that kind of feel for him a little bit. Truth is, we know a good point about sexy Craig. He wasn't sexy at all. More like the girl next door. As a kid, I always had faith in him, though, and I suffered. I had that same faith in him that you did. Truth, I know. I did. And then, like, he could sometimes, every once in a while, just like that girl next door, surprise you. Like, oh my gosh, she just kind of, okay. I didn't know you had this in you, but okay. But then other times you rip your heart out. Oh, Greg Anthony was also on UNLV. I forgot about that. That's right, he was. Babs in the Wrecking Crew. Wilson is a robot that throws picks on purpose. I would not think that he throws picks on purpose. That's pretty rough for a guy that wants to be great. But I don't know, man. That'd be a tough one. Wilson throwing picks on purpose. Randall says, Craig was like the girl you knocked up in high school and are forced to marry. Which then causes you to have a midlife crisis at 40 and go looking for the young trophy wife. The truth is, I know it looks like Bang Bang Niner Gang member showed up. Oh. It's inevitable, truth as I know it. I've gotten so used to it, it's inevitable. Bathhouse Bang Gang, Bang Bang Gang. Randall is on fire today. JDM 017 says Larry's hands are better than TO's. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Terrell always had a little bit of issues with the dropsies. I want to see DK on more wide receiver screens. He was starting to dominate on those plays last season. DK flying at you as he's to put fear in a defensive back. Yeah, they don't want to tackle DK in space as he's coming at him. That Miami game where he caught that ball, almost ran it on a bubble screen, where it looked like the defender had him right in space on the jump, and he just blew right past him. Then there was the play in Arizona where he seemed to win the game on a bubble screen at the end of the game, where there was that phantom holding call on David Moore. They called the play back, but that would have been game over, game set, match DK on that game, a game where he couldn't get very many targets. And the nice thing about the wide receiver screen game for DK is, especially when he's getting bracket coverage a lot of times over the top, the wide receiver screens allow him to then have an opportunity to get the ball in his hands. If you're going to get him doubled up, it's hard to double a guy up on a bubble screen game. So I, like you, wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more of it. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of it this season with him. I think they're going to try to manufacture ways to get him more touches. I do. I think they had a couple games at times that they got away from him at times last year. And I think they're going to watch that tape a little bit this offseason and go, let's try not to go in that direction again. We got one of the great receiving talents in the league right now. Let's take advantage of it. Babs the Record Crew says, I want to see Lockett on wide receiver screens. I don't know if I want to see Lockett. He's been one of the, historically, recently, Tyler Lockett's been one of the worst guys in the league at yak. He's not good after the catch anymore. This might have a little bit to do with the lost speed that he sustained a couple years ago when he broke his leg that he pointed to this offseason when he signed his big contract. But he's just not been a very good guy at breaking tackles off the screen, at getting free. It just kind of doesn't do much out there with it. Seahawks Network, I like to believe Shane Waldron walked into Carroll's office when he was hired and went, "The future's now, old man." The audacity, Seahawks Network. The sheer balls that would have taken. The truth is, I know it says DeAndre Hopkins has the Oedipus complex, but whatevs, laughing out loud. Does he? I don't know. He does have a lot of baby mamas. Seahawks Network, Seahawks fans going to suffer from PTSD every time we run a screen. Probably. Randall says, Chemo Van Offerheimer blew out Palmer's knee. It was borderline dirty hit. It was borderline. Man, it was low, though. It sure was a little low. Even looking at it, I saw a replay of it like about a year ago, and I remember just thinking when I saw the replay, yeah, that was dirty. There seems some intent there. And you got the Steelers team coming in that's a wild card team that, whereas the Bengals were the division winner that year, more of the favorite. Oh, let's take out their quarter. I don't know. I don't think he started out the play at the start from the jump and was like, I'm going to take out his knee this play. It just kind of, the option presented itself. Let's say that. Seahawks Network, Q Millen is also the guy that said he'd eat Softy's mic if Russell Wilson did anything in the NFL. Did he end up eating that mic? I doubt he probably did. Yeah, Hugh's got some interesting opinions at times when it comes with the team on stuff. And he always seems to be half angry. He always seems to be on the edge of a tantrum when he's giving his opinion with stuff, which makes it sometimes hard to, well, why are you angry? What are you so mad at, my guy? John Robinson, good to see you in here, John. How you doing, buddy? When your offense is better than the opponent, wouldn't you want to elongate the game because you'd feel like you'd do more with more possessions? That would be the way you'd want to do it if you were offensively that way, right, John? Yeah, you'd want it. But when you've got a defensive-minded head coach who always believes his defense is really what's going to drive the team, or his defense is always an inch away from being better than what his offense is, he's never going to want to wrap his head around that. Or if he wraps his brain around that, it's going to be begrudgingly and kicking and screaming. Seahawks Network says, search Hugh Mellon hates short quarterbacks on YouTube. I will. I want to see this. I want to see this now, Seahawks Network. I want to see some good Hugh Mellon hate. Randall McDaniel, that chemo guy owns a restaurant in Kennewick. It's not very good. He was also Jens Pulver's college roommate. Oh, I didn't know that. Jens was a UFC champ. I remember that. Just in case anyone is ever in jeopardy. I remember Jens Pulver. A cool name, by the way. Kevin, will DK be Seahawks best receiver of all time, or will it stay Largent? No, I think DK's got a great chance to overtake it, Kevin. I mean, he's only 2 years into his career here, so it's very early on in the process, but he's a very young player. He's going to have a lot of time to be productive. He's being paired with a quarterback in Russell Wilson, which is a beautiful fit for his skills. He couldn't have asked for almost a better quarterback with his skill set. And I think that he's just starting to tap into it, as well as he seems to have the hunger to be that greatness. It's one thing to have the talent. It's another thing to not only have that talent, but then have the work ethic and the drive and the want and the will. And everything by what we're seeing in DK seems to be an indicator that he does have that in him. That he has that special kind of drive you need to be to get to that level of things. But yeah, I see it at this point with his trajectory. It certainly is a little early. I'd like to have another year or two here of him being at this productive level, but he certainly is on that trajectory. Randall says Hugh Mellon seems like a prick. Maybe just a little bit there. Randall Rice, Largent Fitz equal best hands in NFL history. I agree with that, Randall. I agree with that. I think it's a pretty solid crew right there. JDM says Largent caught the football barehanded, so yes, 80 will be the Seahawks' greatest. He will. That's a good point about him. As Largent, they went out. Stickham was just getting out of the league as Largent was entering in. They were making it illegal. This was then also right before Pryor having actually these sticky gloves and these tactful gloves that these players could wear that made catching the ball so much easier. Kind of in that dead zone was where Largent lied in at. Yet catching the ball barehanded, barely ever dropped anything. Absolutely just like he had Stickham in his hands. DK God Calf. I love it, Kevin. The truth is I know it. Wilson is a top 5 all-time quarterback in my book. He's been carrying that offensive line his entire career. I'm not sure I've seen another quarterback do that. No, I don't think we've seen another quarterback necessarily work with some of the deficiencies in an offensive line that certainly isn't built to pass block. It's been a run block centric offensive line for the majority of his career. They've gravitated towards guys that are going to be road graders over guys that are dancing bears. So there's a certain element of absolute truth to that, truth as I know it. There's a lot of great quarterbacks that have run through this league though. And it's very hard to necessarily put him into the top 5 state with some of the quarterbacks that have come through. But he certainly has been one of the best of his era, and he certainly has an opportunity, in my opinion, to get into that top 5 state. So that's still within reach for him to go grab. I think it is going to be reliant on him being a winner first and foremost, i.e. getting another Super Bowl title or two to separate him from some of those guys that are in the same realm of him, being the Aaron Rodgers, the Drew Brees, guys who maybe statistically can beat him out a little bit, but then he can beat them out and say, yeah, but I got the trophies. I got that. You got your MVP awards. You got your individual stuff. I got the team-centric stuff here. And that might be the thing that can vault him a little bit higher as far as where he's considered at on the pecking order of quarterbacks all time. Randall says, ask Troy Aikman what he thinks about Skip Bayless and clickbaiting. Yeah, Troy Aikman is not a big fan of Mr. Bayless. That is for sure. Caleb Covarrubias. How you doing, Caleb? He says, so what's the next big day for the off season? I think the next big day for the off season is going to be mandatory minicamps, Caleb, because that will tell us a little bit more of where the Jamal Adams contract negotiations are going on. If Jamal doesn't show up, we might have some hints of potential him holding out, which I think will be telling. If he shows up, then that tells us that maybe the negotiations are moving along a little bit better than we thought. That would be probably the first thing that more than anything else jumps out at me. Other than that, it's going to be getting past minicamp and then into training camp. But there's no big days for us as far as necessarily we know something's going to happen by this point necessarily. Be it a big trade. A big trade is just as likely to happen deep into training camp / at the end of training camp, like you saw with Jamal Adams, like you saw with Jadeveon Clowney, as it is to happen right now. If anything, we don't see any big major moves right now because they're probably trying to get the contract extensions done with Jamal. They might be trying to get a restructured deal done with a guy like Trey Flowers, those kind of things being done in the background. So probably won't see much major up until that point, really, at the end of the day here. YDY could write a dissertation on Pete's football philosophy. He wants to get the lead, then take the air out of the ball. That philosophy does not hold up well with teams' ability to score so quickly. No, it doesn't. And why throughout his time, there's been times where he's gotten up at points in games and his teams lets teams back into it because he just starts to trust on being able to kind of hold the ball out and we'll just kind of grind this clock out and call it a day. There's times I have some issues with Coach Carroll's philosophy in that respect, and it's not as forward thinking and a little bit housed in the old thought process, in the old way. It is the old way. It is the old way of the old coaches. Drunk Squidward says, Ken Norton Jr. better not fail us. Well, he's going to have more to work with this year, and now his third year being a defensive coordinator on this club, Drunk Squidward, than he's ever had so far. He's never going to have this type of pass rush, never have this type of talent in the secondary. And as well, it's not as much, I think, upon him, Drunk, as it is on Pete. This is Coach Carroll's defense, especially as Coach Carroll is winding down into the winter of his coaching career. He is going to want to take the bull by the horns and probably a lot of the control of the defense with that. That's a little bit of why I think Norton was hired in the first place, was to be more of a yes guy and more of a guy of, you'll listen to what I want to do on this. But with that said, he's going to be set up more in a position to be successful as a defensive coordinator this year because of the upgrade in talent on the defensive side of the ball above and beyond where it's been over the last couple of years, where especially when it comes to the pass rush, we've been left wanting. And really this defense, its base, it operates off of its beginning point, the pass rush being effective, the pass rush being lethal. That makes everything else kind of get covered up at that point. And when it's missing, everything else gets kind of exposed a little bit. Your soft zones get exposed. Your bend but don't break defense becomes a little more breaky than it becomes bendy. YDY says, for the best hands ever, I will take Chris Carter. The dude caught everything everywhere. CC and Moss, the greatest wide receiver duo ever. Can't argue with that. Carter would be another guy you could definitely put on that list, man. His one-handed catches in particular. Has there been a better one-handed catcher of the football? Why do I? I don't think so. Seahawks Network says Gale Sayers is one of my favorite running backs to go back and watch highlights. Same with Night Train Lane, absolute vicious tackler. Yeah, Night Train Lane tackled from the neck down. That was fun to watch. Night Train ripping guys down by the face mask. Pretty crazy stuff. And Gale Sayers, I think he was kind of the inventor of the jump cut. He was really, which kind of then eventually became sort of the juke, but he was kind of one of the originators of that jump cut move in the open field. Going full speed one way and then just jump cut and turn on a dime back a different direction. It's part why he used to say, just give me, what would he say? Give me 7 inches of daylight. Just give me 7 inches of daylight. Probably misquoting it, but it was something like, Gale used to say something like that. Truth as we know it. Can anyone name more than one reason why Peyton Manning's forehead grew so much? Definitely not HGH. Definitely not HGH. It was a beefy forehead. There's no doubt. It got beefy. It did. That cranium went out and up. Out and up. 312, Chris Carter was the best catcher of the football in traffic of all time, in my opinion. I can't argue with it, man. Cannot argue with it. Randall says Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, Ray Lewis, maybe Donald. To me, he's possibly top 5. He's better than Watt. I got Donald. Donald to me would be right there with Taylor and White as far as he's above Ray Lewis to me. And Ray Lewis is a great player, but I go, yeah. I'd probably go those, and I'd probably put Watt above Ray Lewis as well. So I'd probably go into that standpoint of it. Three one two says, if we're being real, Lamar Jackson is obviously the best thrower of all time. I can sense your sarcasm over here. Ethan says, quick baseball thing. The Mariners are exactly the kind of team to be winning 4-1 in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs and blow the game, then face Shane Bieber the next day and score 5 runs on him. Yeah, it's part of also having just a young team, man. You know, young team is inconsistency, and young team's harder to count on. But they're doing the smart thing by letting the young guys grow, letting them mature, letting the grass come up a little bit, and it's going to pay off down the road, them getting this kind of seasoning that they are. But that's what's going to lead to a little bit of the inconsistency you're seeing as well. Randall McDaniel, I was a huge Stern fan for years, but I haven't listened in a few years. Just stopped being funny to me. Yeah, he's just kind of look at the famous people I know now kind of guy. Not as much, he's kind of hit the cruise control and he's chilling a little bit, I think. That's the feel I get off of it. Spencer Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry it took me a little bit of time to get to it. Acknowledge it, but I still appreciate it in the depths of my heart, even if it takes a little bit of time to acknowledge. Thank you, sir. You're very kind for doing so. Very kind. Seahawks Network says Peyton's forehead or Mike Glennon's neck. You can only have one. Well, Mike Glennon is, next to Randall, one of my biggest donators on this channel. This is a guy that famously came in with a $100 donation at one point. He claims he's not that Mike Glennon, but I remain a little skeptical on that. I think it's Mike Glennon. I think Mike comes in here, he knows what's up. But I'm going to go with Mike Glennon's neck. Peyton's forehead, you can't wear a hat with that forehead. Through and two says, yep, OBJ became the most popular non-quarterback player in the league because of one catch. It's pretty amazing, right? 3-1-2. I mean, it really is just off of one catch. Vaulted that guy. It's nuts. Truth as I know it. I watched an old game from the 1960s, and maybe the biggest difference was how easy it was to fumble. If the ball simply touched both hands of a wide receiver and he dropped it, they considered it a fumble. Oh, that is crazy. Yeah, they elongated that thing out as the years went on, didn't they, Truth? I mean, it went from just like, okay, you get it in your hands to make a football move. And even now when you make a football move, there's times they go, no, it's not quite a catch. I'm like, dude, he put 2 feet down, did a juke. What do you mean what a football move? What are you looking for? Which sometimes allows them to sort of play a little fast and loose with some of those fumble rules, in my opinion. But that's interesting. I got to go check out one of those old games again. It's always fun to go watch them just for the smack mouth, violent nature of it. You know, you're just watching guys literally try to kill each other on the football field at times. Luke Sims, how you doing, Luke? He says, do you think Robert Kimdichie is a good choice for the Seahawks? I always think it's a good choice for your team, Luke. When you go get a player who's got a ton of talent and you're able to buy low at him with no risk, no multiple year commitment, no high salary that you're having to pay him, but he still has all that talent. If he doesn't tap into it, if he's just a camp body, if he's just a jag, if he's a guy who just never can ever be anything at the NFL level, well, you're not out of anything. You've taken no risk in the matter. If you can tap into that with what did once make him a first-round pick in this league, a guy with a freak show build and freak show movement abilities that you don't get every day coming down the trek. He's got a lot of similarity to a guy that we drafted, Malik McDowell, both in the off-the-field concerns and in the physical skill set that he brings to play. But the question is, does he have the drive? Does he have the hunger? Does he have the work ethic, which has been what has hounded him throughout the start of his career? And if he can overcome that, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the light bulb to come on for these guys. Sometimes they come into this league really young, immature, not ready to be a professional. And then they get to 24, 25, and they go, man, I'm almost out of chances. And if I can put my head on right, I could go earn a big contract. I could earn generational wealth finally. And if he can wrap that around, if he can get that on, then he can tap into that. Then again, he would be that 3-tech that I'm talking about. He'd be that freak show 3-tech, disruptor, game breaker type player if he can get into it. But man, he had a lot of opportunities with Arizona and never was able to really tap into it. Always seemingly in the doghouse. It was an impressive catch, your boy Michael. It was an impressive catch. That's true. Randall McDaniel says, let's see, if Donald continues to hold up health-wise, it can end quickly. Derek Thomas and Warren Sapp were both elite. It can. Especially for an undersized guy, Randall. He is, at the end of the day, a 6 foot, 300-pound guy who's played a lot of games. But man, he's been remarkably healthy as well. Enrique M., do you think Quandre Diggs gets a contract from Seattle? No, I don't. I think that as much as anything, the Jamal Adams move sort of, surprisingly so, X'd this out from being a potential happening. Let's walk this through the process. We get into this offseason, you got Marquise Blair. No pathway right now to get to the slot cornerback role. If Ugo doesn't get injured this season, so maybe he's sitting on the bench as just the de facto backup. He's a guy who can play some free safety, some strong safety. If you pay Jamal Adams at that point, and then you have Marquise Blair going into what would be a contract year because you'd have him on a restricted tag after this year if he plays out, well, then you're probably going to slide him over into free safety at that point. And I don't think that they want to necessarily be paying a lot of money on the free safety at the free safety position, Enrique. I'm not as convinced by that necessarily. So probably not. He'd have to ball out to an incredible degree because otherwise you're not creating any pathway for Marquise Blair ever to get on the football field. And this is a former high second-round pick that you just made 2 years ago. The truth is, I know it says, imagine someone throwing a bullet and the pass bouncing off the wide receiver's hands and hitting the ground. In the game I saw, they were considering that a fumble. It was shocking to see. Oh, that is shocking to see. Not even like a second of a catch. Randall says, I think Charles Woodson is a top 10 defensive player, the best defensive back I've seen. You got him over Deion Sanders even, Randall? Even over Deion? Jay says, I think I've caught every stream if it's just a couple of minutes since I subbed at the beginning. Well, I appreciate that about you, Jace. That's why you're one of my OGs, man. One of my original OGs, brother. Seahawks Network, Deion Jordan was a physical freak. I hate when a physique like that goes to waste. Me too. I think he's also a little bit of a victim in some of his versatility got him a little bit out of what he probably should have been, which is just slid into a defensive end role back in college, allowed to refine his pass rushing skills, get good with his hands, tap into how to really get good at using the bend with that freakish athleticism he had. Said he was kind of used all over the place at Oregon, which then he landed in the pros and he sort of now needed to develop his defensive end, and it was a little bit behind the eight ball a bit. But he was absolutely freakish as they come at the defensive end position. No doubt about it. Spencer, gotta say, man, not trying to be too sappy, but I love this channel and community, dude. Please keep pushing and doing your thing, man. Best content for our team on YouTube. Like and subscribe, y'all. Well, Spencer, you can get sappy anytime, man. I appreciate the sentiment. And look, I get the same way, man, where it will choke me up if I get to think about it too much. I love this community. I love the folks that come in this chat. One and all, I have so very few problems with any kind of trolls coming in here. I get people coming in with intelligent discussion, with points of view, and with things that they want to bring to the table that always makes me think. And that's part of why I love this, is not just the doing it and the performative nature of this channel, but then to be able to tap in with you guys and put our heads together. You know, Spencer, I've referenced it like a Seahawks think tank. You know, you got the Rand Corp, whatever thing it is that they got their think tank in Washington. Like, that's our thing here, you know, and I like it because I think we can get through some ideas and thought processes to really drive towards some truths. And it makes it just that much more interesting. But I appreciate it, man. I'm going fully strong here, man. I'm all in on this channel. This is my world. So you know, I'll keep pushing. You know, I'll keep going. 312 Rams fans, 2/3, and Joe Hayden for Aaron Donald. Who says no? Hey, Rams fans, you should say yes to that. You should move on from Aaron Donald completely. Absolutely. The truth is, I know it. Dave Craig threw the game winner against KC when Derek Thomas broke the single game sack record. Say what you want about Craig. The man gave it everything. The truth is, you know it. So I don't know if you know about this truth is, you know it. On this channel, I've got great Seahawk moment videos I do, which are essentially like documentary style videos, relooking at old great Seahawk games. And the very first game that I did for this channel out the gate, the very first great Seahawk moment video I did was the great Dave Craig game that you talked about, where Derek Thomas sacked him, I think, 7 times. He got out of the 8th sack at the end of the game. He hip shook his way out of that 8th sack, rolled back around, threw Paul Scansey a little bullet 35, 40 yards down the field. Beautiful game winner. Tough as hell, tough as nails, Dave Craig was in that game. AstroTurf taking that type of beating. But no, I know that game well, man. I commemorated it. It's been immortalized in my series. YDY says, this has become my favorite Hawks channel. Hardly any pure opinion, mostly hard facts. And for those that think I'm sucking up, you have not seen Brandon and I argue, laughing out loud. Nope, me, YDY can go at it. And that's part of what makes this place great too, is that we do have people that disagree on stuff, but it doesn't have to get to personal insults or name calling or you don't know nothing about football, you're a jack. It doesn't have to get to that point. It can be like, I respect where you're coming from. We might disagree. I can see where you know, from a reasoning standpoint, came to the conclusion you did. I might differ in my conclusion, but it doesn't mean we didn't operate to try to arrive at a place that was as close to the truth as we can get to. And we might miss the mark from time to time, but we're always aiming for that mark. We're always trying to hit it. And that's truly where I try to drive with this channel. And I think we do as a community here, man. But I appreciate you guys are very kind. I appreciate it. I love doing this. I'm glad you guys are on the same place I am with this thing, where it's just, I think we can make this into something that it can really be something as we move long term in this channel and where it can go. The truth is, I know it. Why do I? Yeah, this man knows the game and has iron lungs. I subscribed. Well, after a couple of years, I got it built up, man. The lungs are strong. Jay says, if a quarterback takes discounts, then they help with the offensive line, but that also helps you play longer and get you the same money, but it takes a little longer, and you end up getting your career healthier. It is. This is a little bit of the old. There's a saying for this, you know, Jason. It's that you can shear the sheep many times. You can shear the sheep many times. You can only skin it once, right? And I think when you go and you ask for every last dollar bill, you're sort of skinning it. And that it's going to make things a little weaker, and you're almost doing it at your own detriment at times. And this has been a little bit of what I've begged on and Russell to consider. And not just consider it for the legacy, but in for what it can do to help his team and help him with other players around him and make his job easier. And hasn't his job at times been made tougher by the nature of the things, by the nature of the offense they've played, by the nature of going weaker on the offensive line at times, not spending as much money there because you're spending so much money at quarterback and you have a mobile quarterback. So the theory goes he'll get himself out of trouble. He'll get himself out of the trouble caused by having the weaker line. But that thing hasn't exactly held up to a large degree recently. Caleb says, Sounder games are crazy loud. There's something about Seattle fans, man, in stadiums, and it goes back to the 80s and, it goes back to the Kingdom. And it's just, we get into it, man. We are into our games, and it's not saying we're better fans than other people's fans. It's just kind of our unique trait that we bring to bear. And I've seen it in those Mariner playoff baseball games, the 95 run in that stadium, how electric it was in there. Everybody understanding that they can have an effect on the game. You can have an effect. You can have an effect with the intensity of your voice. You can have an effect with that feeling that the players can get on just of how special a situation that is that they find themselves in. And whether you're talking to Gary Payton or Sean Kemp or Ken Griffey Jr. or Russell Wilson or Pete Carroll or Mike Holmgren through the years, they'll all tell you and nod, yeah. If you're in Seattle and you're playing sports, you will hear it. So it's not surprising. I haven't been to a Sounder game, Caleb, but it's not surprising to hear that it's loud there too. That's just something, there's something in us fans. There's a reason that we invented the wave. Like, we in Seattle invented the wave. That was our thing. That was us. We did that. That was us. And there's a reason for that. There's just something about the interactiveness between our fans and our sports teams that I think is just a little bit unique to us. That makes us just a little more different than your conventional fans to a degree. Randall McDaniel says there's a defensive end at Oregon who's going to be the next great pass rusher. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. I wish I could. He's got a cool name too. I wish I could remember what the name was. But yeah, he's going to be awesome. I've watched some of his tape. That's it. Kayvon Thibodeau. Great name. Kayvon Thibodeau. That's the kind of name like, there's a night coming. There's a night coming. Who is he? Kayvon Thibodeau. Oh my God. But yes, he's going to be a great player. Big. He's a lot like the cat we were just talking about here a second ago. He came out of Oregon as well. Same kind of freaky build, but more refined as a pass rusher. They finally figured out how to just use those guys in one role. Don't make him into safety. Don't make him into slot corner and then a defensive end at times. Just let him go rush the passer. Let him go get it. Randall McDaniel says, I'd probably take Derek Thomas over prime Aaron Donald. Ooh. I don't know, man. I love Derek Thomas. They don't get twitchier than that. There's not a better first step you'll find in NFL history. But boy, Aaron Donald, the Aaron Donald effect and what he's been able to do from the defensive tackle position, I just don't know that there's been another player that's been able to totally tear apart an offensive game plan almost all on his own, which he's done to us multiple times. Randall McDaniel, I think Paul Scansey caught that game winner. He did catch that game winner against the Chiefs. Yep. That is true. That is true. Marcus Mariota. Seahawks Network talking about Roger Goodell butchering names, and it'll be awesome him trying to do Kayvon Thibodeau, Marcus Mariota. That's the funny one about Marcus Mariota too, is because like he's one of the top picks. You think he would have practiced the name beforehand. It's not one thing if he gets a 4th rounder or a deep 5th rounder wrong or something like that, but Marcus Mariota, Thibs, I love it. It's a great nickname. It's Thibs. Seahawks Network says, like someone said earlier, if someone is better than MJ, it wouldn't be a conversation. I would think not. Whitey White says, I'm a big Ducks fan. Thibodeau has a chance to be one of the greats. How the Pac-12 dealt with COVID really hurt him last year. Look for a big season from the kid. Everything you want to see on tape from him. I mean, he's got the freakish skill set with a pairing of a little bit of technique to his game. It's a little rough, but that was part of a little bit of what you wanted to see with last year's tape that you speak to, and the reduction of the schedule by the Pac-12 and how they dealt with the whole pandemic situation in general. But he will be, I think, undoubtedly a top 10 pick in this next year's draft, if not a top 5 pick. No doubt about it, I don't think. The truth is, I know Jordan brought warrior spirit to the game we haven't seen before. He brought a Lawrence Taylor like fight to the game, if that makes sense. He played hard and played hard relentlessly. You talking about Deion Jordan? Oh, Michael Jordan. Sorry. Yes, I agree. Agreed. Whitey White, I'm just playing with the three amigos, so overrated. It was the time when when every unit had to have a nickname. It was a little bit like that. Every unit had a little bit of a nickname, and none of them got remembered because of that, because everyone got one, you know. I like it better when there's only a couple units that have nicknames at any given time. If even just one, like Legion of Boom era, there wasn't a lot of other, nickname places. It's just you get your one off. It makes you more special, I think. Ethan says, are you interested in hockey? Like, since when we finally have a hockey team? Well, I'm not a big hockey fan. I've cheered for the Canucks just because they were the closest, but now we got a team. Yes. It's hard for me, Ethan. I'm an old dog. You know what they say about old dog and learning new tricks. It's a little bit tough for us to pick those things up. And I've tried at times to watch hockey. I have a little bit of the same problem I have with watching soccer. It gets to be just a little bit too much of just I start to kind of check out after a while when it's just the back and forth. Unlike even like basketball where there's scoring within the back and forth, you know. So, but maybe I'll give it another try. Seahawks Network, Mark Dupin, Dolphins wide receiver. Yes. Only reason I know that is because of the wild card game in '83. I'm doing some older games on my channel, trying to appeal to my older audience. That's good. I try not to just upload 2010 content. It's good to diversify, my friend. Diversification is the path to satisfaction. Yeah, Mark Duper and Mark Clayton. They called them the Marx Brothers back in the day. That was their nickname. Ethan Tech World, those were some great comparisons for MJ and LeBron. Thanks. Random again says, to me, LeBron's game is closer to Magic than Jordan. Yeah, I would say so. It's like Magic, but with a little bit more scoring. That's how I would put it as well. Seahawks Network says, Earl fell off the deep end. Damn shame. Yeah, it seems like it's a damn shame, too, because he fell off the deep end, it seems like, from the personality or off-the-field stuff versus the fact that he was still a very good player on the field. I was a little skeptic when he went to the Baltimore Ravens, which was a scheme that was very much different than the scheme he's playing in Seattle. I mean, it's completely opposite a scheme as he could go to. Very blitz-heavy, very multi-dimensional. They're going to be very exotic in what they're running out there. How's Earl going to fit with that as the guy's played basically single high safety in a very simplistic scheme? Now, this caught up to him eventually because it caused some of the animosity that caused him to kind of fight with a team out on the field because he wasn't being as an assignment correct as he needed to be within an exotic scheme. But he's balled out in that 1 year with the Ravens. One of the top rated safeties in the league by Pro Football Focus at that time, still playing really, really good football. But the off the field stuff was legitimate. It was legitimate enough to hold him from being able to bring Brock back in the league for some reason, which is crazy to see with a guy that was as productive as he was. The truth is, I know it. The Hawks Nest, good point about the youth of Diggs, cheaper too. Thanks, man. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things. You just you roll with this, you know, at least one more year. And then you do have Marquise Blair waiting in the wings at that point, so you don't even really need to pay him. Could you imagine Michael Jordan talking about how he's not upset about getting ended in the playoffs because he gets to play the monsters and then proceeds to plug his movie right after a loss? I can't. No, I can't either. You wouldn't have been able to talk to him. You wouldn't have been able to, no. He just wouldn't, just a different mentality state. And it's not, it's the tough part about it is it's like when you elevate Michael in this moment, it's almost that you're offering to do it at the cost of LeBron and taking a shot at LeBron or pulling away from his greatness. And it really shouldn't be that. It should really just be about just how remarkably great and amazing Michael was as a player. And that LeBron is also awesome. It's not that. It's just Michael was this difference maker of a cat that to me is more even a difference maker than anything that we've seen recently in baseball or football. I mean, he's that much of a separator in my opinion. And it's really on the back of that mentality at play that was just so special and so unique, being just, I am unwilling to lose. I'm unwilling to, and he had to go through a rough ground. He had to beat the big dogs on the block to get there, had to do it organically, didn't manufacture it. It's what puts me as far as giving him that edge is concerned. The truth is, I know at the Seahawks, the Hawks Nest, are you a hooper? If so, do you know the Swiss twins? You look like their lost triplet brother. They both were college players from the Northwest. I don't know the Swice twins, but I actually have, I'm not going to try to sell you guys for this. I have amazing handles. Like I'll cut you guys a video at some point, but if you guys saw me handling the basketball, it would blow your mind. I have amazing handles with the rock. I can't jump for nothing. I got now in my 40s, I'm about 15 inches on my vert. Okay. So it's pretty sad to watch me jump, but I can yo-yo that thing like nobody's business, man. But I haven't heard the Swice twins. They sound like good looking fellas though. Ethan Tech World, imagine if we had the receivers we do now, except we replace Swain with Angry Doug and Angry Doug was still playing. That would be fun. That would be fun, Ethan Tech World. That would be fun. And I was talking about how stacked up our cornerback room was back in the day when we cut away Antoine Winfield earlier in this show. Likewise, the receiver crew was a pretty stacked receiver crew on that 2013 team as well, right? You had Sidney Rice and the big contract you gave him. You had second-round pick Golden Tate. You had Doug Baldwin on his ascent. Jermaine Kearse giving you some valuable snaps out there at the receiver position. And then you had Percy Harvin as the topper. That's a hell of a receiving core. Hell of a receiving core. Randall McDaniel, better player, Brandon Marshall or T.O.? Bigger head case, Brandon Marshall or T.O.? I think Terrell Owens was a little bit of a better player than Brandon Marshall at the end of the day. A little more of an explosive guy, I think, just to a degree. But more of a head case would be Terrell Owens. I don't think Marshall was the greatest guy locker room-wise, but I think Terrell Owens was toxic at times in the locker room. And I don't know if Marshall got to full-on toxicity level in his effect. Jay says, when the Miners fans are whining, they're all... when the Miners fans are winning, they're all here. Second, they lose nothing, such as nobody showed up there playing after losing the Super Bowl. Yeah, you'd almost call that fair weather fans, wouldn't you, Jace? You'd almost call that bandwagoning fans. Everyone likes to say that it's us in Seahawks lands are the bandwagoners. But there's a lot of bandwagoning going on with those Niner fans at times. Ethan Deckworld says, bang, bang, Niner gang is the most cringy catchphrase for any NFL team fans. Very cringy. Very, very cringy. Yes. Randall says, I'd say T.O. on both categories by not much. Yeah, I could be sold on that. I think Terrell's got him definitely in production, but I think, yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Ken M says, love the show. Keep it up. Thank you, Ken. You guys are very positive. I appreciate the kind sentiments, man. You guys keep me going on this, Ken. You guys keep this popping. Randall says, he was very abrasive. So fitting his kid went to Oregon. Ken M. MJ would never call himself the GOAT like LeBron. No, he wouldn't. I mean, MJ was asked that question, and I thought he handled it with a lot more aplomb and with more of a view to the recent past in history and basketball and more of an appreciation to the recent past behind him and what came before him, which is a little bit of that built within that humble nature, even if he doesn't necessarily believe it. Just to say that and sell that aspect of it, I think is a little bit of a, I don't know. But you're right. He never would have done that, Ken. No. Seahawks Network, I go back to that tweet every once in a while, and there are like 20 replies like that. Did Hugh ever eat that mic? He should have, man. You're going to say, I'll eat that mic, or I think Softy at one point said I'd bike my way from the Palouse back to Western Washington, and if the Huskies lost, and I think he did it. If you're going to, don't make magnanimous statements about what you're going to do if something doesn't pay off. Nobody's making you make those statements, but if you make them, you better take that mic and you better shove it in your mouth and you better chew long and hard, my friend. Ethan, when the Seahawks faced the Eagles in the playoffs a couple seasons ago, did you think that the hit Clowney had on Wentz was dirty? No, and boy, did the Eagles fans freak out about that hit, and they got caught up in their feelings big time on that hit. No, and really it comes down to Carson Wentz on that play. When you as a quarterback leave the pocket, you can be protected. You can make it so those defenders can't hit you an inch, and if they do it, we'll draw a flag. You know what you need to do? You need to go feet first. That's what you need to do. But Carson was going for a first down, so he decided to dive head first like he has at times and not learn to slide properly. And so the defender has a right at that point to give you a little bit of a lick. You want to avoid the lick, get down and slide, as our quarterback does religiously. It drives us crazy sometimes watching Russell, give up yards at times to get down early on plays, but he's doing it to protect himself. Part of the reason why Russell Wilson has the consecutive game streak he has is because he's learned how to take care of his body out in the open field and not go for every last inch and every last yard. And that's a lesson that Carson Wentz hadn't quite learned. So that hit was completely on Carson Wentz's back. He needs to own that kind of hit. He needs to own being smarter with how he uses his body, especially going here to Indianapolis. So no, nothing even in the least bit dirty about that play. Randall says, I'd root for the Niners before I'd root for the Ducks. Just me? Yeah, probably me too. I have a hard time on the Ducks love. I go back to being a Husky back in my day, so that's a tough one for me. Seahawks Network says, Hugh Millen hates short quarterbacks is actually a song. Someone actually produced a song about Hugh Millen hating short quarterbacks. That's awesome. I'm definitely going to go check that out after the stream today, for sure. Randall says, the gloves they wear today have the Roswell alien technology to him, anti-gravity black hole technology when the ball is near. It is. I've heard that those gloves are just ridiculous. And part of why Odell made that catch many years ago. I mean, if Odell had to make that catch with the Largent era with just his bare hands, there's no way you make that same catch. No way. And these gloves are getting better and better and better to where it's going to come to a point where they're going to get good enough where you just basically put a finger out and you'll be able to catch the ball because they'll be so sticky and tacky. I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL bends in as we go into the future years and goes more towards that technology and accepting that technology, because it means more points, it means more scoreboards, more explosion, more fireworks. That just seems to be where the NFL wants to go with things. The MLB is going through the cheating phase the NFL went through in the 50 to 60 years ago, the stick-informed substance. MLB seems like they're still in the 70s or somewhere around there. I agree with that, Seahawks Network. And the MLB needs to get their head right. They've allowed too many of these cheating scandals, steroid scandals, asteroids banging garbage cans to alert players to pitches, to now we're getting to sticky foreign substances, which is eliminating the offense from the game, which is what the MLB is trying to buff up for the last 10 years in the sport. It's doing it damage. It's doing that sport a lot of damage. And MLB really needs to start to come down strong like football did, like you spoke about 50 years ago, and said, enough of this, no more of this cheating. This goes out the game now. This is not going to be a part of our game. I think the NFL would be smart to start to move more in that direction. But boy, they are going like molasses slow to do anything about it. And they seem to just want to try to cover everything up and sweep everything under the rug, which is odd to me because it's not doing them any benefit. You'd think they would have learned by the steroid era and sweeping that under the rug. That doesn't work maybe. Or the Astra cheating era now and sweeping that under the rug, where none of their players got even suspended a day. And you swept that under the rug. Was that to the benefit of baseball to do that? No. So maybe try something different, Major League Baseball. Like maybe start punishing the cheaters. Randall says, I like baseball too. It's the perfect summer sport to have on in the background for me. It is. It's a great summer sport. Perfectly equipped to be in the summer. Ethan, those clips of Darrell Taylor you have in the background, by the way, I was really like 52 him. But those clips, like the way he's running, it looks scary. Maybe it looks cooler in slow motion. Well, the one thing you'll notice with him, I think that probably freaks you out a little bit with him, is that he is as bow-legged as a cowboy in 1875 that just got off a 500-mile long stretch of cattle running, okay, and been riding horse for 3 straight weeks. Like, that boy has got legs that go, I hear jingling and jangling of spurs when he walks. He is that bow-legged. So that's probably what's throwing you off a little bit in his gait and the way that he moves. Is it's a little odd to see when you first see it. Randall McDaniel says, has Waldron been interviewed yet recently? He was interviewed when he was first hired on with a Zoom meeting, Randall, but nothing since then. Randall says, go M's. Gilbert pitching his butt off for 500 basically. Hopefully hangers are okay. Yep. Mitch hit a ball off his knee. Hopefully he's able to go okay. He's been the one really great offensive weapon for the Mariners so far this year. But good to see that young pitching coming up, Randall. And it's just more of an indication. Look, they've embraced the young players and to give them seasoning and to let them go. And this is the exciting part about getting to watch young talent start to mature and start to get on their rise. You just get to see it start to slowly come together. We got to see this with the Legion of Boom era, right? We got to see the beginning of it in the 2011 and 2012 really come together. And then 13 it's really come together. And it's fun to watch that kind of development as opposed to just pulling it all together from different parts and pieces. Seahawks Network, I think Ken Norton Jr. doesn't get enough credit for the defensive turnaround. I hope he carries it into 2021. Me too. It's tough for Kenny at times, I think, too, because sometimes you can take the blame when it's not going wrong, and it could very well that Coach Carroll's driving what's making it go wrong at that point. But he certainly did a great job last season, and that turnaround was magnificent. I mean, you were a team through the first 8 games that was on pace to give up more yards in the air than anybody else in NFL history, and you weren't just due to be on pace to just sort of slightly beat that mark. You were going to obliterate that mark. Obliterate it. And he somehow turned that back around to stop that in its tracks, hit the e-brake on it, flip it back around. They were scrambling. It was a scramble drill all season to try to figure things out, but things finally got on point. They found their feet, they found their footing, and they got that defensive scheme from being something that was not just league worst, not just on a record-breaking league worst ascent, but back into more of about league average play by the end of the year. They didn't play a lot of great offenses on the back half of the schedule. That's got to be certainly considered, but you can't deny that they were still a very, very good defensive unit as the year went along. John Robinson says, any news on Tamarian Terry in camp besides injury? Nothing beyond that. I mean, he had a little bit of a hip pointer that he fell on his hip, so I don't think that's going to be a major injury or hold him back. He should be able to be back, I would think, by mandatory minicamp and ready to roll. But I haven't heard too much. It's been pretty quiet on the reporting on that type of stuff. Ethan Tech World, yeah, what happened with Mitch Hanger today? Mitch, I can't say his name right now. I don't know why. I've lost my ability to pronounce vowels and consonants. I've gotten a ground ball pop-up right to my kneecap. It's very difficult to stand up, but that looked bad. Hopefully just a bruise. Well, you don't have a lot of flesh in there, and you're hitting it just right on the bone, and you got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and then you hit it, and you got a 100-mile-an-hour ball going off your knee. It's just going to hurt. It ain't going to feel right. It's probably going to be hurting for a few days, but that's probably not going to cause like an ACL-type tear or some season-ending injury type thing. But he's probably going to be on the shelf for a week and a half or so to get that thing back up and running. Seahawks Network, just give me 18 inches of daylight. That's all I need. See, I took it down to 7 inches. That's right, 18 inches of daylight. One of the great quotes of all time by a running back. Just give me 18 inches of daylight. That was Gale Sayers' big mantra. John Robinson says, how's Forsythe's feet? Top billing says they're trash. I caught this as well, John. I saw that in his video as well, and it was kind of making me scratch my head, right? So, John, go back and look at Stone Forsythe's pro day. Excellent upper level, like 90 percentile type testing numbers as far as his mobility goes as an offensive lineman. Go watch his tape. And on his tape, he fluidly, consistently gets in front of his man, gets set really nicely. You can't get the edge around him. He absolutely just destroys anybody with any kind of bend. You cannot get around him. So, I mean, I can pick apart parts of Forsythe's game. I can say, I don't know about his power. I don't know about his run blocking. I think he's going to struggle in the leverage game because he's 6'8", and he's just never going to get beneath those defenders when it comes to blocking. But as far as his mobility goes, and as far as moving, as far as a tackle goes, I don't know how that could be something that you're going to question on him. That's the one thing that he does bring to the table. So I don't know, John. I do tend to agree with Top Billing a lot, but that was one that I just couldn't quite understand where he was coming from on that one. He has said that he's watched a lot of his tape, and he's just definitely anti-Forsythe, but I don't know on that one. Ethan Deckerwell says, Gilbert's heating up. He could be a future ace of the team. Hopefully he can continue. He does seem to have that ability in him, man. Seahawks Network, I've got the quote burned into my brain, laughing out loud. The quote is in the intro of A Football Life, and I would just watch hours of that when I was younger. It was I remember that too, man, now that you say that. That was on their intro. I've seen that quite a few times myself. Seahawks Gaming, what's up, Hawks? What's next for the Hawks? Next is mandatory minicamp here in about another week and a half. And then after that, you get your dead zone period until we get all the way to training camp. So we are going to be a little bit in a quiet period here as far as our Seahawks are concerned for the next month and a half or so. But look, let's face it, we are not far away from training camp. So not much will happen from there. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of what we see from mandatory minicamp, where we got all hands on deck at that point, both the rookies and the veterans, and we get to see a little bit more of maybe who's standing out, who had an offseason where they killed it, who's looking good, physically speaking. We'll get a little bit more of those stories coming out at that time to give us a little bit more just news as far as Seahawks are concerned. Probably not any real deals to be made, though, Seahawks Gaming. I will say that I wouldn't be surprised as well we see a Jamal Adams deal come down the pike here in the next month, that they get that deal done and knocked out before training camp so they can get him in there running with a full training camp, getting him ready to roll, having him good so he can just hit the ground running. There's no holdout, no threat of a holdout. Seahawks Network says, I hope they make more of those episodes. I do too. Seahawks Network, those are some great little documentaries that they do. The NFL Network is on those players and stuff. I wish they'd done a little bit better one on Steve Largent. I didn't like the Steve Largent one they did. The Football Life on Steve Largent, I thought, was just a tiny bit. It was a little weak to me. It was a little bit light. Jeff, sorry. Modern NFL fans have really missed out on not having NFL films. It made football an art. The Autumn Wind is a Raider. I loved watching that stuff growing up. I was gonna do for my Great Seahawk Moment videos, I was gonna do John Freshenda, and I was gonna try to do. It was too hard, and I could not pull off of his voice. But I was gonna do for He had that kind of the winter, the autumn, the wind is a raider. It moves like the banana. If I could get the cadence down right, there's something just so timeless to that rich voice that he had. I wish I could tap into it. I wish I was born with a better voice to do that type of thing. Because man, he could turn any type of phrase, and you were enwrapped. Just had you all in. And man, some of the stuff that they would write, man, they had some great dialogue writers back then. They turned it into art. They absolutely did. It's part of what I try to seek to do. Why do I on my Great Seahawk Moment videos? I try to tap into that same sort of spirit that those old NFL films would tap into, where it was a full production. They're not just telling a story, but this is a production, Seahawks Network says, man, I love NFL films, like the cinematic view of football and the stories. Oh, it's so enriched. It's rich with detail, rich with just so many stories within stories. That's what I love about football. Seahawks Gaming, Warren Sapp or John Randall? God, that is a tough pick. That's a tough pick. God, I don't know. I'm going to go with, I guess, Warren Sapp, but I might change my mind tomorrow on that Seahawks Gaming. I might change that mind tomorrow. That's such a tough one, but I guess Warren Sapp, because he was on a team that did get to win a Super Bowl, and John Randall never did. That's not John Randall's fault. He played on a lot of talented teams, but maybe Warren was just a smidge more dominant at the height of his powers. Maybe. Brian21 says, you think Stone Forsythe should start? Brian, not immediately. The thing with Stone Forsythe is I think he's just a pure left tackle. When you tend to want to move guys over the right tackle, you tend to want to have a little bit more of power, be more of a predominant function of their game. Think back to guys like Breno Giacomini or Jermaine Ifedi, even a guy like Brandon Shell right now, where power is probably their biggest attribute that they bring to play. That's not Forsythe's game. He's more of a mobile guy, which lends itself more into him being better on the left side. So Shell probably is a better pure right tackle for you right now as it stands, but that doesn't mean that Forsythe doesn't maybe have a future at the left tackle position, maybe as the left tackle waiting in the wings to take over for Dwayne Brown once he retires. He does have the skill set to fit out there, especially if he can do just well enough in the run game, because he should be a good pass protector even from the jump. John Robinson says Peyton Manning's forehead grew because his hairline shrunk, but for sure some high HGH in that dome. He was good in domes and had a good dome. Yeah, a big dome for the dome quarterback, right, John Robinson? Yeah, I did. I think I agree with you. I think it's just the receding hairline and the HGH worked in combination of each other to probably really, really bring out the full width of that Peyton Manning dome. Seahawks Network says Marquise Blair can't sit on the bench at this point. No, you've got to find a role for a guy that's your second-round pick, Seahawks Network. You've got to find a role for him. And it can't just be as the dime cornerback in this scheme. It can't be just that, which is where he's probably right now at the jump, only spot that he has to get any playing time. I think he's going to find his way on the field at some point this next year. Somebody's going to get injured, I would bet, Seahawks Network. So I don't think he's going to end up on the bench for a long period of time this season, but they've got to figure out a plan with that kid and what they want to do with him. Why I like Pete giving these second and third chances to players like Kimdichie, but have any of them turned out? That's a good question. He practically exhausted the 2013 draft and got zipped for it. Still hoping one works, though. No, you haven't really been able to tap into it too much up until this point. It's a solid point. Why? No, it's not necessarily the reclamation projects have not reclamated. You've taken some swings and it hasn't worked. The nice thing with it is that there's not a lot of risk involved here. So if it doesn't work out, you haven't counted on him. He's not a foundational piece to this offseason. He's a guy that you're taking a flyer on. And when you take flyers on guys, many of those flyers are not going to work. And most of the time, they're not going to work. 90% of the time, they're not going to work. If they work 10% of the time, though, it's a raging success to try to tap into it as much as you possibly can. Because when you do tap into it, you're getting a hell of a player at no cost. But you're right. Not up to this point. What are the top defensive players in the GOAT conversation? I feel like defensive players should be more a part of it. Well, Lawrence Taylor's obviously in there. Historically speaking, beyond Lawrence Taylor, I don't know if there's anybody else that you could really point to as far as Beyond that, Reggie White, maybe Ronnie Lott, I guess you could make with his effect that he had on the game, Super Bowl trophies, Super Bowl championships they were able to win there with him, how good a player he was for as long as he was. Aaron Donald, J.J. Watt, these are kind of the separators. Deacon Jones, you want to go old school, go Deacon Jones. I mean, he might be the best of the best at the end of the day. They weren't tallying sack totals back in the days of Deacon Jones, or the man might have had like 250 sacks. So probably those would be the guys that I would go to in my head. Seahawks Network, I went back and looked at the 2013 draft, and we had 6 of the top 13 picks of the 2013 draft, and Geno Smith and Eddie Lacy. Yeah, they loved that 2013 draft for some reason, Seahawks Network. I don't know why, but they did. John Robinson says, I feel like DJ Reed set himself apart from all the other corners on our team. So why is there this sentiment that our backfield isn't in good hands? He's a dog who's only going to get better. I'm well enough okay, John Robinson, with the cornerback room as it stands right now. One of the reasons that I made the thumbnail the way that I made it this show, and one of the reasons that I would push potentially to both add on a Sherman and a Stephon Gilmore, is that while the cornerback room is good, while it's good enough, I'd love to turn it into a great strength of the team if I have the opportunity to do so. And while I like that DJ Reed, he's playing on the last year of his deal. Witherspoon's playing on the last year of his deal. Trey Flowers is playing on the last year of his deal. You have no commitment to these guys beyond this season, and I don't really think that this team wants to, moving forward, sign cornerbacks to long-term deals at big money. I think they'd like to keep that position at a relatively cheap and inexpensive state because they play so much zone scheme, and they don't ask those corners to be as sticky in coverage as you might ask a guy like Jalen Ramsey to be in the scheme that he plays in. But if we ride with the guys we got, John, I'm okay with that. I'm not anti-DJ Reed in any respect. I just want to this is a place where you can upgrade this team. There's not a lot of places to go out there and upgrade on the open market as it stands right now. John says, man, why can't we get a Belichick coach on defense at least as a consultant to help us with some hybrid looks and blitzing? Because hybrid looks and blitzing goes against Coach Carroll's given nature. He doesn't want to do that stuff. He doesn't believe in that type of stuff. He doesn't like the risk of blitzing for what it opens up on the back end of his defense. I tend to agree with you that I'd like to see more of it. I think it's where more of the game goes in being harder to predict in the defensive side of the ball, like we're talking about being harder to predict on the offensive side of the ball with our new offensive scheme. But it just goes against a little bit of the DNA of what Coach Carroll has running through his veins, which is to be conservative, to be a bend but don't break, to be a read and react type defense. That's where he always will go towards. John Robinson says, what do you think is going to be the signature narrative of the Hawks 2021 season? The signature narrative would be return to true potential greatness rather than just being good. A return to a state of being great. I may be being a little bit of a positive Paul here, John. I may be the rose-colored glasses, silver lining. Everything's great and wonderful, but I'm going to go with that. A return to greatness. Elevating above good. John, any word on Rodgers? Nothing yet. It looks like this is going to hold all the way out into training camp, and then it's going to become a game of chicken between the Packers front office and Rodgers. They're not trading him. They're going to hold his feet to the fire. He only has the leverage at this point of declaring that he wants to retire. At that point, then he could probably force a trade, but he's going to have to wait a year down the line to get it to happen. Is Aaron at the stage where he's willing to sit out that year? And I don't think anybody knows that. I don't even think guys close to Aaron that are commenting on this, like James Jones or AJ Hawk, has any idea in that respect. John Robinson says, how do you attack the Bucs? The first way you've got to attack with the Bucs is that you've got to, if they're going to run a front four with you, if they're going to keep their safeties in too high, you've got to find a way to be effective running that ball if you're looking at a front seven defense that you're playing against with no safety on the back end. If that safety is going to come up and they're going to give you blitz heavy looks, then you've got to punish them on the back end for being willing to blitz like they like to do at times. They don't play just one way or the other defensively. They showed in the playoffs against the Chiefs where they could play just with that front four, bring the pressure with the front four, and then drop as many back into coverage as they possibly can. So you've got to kind of attack with what they're showing you. You've got to kind of react to a little bit of what they're choosing to do and go at you, because they can do either or. They can be very conservative or they can be very aggressive. So there's not just one given way to go at them. But I think they're a team that is very monumental to you being able to be effective in the running game, to then build off that running game to the passing attack. And some of what they're going to try to do is stop you in the running game with that really good front four. Vita Vea being that rock in the middle down there, right? So Ndamukong Suh paired next to him. I mean, you got two guys that you just can't move off the ball down there in the middle, which is what allows them to then keep those guys in the back end deep, to keep that many more guys back in coverage. So I think at the end of the day, attacking in the running game really becomes almost the most important thing when you're playing the Bucs, being effective at that. Seahawks Network says, last Seahawks game I went to was the 2019 Monday Night Football game versus Minnesota, and the stadium isn't as loud. My first game was ironically versus Minnesota in 2013, and I had a headache for 2 days after that game. Yeah, the stadium hasn't been loud recently. Seahawks fans definitely got a little bit placated after that Super Bowl win. It brought a little bit more of the wine and cheese crowd. Of course, the ticket costs increased, and when ticket costs increase, you're getting more of the affluent crowd. The affluent crowd isn't as rowdy and rugged as some of those guys that are, not as affluent. And I think it has definitely caused a little bit of a toning down in the stadium at times, which is a little bit annoying for me. It'd be nice if we could get maybe more of a revitalization back to being loud again, getting people back on point. Like, we got to stay loud. We got to help our team out. We can have an effect on the football field if we all are on board with doing so. But if only half of us in the stadium are on board doing so, it's not going to have the same effect. It takes everybody's voice. It would be great to see that reinvigorated again. Seahawks, do you think Penny might possibly challenge for the number one in this new scheme, being a natural smooth edge runner? Well, he should theoretically, Seahawks. I mean, theoretically, that should be the way it goes. There does seem to be a little bit of a preference to Chris Carson, and there seems to be a little bit of a Penny being slightly in the doghouse of Carroll at times and him not wanting to feature him as much. This is a make-or-break year. This would be a year you would think that they're going to start to try to feature him a little bit more. I would tend to think this year is going to be built less upon having a number one back, and that they're going to try to, with both Penny and Carson, kind of work those carries in, keep Carson fresh, while also starting to try to utilize Penny within a scheme that should best utilize his skill set. That's how I would think theoretically it plays out, but we're going to have to kind of see if it really does go that way at the end of the day. If they're willing to really embrace Penny with volume of attempts, with a volume of carries, versus what they've been willing to do in the past, which is not very often, unless Carson's injured. 312 says, okay, I'll give you this one. I'll give this one to you. It's true. MJ wanted to win so he could not lose. LeBron wants to win so people's public perception of him can improve, so he can become a GOAT, so he can become the GOAT. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I agree with that 312. That sounds about right to me. I think MJ wanted to win because he hates to lose. Yep, perfectly put. Seahawks Network, I think people buying tickets now aren't the diehard fans that know they can have an impact on the game. It may be small, but it irritates me when people don't start getting loud until after the huddle. Same. I've been in the stadium and tried to press fellow fans that are sitting there quiet, mouths closed, not saying a word on a key third down, let's say, and they're just sitting there staring at the field. I don't know why fans suddenly decide they don't want to be loud or whatever. This goes back generations here in Seattle. And I don't know why this next generation has decided that they're just going to sit there and be quiet, but it annoys the hell out of me as well. Joshua William Arero, can you rank the rosters of the NFC West from the worst to the first? Sure. As far as the worst roster goes, I would probably put the Cardinals as worst roster because I don't think that they have as filled out a roster as the other roster. They're sort of top heavy, I think, as I see them a little bit right now. Then I would go Niners. I would go Rams, and then I'd go Seattle with the most talented roster right now. But the Rams right behind us and the 49ers right behind them. Didi Segal, hi from Israel. Hi, Didi. Hope everything's going good for you over there. Always good to have folks from the rest of the world tuning in here, man. It's so cool that you can be watching me from the other side of the world live right now as we're going. But hope everything's doing good for you guys over there and doing well. Welcome on in. Flag Sabbath, good morning, folks. What's happening? Nothing much, Flag Sabbath. We're 6 hours in the stream, just doing our thing. Yeah, you're the best. Thank you, Space. Appreciate you, man. MJ, one of his teammates and his teammates' grandma were playing bingo, and when they left for a second, they caught MJ trying to cheat in a game of bingo with his teammates and grandma. It's again, it seems like all a positive thing 100%. Like it's only a positive thing to say, well, he wants to win more than anything else. He wants to win more than he's willing to die to win. And it is a positive thing to a degree, but there is a dark side to it as well. You know, there's that famous bit 312. There's a Key and Peele bit or something like that, right? They're showing not even Key and Peele, but it was like a mock up from the Last Dance show, right? Where they're showing them having this MJ playing this game of coins with like an usher in the back room, and like he keeps the usher playing, and like it was just funny how they did it. Like there was this bit where they like MJ ends up like taking $30,000 off the guy and still making him play. You know, there's something that I thought was so true about that with MJ, both on the good and the bad side to it. You know, the Seahawks Network says Brandon is the professor's long lost brother. I love it. Space says I'd block any shot you take. Well, Space, you probably would because I don't have the vert. But I got handles, man. I got a crossover like you wouldn't believe it. I'd be breaking your ankles right and left, man. You don't know. You don't know. D-Mac! My boy D-Mac in the house. What's up, D? Space says, MJ is better than LeBron hands down. Long and hard. Here it comes. Wait for it. That's what she said. It was inevitable. It was inevitable. Seahawks Network says, go Dogs. John Robinson says, Brandon, the young Stockton. But I can dribble with my left. Stockton was a right-handed dribbler. I got handles on left and right. I'm ambidextry out there. Flag Sabbath, you're the shit, Brandon. Thanks for making my Monday automatically so much better. It's my pleasure, Flag. You guys make my life better. It's the least I can do for you guys, you right? Thanks for getting in here. Appreciate you. Deb Peterson says, Stephon coming from a cheating team, but I'm not sure signing him, but he's damn good corner, and if we can have him and Sherman, look the hell out. Legion of Boom too. You got a team that's pretty close to that Legion of Boom team at that point from a talent standpoint. You're putting both Gilmore, Sherman, Jamal Adams, and Quandre Diggs as your back end secondary. I mean, that is pretty fantastic set right there. I mean, I'd say that's the best crew in the league at that point you're trotting out. Tampa Bay probably can compete with it a little bit, but man, that would be a good crew, Dev. It gets me excited, and it's of all the possible moves we can make out there to upgrade this team that are feasible moves, that are moves within the realm of realism, that aren't me just sort of shooting for the moon and there's no chance it can happen. This is one to me that you could make it happen if you wanted to make it happen if you're Seattle. If they had it in them to say, let's do this, let's go for broke, go for hell, let's do it. They could do it. Whitey Wise says, some calling Steph the greatest player ever. Young ones do not understand how rough the NBA 80s and 90s were. Hard to hit a deep three with a punch to the face. MJ would score 40 with no one toughing on him. Yeah, it's a part, I think, that, and it's a little bit of where the young crowd, when you're young and you're just coming into bloom, you didn't know the 80s and 90s. I can't hold you necessarily to the line on it, but understanding in the 80s and 90s, the NBA was a different sport now it's played from a physicality standpoint. And physicality was a thing, where now it's not a thing in the NBA. You get ejected with physicality at times in the NBA. For just simple physicality that wouldn't even have maybe gotten a foul call in the 80s NBA, you now get ejected out of the game. And that physicality had a huge effect on the game and how you had to play the game and how hard it made the game and rough. Michael Jordan had to go through the Detroit Pistons, who basically called themselves the bad boys, who basically took their pride on playing the game at that edgy point where it was a little more on the line of being dirty than it was on being clean. And they literally had what we call the Jordan rules, where if Jordan came into the paint, they were basically going to beat him up and send him to the ground every single time. And Jordan had to beat that bully. Had to beat that bully that had won multiple championships. That was a stacked team. Find a way. And he found a way. He did. But no, Steph, and I love Stephon as much as anybody. Steph Curry, he's great. I think he's changed the sport of basketball. He's brought the three-point shot back into bloom, no doubt about it. But the guy doesn't play defense. And there's no comparison between him and Jordan. LeBron at least has an argument to be made here in regards to the Jordan talks. I can at least listen to that argument. And I love Stephen Curry, but there's no way there. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Michael Jordan would score 40 with the way they play defense right now, if not more. He'd be probably pretty much unstoppable. Because the only way to stop him back in the day was with the physicality. And not just some physicality, but like rough physicality. Jeff Ryan says, I hope Clowney at some point gets a couple healthy years on a decent team. He has a lot of potential, but it hasn't been consistent in the NFL. I do too. I love me JD, man. I personally, I played video games with him online. I like the guy a lot. He's a good dude. He's a guy who's been served kind of a tough realm. I mean, you go back to the injury that he had his rookie year, part of that knee problem that popped up last year, comes up out of that. He's playing his rookie year on the practice field, and he tears his knee after stepping on a sprinkler. Why do they got a sprinkler on a football field that can come up like that? That's it, just only in Houston, right? But, it's affected him. It's affected his ability to get his bend and as a pass rusher. And then when he does become an effective pass rusher, fights through that lack of ability to get that bend. Now he gets double and triple teamed as much as any defender in the league. I love the thought of him going to Cleveland where he's going to get a lot of single blocked. And I think that this is going to be his year. He's going to have his best year of his career. He's going to have, I think, the first year of his career where he gets double-digit sacks this season. And that's going to be on the back of finally be able to show out on a team where he's got another guy that's going to take away some of that heat. So I'm very high on where I think Clowney's going to be this year. Flag says teaming in with Myles Garrett should help him a lot. He's going to get a lot of single blocked opportunities at that point, right? Flag 7 says top billing is good, but he misses on some guys. He is. And he's pretty good. That Forsyth one was the one where I was like, huh? It's just weird to be like, it'd be like talking about Allen Iverson, and then you go, but I wonder about his quickness. What? That's the one thing that the guy brings. Seahawks Network says, I hate how underrated Dwayne Brown is. I swear, whenever a guy gets traded to Seattle, the media will never hear your name again unless you're Russ, DK, or Jamal. It's very true. And it's hard for offensive linemen anyway, just because of the nature of the position. Those guys just don't get talked about a lot. And you're doing your job when you're not being talked about. When the announcers don't mention your name, when there's not a flag. But he has been a great, great addition to this offensive line, vital in us even being able to, in a lot of respects, to maintain our level of play that we have. Because in a lot of respects, his addition to that offensive line turned that group around wholesale almost from the jump. Didn't make them spectacular, didn't make them dominant, but took them from an absolute crap show, a revolving door at every position to at least there was one position, the blind side, that you knew was now taken care of, and you could now fix everything kind of back to front at that point. But he's been a great player for us. It's awesome to see that he's been able to stay on the field and been able to be reasonably healthy through his time with us, despite coming from Houston, where he did have a couple of injury scares, had some years where he lost time due to injury. So he's been able to kind of get around that a little bit. But he's going to be vital to what we want to do next year. Having Dwayne out there, having him out there for the majority of the year is going to be absolutely huge for us getting the most out of next season. Seahawks Gaming says, imagine if Revis signed with Seattle instead of New England. Sherman and Revis. Sheesh. It would have been tough, man. That would have been a tough crew. I mean, good luck throwing on those two on the outside. Good luck. Jason Tudor says, I enjoy your voices. You seem to have a bit of a performer in you. You should try being a D&D dungeon master. I do love to do my voices, Jason. I do. I'm actually the son of a radio morning DJ host, so I've got a little bit in my blood. I come from those beginnings, and he's a man of many voices, and he brought it on to me. But I love doing voices, man. I love acting and stuff too, man. That's all. I always have fun with it. But thank you. Glad you noticed, Jason. Appreciate it. Why do I says top billing's okay, but I highly disagree with him about some things. Him and I went back and forth about Golden Tate, amongst other things. He thinks he can still be a good receiver. He discounts analytics. I'm not surprised to see that. Sometimes those deep film watcher guys, the guys that really grind on that tape, hate analytics, which is odd to me at times because I try to grind on tape and look at the analytics. I always go back to don't dismiss more information. Take in as much information as you possibly can because it just rounds out your understanding of the game that much more, in my opinion. But yeah, I not perfect on things. There's some stuff that I've seen with a couple of videos where I go, I don't know on that one. I don't know. He's got a lot of love for Freddie Swain too. which I don't understand his love for Freddie Swain either, but he's big time on Freddie. Seahawks Network, I remember when the Steve Largent episode was premiering, I was so excited because there was obviously had been none on any Seahawks, so I was super hyped for it. Definitely need more episodes. For sure, man. Barry, thank you for the very sartorial. Thank you for the $5 donation, sir. You are very kind, and I appreciate it. He says, yo, just got here. How many times have you addressed Russ's comments? Quick hot take. Is it confirmation of groundwork to bail in a year or two? Number one, Barry, and thank you again for the donation. There is something you can take from the Russell Wilson press conference. The thing that we can take from it is that though there is a ceasefire, and that though both Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson are saying the right things and saying the things you want them to say, I still think that this is a very tentative ceasefire, and I think that this ceasefire is built on the back of what happens this next year. I think that it's more than ever coming off the heels of Russell Wilson's press conference. I'm resolutely in this camp of saying this year it's got to be success, and not a success of what it's been the last 5 or 6 years, but an ultimate success, conference championship type success, Super Bowl appearance type success. Otherwise, I think Russell Wilson's gone at this point. I think all the chips are into the center of the table this year. There is no year 2, 3 beyond that. It's this year. We need the success of this season if we're going to bring him and hold him back in the fray. I hope it can happen. Barry, I really do hope it can happen, but it makes me a little uncomfortable that we're going into this year needing this to ride out in this way. Sure would be nice to go into this year knowing things are solved and everything's good long term, and we don't have to have everything in a desperate state to this season and be maniacal almost in our approach because we're so worried about what could happen if this goes sideways. I don't know if you're able to operate in your greatest point of success with that sort of mentality sort of sitting there. But with that said, it kind of is what it is, Barry. It is what it is. I think both camps are standing where they're standing, and it's just going to have to play out this year. And we're going to have to hope that this year we can get some better success than previous years. Luckily, you've had a great offseason, which has been more wins than it's been losses by far. I can't even really point to any kind of huge losses at all outside of a Jaron Reed that you lose, something like that. So it's been a good offseason. They've gotten the work done from that standpoint. They've still got flexibility to continue to improve this team. You're bringing in a new offensive coordinator. The schedule's not tremendously hard. You only have 2 10 a.m. games. Lots set up here for this to be a success this next year to get a little bit above where we've been prior. Seahawks Gaming says, did you hear about the 49ers canceling practice because of injuries? Yeah, I think it's hilarious. I do, because they were the team that everybody was hyping up about, they got all their players in the camp. All you Seattle teams and LA teams are not having your guys in practicing because they're worried about the pandemic and they're trying to blah, blah, blah. We're going to have everybody in, but then you have an injury or two and then you just cancel it. Well, what's the point of that? What's the point of that at that point? Very Niner-esque for them to start something only to then prematurely quit. 6 hours in the stream. I'm taking low blows of the Niners. I'm low blowing at 6 hours in, man. Seahawks Network says you should make a video on Marquise Blair about his role in 2021 and title the video The Blair Switch Project. I love it, Seahawks Network. I love it, man. Maybe I will. I might do something like that. I don't know. I don't want to encroach upon your Blair territory there, Seahawks Network. I saw you got like 26,000 views on your Marquise Blair video. So I don't know. I feel like I'd be traipsing a little bit on your territory of things. John Robinson says, I'll tell you what, Alt Robinson looks really good. Looks like he added muscle and he's got some tree trunks for legs. Well, he's my guy that somebody asked earlier, John, who's one of my guys that I think breaks out on the defensive side of the ball. And he's that guy for me above Rasheem Green, above LJ Collier. He'd be a guy even maybe above Darrell Taylor, who even has more production than those 3 guys. He was absolutely fantastic. The 4 sacks that he gave you last year in the very limited amount of time that he got it on the field was impressive. It was legitimate pressure that he would get. He'd get quick pressure, which goes back to what you saw in college. He's not one of those try-hard, high-motor guys that will get to the quarterback after about 10 minutes, a little bit like Kerry Hyder can kind of be a little bit. No, he's a quick pressure guy. I like what we may be having this guy. I like his potential. He's a guy who might get you into that realm of 8 to 10 sacks when he really rounds into the player that he might become as a good run stuffer as well, a very complete defensive end, kind of more of your traditional defensive end type and the size and weight that he kind of carries. So I like him. I'm very much on board with where he's going to be, John. John says Gerald Everett also looks really good. Get excited about Gerald Everett, man. Haven't had a tight end like this in Seahawks history, John, Just haven't had a guy like this as good in the yak. Still a very good blocker, despite being more of that move tight end who tends to be a little bit of a lighter guy. Tends to be a guy that's not as good of a blocker. He's actually very good. Excellent in the wham blocks, which is a lot of the bedrock of the Rams' offensive game plan. Tight end starts on one side of the formation. You snap the ball and they quickly come across the other side of the formation to surprise an unblocked defender who thinks they're going to have a free run at the running back. And then suddenly, nope, surprised, here I am. You got no free run and I'm going to slam you and it's going to hurt really hard. He does a lot of that and he does it really well. So he brings quite a bit to the table, John, as a football player, Gerald never does. And you should be really excited by him. He looks good. Seahawks Network says the NFL can't just go back and tally all of Jones's sacks. There's no way they don't have the footage. I don't think that they have all of his footage, Seahawks Network. I don't think all of the games were on tape at that time. It's my understanding that no, they're not able to do that. They're not able to tabulate how many he had. And according to him, he would have had a gajillion. If you listen to his old interviews, he had a gajillion sacks that weren't counted. Why do I say take away positional impact? Rice might have a better at his position than any other player at theirs. You could make the argument for Rice for sure. I mean, geez, the guy's played nearly 20 years in his career, and he was just super productive nearly all the way through that whole time. I mean, impactful all the way through. Seahawks Gaming says, watch Joe Burrow pull a luck. Maybe, man, if I was playing in Cincinnati, I might be tempted myself. The way that they run that organization, I'd be like, I don't know. I made some money last year. My knee sure is hurting. Boy, my knee hurts. John says, I just figured they would continue blitzing like last year from those bear fronts utilizing Adams. You'll do a little bit of it, John, but I think more of what that was driven to being done by, the reason that was at such a high level like it was because of a necessity. You didn't have enough guys in the base formation to rush the passer. You did that enough early on in the year and saw, we're not generating pass rush like this. The Atlanta Falcons are tearing us apart. Cam Newton is dicing and slicing us up all over the football field because he can just sit back there in the pocket and nobody's getting any pressure. So this caused you to really amp up then the pressures at that point. But then once you got Carlos Dunlap last year, at that point in time, once more of the pass rushing started to round out a little bit and you got guys in the roles at that point, you dial back the blitzing game a little bit. And that's where I think they're going to probably land at that point. So, fit more along lines to like the 6% blitz rate that he had with the Jets versus the 12% blitz rate that you had with the Seahawks last season. Just a little bit of a difference like that. Flag Sabbath says, MJ is definitely the GOAT. That era of basketball was so fantastic. So many good players all across the league. It was so much fun. It was. Every night when you played basketball back then, you had pretty much legitimate teams across the league. There were fewer weak-kneed teams that just weren't even able to not compete. It did make it funner. It was a little more team-centric, a little less built towards the super team at times, I felt like, to me. A great era of basketball. I'm definitely an old head in this respect, but it's my favorite era of basketball was the old one. Even Dak World says, dang, breaking ankles. Okay. I found a way to break this dude's ankles in tennis, ironically. Thought I was hitting it one way, but I went the other way. He completely slipped and fell. I was laughing inside. Hopefully you posed on him a little bit. I don't know what the tennis players do when they pose, but you got to do something with your racket. Seahawks Network, I got to get some sleep at midnight on school night. Thanks for the stream. Always appreciate the stream. Thank you, Seahawks Network, for hanging in there the whole 6-hour stream, buddy. I appreciate you, my man. And we are going to go ahead and wrap this one up as I'm 6.5 hours in, and my voice is definitely about tapped out here. So I will get through here on the last couple of comments, and then we will call this one a little bit of a day at this point. Zach Schwegler, what are the chances we get Sherm or Gilmore or even both? If I stayed to Sherman, I'd say it's about a 50-50 bet that we get a guy like Sherman, Zach. Not much of a chance on Gilmore. This is me kind of roster baiting a little bit here. This is me daydreaming a little bit, Zach. I can't deny that. You can fit both of these guys in. Gilmore sits with a $7 million contract hit. Sherman shouldn't sign for more than $4 million. Gilmore shouldn't cost more than a third-round pick and draft compensation in a trade. So you could fit all of those particulars under your cap into the system. It's about want. It's about willingness. Does Seattle want to do it, and are they willing to do it? And that would be the question at hand that I don't have a great answer for you at this point. That is the place that to me was a feasible way to upgrade this team, Zach, for some of the other ways people have talked about. People mentioned guys like Akeem Hicks or Jarrell Casey. Well, those are 3-4 base guys that aren't really going to fit in a 4-3 scheme. People talk about Fletcher Cox, the Eagles. Carries a $22 million dead money hit. It's not going to be released. So it kind of came down to me, like looking at this option, looking at it seriously, Zach, was more born out of a lack of options than it was born out of this just being the far and away the best option. I want to upgrade this team. I think this is the best possible chance of doing it, or this is the most straightforward way of doing it. Doesn't mean that there aren't other ways that exist or other methods that could exist and come up. It just means that if you do take advantage of those other methods, Zach, you're probably going to have to wait until around the trade deadline to take advantage of them. Till one of these contending teams here in the offseason become a non-contender right before the trade deadline, and a player that you didn't think was going to be made available suddenly now does become available. Flag 7 says, I definitely appreciate when Top Billing does Seahawks vids. I do too, man. I always like the Seahawks content. So whenever everybody does some Seahawks content, I'm loving it. Kevin Santialis, what's Seattle's worst case scenario for the decade? Oh my God. Worst case scenario is this. Russell Wilson, you go out, you top out next year at a 1-and-done state, or let's say you're a 10-7 team, get in the playoffs, knocked out of the playoffs after the first round. Russell Wilson gets traded. You don't have a great pathway towards the next quarterback, or you bring a rookie quarterback in here who is not anywhere near what Russell was, maybe even in a sort of a busty type state. You try to build up the rest of the team around, but you are having aging players that aren't able to tap into things right, being guys like Bobby Wagner moving on. You don't get a clear leader in your defense at that point. Jamal Adams is never quite really a great fit at that point for you 3-4 potentially. You then find yourself in a division with teams like San Francisco and Arizona that have young quarterbacks just coming into their prime at that point to knock you down a step as you become the worst team in the division at the quarterback position. That would be the worst case scenario. It eventually could put you in a state of being a team that's not winning for 3 to 4 to 5 years until you finally get Carroll moving on, and now you're needing to go find a new coach, and you're just basically starting from scratch. So worst case scenario is essentially off of this season, Kevin, getting to a point of having to start from almost scratch moving into next year. So I don't know the quarterback that you're able to bring in here. What you're going to go grab Sam Darnold after a year in Carolina, move on from Russ and hope that's gonna work. That's gonna make it do. I don't see it. I just don't see it myself. Why do I says Steve Largen's payback on him, Mike Harden's, is hands down the greatest play in Hawks history. Should be a statue out in front of the stadium of it. I'd put money down on that statue. I'd put some dollars on that statue. Yeah, I'm on that one. Why do I? You say a Largen statue, you have got me there and with bells on. Yes? What do you need to make this happen? Seahawks says, at what point and time do we give on Mr. Overrated, Mr. Living off of my playing years, Ken the Horrible Norton? Well, I don't think he'll ever be a great defensive coordinator, Seahawks, and I didn't think he would be when we signed him. He wasn't great with Oakland. There's a reason why Coach Carroll passed on him for Chris Richard a couple years ago prior to then bringing him on as defensive coordinator now. Is kind of what it is with it. But I take more of it from the fact of, at the end of the day, Seahawks Network, this is Coach Carroll's defense. He's running the defense. He already puts his fingers in the offensive pie, and he's not even an offensive-minded coach at his given base nature. How many fingers is he putting in the defensive pie, if that's the case, offensively speaking? Quite a bit. He's eating both slices, and he's eating the crust, and then he's like taking the crumbs and a little bit on the crumbs. You know what I mean? So I think this is almost more Coach Carroll's defense than even more being a Ken Norton defense. Landon Edwards, do you feel like we still need to sign a defensive tackle? The way I've been answering this question, Landon, is thusly. Yes, I would like to add a new defensive tackle onto this team being a purified 3 technique. Yes, there are options that are available out there as far as purified 3 techniques that would be great additions to this team. Geno Atkins, Sheldon Richardson, because right now you've got basically de facto 3 one-techs. Al Woods, Brian Monet, and really Poona Ford are all one-techs at what they do best. So having a 3-tech in here would be great. The problem is, Landon, we don't tend to carry 4 defensive tackles. Historically, over the last 10 years, you carry 3 defensive tackles, and you're pretty much a fundamentalist in their approach at that. They don't tend to deviate from those 3 defensive tackles. And if you have 4, one of them is going to be inactive on game day. It's kind of how they roll with it. So I do think it's a need. I'd love to have Geno or Sheldon over Al Woods. But it seems like they've already made their bed with Al Woods on this, Landon. They've decided they're going to go that direction instead. Kevin says, do y'all think DK could be a safety? I don't think he'd have the change of direction ability to hold up there at safety. Maybe a defensive end. Maybe a good defensive end. Landon Edwards, Jamal Adams over under 9.5 sacks this year. It's going to be under for me, Landon, because the way he got that 9.5 sacks was blitzing at a career high rate of 12%. Prior, his career high rate was 6%. I will say this, when you look at him from a standpoint of statistically speaking, every single year in his first 4 years, Jamal Adams has added to his sack totals every single season. It's gone up. So that maybe gives a little bit of hope to it, but I think he's just going to get less chances to blitz than he did last year, which is going to make it hard to then beat that record. So I'm with Kevin on that one. I'm going to take the under on that one. Why? Seattle pressure rate was not that great on the blitz. If we can get pressure with just the front four, we get more people in coverage. This is why I'm not as enraptured as some folks are with the bare fronts in Seattle going into a heavy bare front more often than not. Bare fronts go stylistically completely different from what Coach Carroll wants to run his defenses at, as well as it goes in difference to what they've done this offseason. What's been the main position that they've hammered on this offseason? Basically defensive end. Carlos Dunlap, Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayowa, right? That's 3, Alden Smith, 4 guys you brought in. This is also a position when you look at defensive end recently over the last 5 years in drafting, you've drafted more to defensive end than any other position on this football team over the last 5 years. It's been a position they've tried to put a lot behind. And the reason they do that, to your point, why they do that so that they can get the front four there with the pressure. Front four can generate the pressure without anybody else helping them, so you can drop more people in zone, so you can squeeze down those tight passing windows to make them even smaller, and that's how you're able to generate more pressures, theoretically speaking. So I think they're going to go back more into that direction of things. Flag Sabbath says, I was at Kia Reno for one of those playoff games in 1993 against the Suns, and that crowd was lit, man. Nothing like a Kia Arena crowd, right, Flag Sabbath, because of almost how intimate it was. It just felt like they were right on the court. Like you felt like it. I was lucky enough to have a seat one point down there on the court watching the Sonic game close up like that. And man, felt like you could just reach out and touch those guys, even when you were a couple rows back. Key Arena, yeah. I know what you meant. Flag 7 says, yeah, it's 3 a.m. here. I'm heading to work. I hope it's a good day at work. Spencer Smith, you guys have probably discussed this plenty of times before. I just wasn't present. No worries there. Beast Mode is, in my mind, 100% a Hall of Famer. I worry the media may blackball him due to Super Bowl antics, however. Thoughts? I think you've got a valid thought process on this, and I pretty much echo the same thought process. To get voted into the Hall of Fame, you need the sports writers of America. Right, wrong, whether that's good or bad, whether that should be the way it be, whether it should be the fans bringing it in, doesn't matter. They're the ones who get to determine the process on this. And if you don't sort of kiss their ass, kiss the ring, it kind of means that it sort of means at that point that you're going to have the short end of the stick. And a little bit of this was what happened with Terrell Owens, I think, which was hard for him to get in the Hall of Fame versus his production should have been probably a first-time Hall of Famer versus taking a couple of years for him to get in. I do think that the writers of America are going to hold that against Marshawn and him not talking. And they go, you made our job hard. Why should we elevate you because of it? They tend to be a little bit catty, those guys. They do. They get a little bit catty about it. But as far as deserving, he deserves to be in there. One of the quintessential running backs of his era. He has enough of a time period in being dominant. He might not have the exact rushing yards to get to that mark, that 10,000 marker of rushing yards. But the guy that I go back to as reference and that I go, this is the modern day, was the, let me look it out here. Hard time thinking here this deep in. So the guy that I go to in my mind with Marshawn is he's the modern equivalent to me of an Earl Campbell. You look at them from a stats standpoint, the yards they put up, production on the football field, all that stuff. I think he's very much equivalent. Hard runners that they were, tough to bring down. They pretty much are the same across the board. And if Earl's going to get into Hall of Fame and the effect that he had, the impact he had on the game, then why shouldn't Marshawn as well, in my opinion? It's going to be an uphill battle for him. Might have to wait a little bit of time to kind of get in, but this is the reason the Hall of Fame is there, for those difference maker type players. And I think Marshawn was that for us. The heartbeat of a team that was a truly special team. 2 Super Bowls, which Earl Campbell never got to a Super Bowl. Marshawn was able to play in 2 of them and be very dominant in both those 2 games that he did play in. So I would put him there. I'm just not so certain that they're gonna be as willing to do that. Nightman says, why do why? See you next time. I'll see you next time. Why do why? Thank you for hanging on in there. I appreciate you you stayed the whole way, man. You're a champ. Spencer Smith, even considering stats, winning, I don't really want to hear anything else. His impact on the NFL culture is too obvious, and he had as much to do with our first Super Bowl win as anyone on the team. He'd be that way for me, Spencer, for the reasons that you give. I think that there's running backs, and here's the thing. I don't have Shaun Alexander going into the Hall of Fame, but Shaun Alexander has more rushing yards and more rushing touchdowns than Marshawn. To me, there's just times with certain players that you've got to look beyond the statistical milestones that you want to say this is what they've got to hit. And if you're going to look at a guy like Gale Sayers like that and make that kind of math, because Gale Sayers only had like a 5-year run, really 4 or 5 year run of really greatness and truly being great, then Marshawn should fit into that mold as well, in my opinion. I'd put him in there. Hopefully he gets in there. He deserves to be in there. He'll be in the Ring of Honor for sure, but time will just have to tell on this one. Landon Edwards says, you going to any games this year? Landon, I'm not sure on that. I'm over on the eastern side of the state at this point. I think you're going to have to get vaxxed to get in the stadium. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that. So if that's going to be a requirement, then that's a no for me on that one. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure as yet. I'm open to doing it. I certainly would love to see a game. But I haven't kind of fully decided yet. I'm still kind of making sure things are going to be opened up and everything's going to be the way we think it's going to be. Spencer says, I'll be at the Jaguars game this year. First in-person game Seahawks ever. I'm beyond pumped. Oh, you should be, Spencer. What a great game that is going to be. You get to watch the dynamic rookie quarterback for the Jaguars. Should be a fun game. Well, congratulations. You're picking a good game, and it's an awesome environment to go into. There's nothing like it, Spencer. Just go early, get out there in the tailgating, get a chance to really drink in the whole environment, because it's really, you got to do the whole thing to get the full feel for it. You know what I mean? Jeff says, Landon, I'm hoping to make a back home game in October or November. Can't wait. Go Hawks. That's awesome here, Jeff. I hope you get to go see one too, man. I'd like to. I'm going to try to if I can. I'm going to try if I can. All right, well, we've hit 6 hours and 41 minutes in. My voice is definitely going. The stomach is growling, but it was another amazing show today. You guys are just as awesome as ever. Every single week, you guys bring the heat, man. Every single week, you guys bring the heat. So a couple projects I'm working on in the background, working on the Steve Largent video. That's a labor of love. I don't know when that thing's going to be done, man. I'm trying, but it's just a difficult one to kind of nail just right. I'm also going to be doing up the best mic'd up moments in Seahawks history. So I am grinding through tape, trying to find some great moments. Got some good spots on that. So those are kind of things we're working on in the background. We'll get back to live streaming here this next Thursday or Sunday. We'll kind of see what we get news-wise coming down the pike. Some more stuff to talk about with that. I will also be turning on the members program here for the channel. So just kind of a thing, I sort of buried this lead, but we're going to be unveiling a little bit of a members thing that you see on YouTube channels with some of the YouTube channels out there. There'll basically be some different tier stuff for guys that want to support the channel. I'm going to be, for the main tier, which will be like a $4.99 a month. I'm going to be writing a couple of articles a week for the channel and be posting those kind of under the select spots there for members and whatnot. So be on the lookout for that. That's coming down the track as all. Lot planned here for the channel. We got a huge coming down the pike. But thank you to all of you one last time. If you are listening to this on recording, post, and you're just listening in, please do slam on that like button. Helps me show up, helps this channel grow. We've had the best growth on this channel over the last 30 days of any 30-day history that I've had on this channel in over 2.5 years. Thank you to all of you guys out there for your support. It is nothing but kindness. You guys are awesome in your comments. You keep things just going positive and rolling forward and just saying, keep at it, keep going. I really do appreciate it. You guys with those comments, you do help me keep going. You do help this channel keep moving forward. You keep letting me know that we are onto something here, that we're tapping into something here that might be truly special. And it's not because of me, it's because of you guys with that. It's because of what you guys make of this channel and where this channel can truly go. So thank you to all of you for that. Thank you to your support. Thank you to all my OGs out here, been here from the jump. I appreciate all of you on that. Thank you to everyone who donated today. Had a variety of people coming down the line. I do appreciate it, and thank you so much. And please don't you guys ever forget, never forget now, Never forget,